$644, and his cell phone. Around 5:15 p.m., Mackenzie Cochran is standing outside of a jewelry store called LA Diamonds. By 5:57 p.m., Mackenzie Cochran is dead. Mackenzie Cochran died because security guards, these three defendants, John Sieberling, Aaron Maury, and Gavin King, held him face down on the floor. For 11 minutes, the defendants had Mackenzie face down on the floor with their collective body weight on top of him. For 11 minutes, Mackenzie cries. For 11 minutes, Mackenzie screams. For 11 minutes, Mackenzie says over and over, "I cannot breathe." He begs the defendants to get off of him. The defendants, they disregard his pleas. They disregard his cries for help. They disregard the gasps of air. They disregard the very last moments, the very last minutes, the very last seconds of Mackenzie Cochran's life. Mackenzie, he stops breathing. He's not responding. He's not moving. The defendants finally get off of him. For 2 of those 11 minutes, the defendants stand around as Mackenzie Cochran is lying prone on the floor, not moving. Mackenzie is rolled over on his back, still handcuffed and propped up against a pillar. His eyes are closed. His head is hanging down. He's unable to accept anything to drink. Water is given to him and water comes out of his mouth. He isn't moving. And again, the defendants are standing around. Southfield Police Department and EMS arrive. EMS, they perform an internal sternal rub, nothing. They administer smelling salts, nothing. They perform CPR, no response. They check for a pulse, no response. They pull out defibrillators to shock Mackenzie's heart, but there is no heart rhythm, no response. Mackenzie Cochran is dead, and these defendants killed him. Mackenzie Cochran died on January 28, 2014, but Mackenzie Cochran didn't have to. John Sieberling, Aaron Maury, and Gavin King are criminally responsible for Mackenzie Cochran's death. The evidence will show that these defendants were indifferent to Mackenzie's crying. They were indifferent to his screaming. They were indifferent to him begging for his life. The evidence will show that these defendants ignored common sense and they ignored their training. The evidence will show that by holding Mackenzie Cochran face down on the ground for 11 minutes, they willfully disregarded the harm that would cause Mackenzie Cochran, which resulted in his death. There was no justification for it, and there was no excuse for it. And the evidence will prove it to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, during this case, you will hear that there were 5 security guards that were there on January 28, 2014. 3 of those 5 security guards are the defendants, John Sieberling, Aaron Maury, and Gavin King. And the evidence will show that each one of those defendants are responsible for his death. John Sieberling sat on his legs and pulled at his ankles. Aaron Maury and Gavin King grabbed and pulled at his body as if he wasn't even a person. Those 3 security guards, as long as the 5, it was not a fair fight. It was 5 against 1, and Mackenzie Cochran was begging for his life. And the evidence will show that each one of these defendants are responsible. You'll hear from a number of witnesses in this case. You'll hear from Hoy Monk and Earthina Kinney. They were 2 witnesses at the mall. They were actually sitting on a bench outside of Macy's department store, which was not too far where all of this was happening. They will tell you what they saw that day. They will tell you what they heard that day. They will tell you that they heard Mackenzie Cochran say over and over, "I cannot breathe." You'll also hear from Labib Ansara. Mr. Ansara, he was the owner of LA Diamonds. This happened 10 years ago. Mr. Ansara will tell you what he remembers, and he'll tell you what he doesn't remember. Mr. Ansara, he called Northland Security on January 28, 2014, because Mackenzie Cochran said the words, "I feel like killing someone." Now, are Mackenzie Cochran's words scary? Absolutely. Are they off-putting? Absolutely. But are Mackenzie Cochran's words, were his words a crime? Absolutely not. And the evidence will show that Mackenzie Cochran did not commit a crime on January 28, 2014. You will see the surveillance video from Labib Ansara's store. You will see that Mackenzie Cochran was standing at that jewelry counter doing absolutely nothing. He is just standing there. You will see two security guards, one of which is the defendant, John Sieberling, come up to Mackenzie Cochran looking for a confrontation, looking for a fight with someone who is not committing a crime, with someone who is doing absolutely nothing, just standing there. What you will see is that Mackenzie Cochran is getting maced. What you will see is Mackenzie Cochran being pulled and grabbed and thrown to the ground. What you will see are the defendants putting their collective weight on top of him for up to 11 minutes as he begs and screams and cries, "I can't breathe." What you will see is that Mackenzie Cochran was alive before he encountered the defendants, and he was dead when they got done with him. You will also hear from James Hale. James Hale is another Northland security guard who was also working on January 28, 2014. He was in dispatch at the time. You will hear testimony that James Hale notified the Southfield Police Department that the defendants were dealing with what is called a 10-100, and you will hear what that is. That is a code that Northland Security used to describe an individual that was potentially mentally ill. We now have Mackenzie Cochran, who Northland Security has described as an individual who is potentially ill, who has committed no crime, who has done nothing wrong, who is just standing at a jewelry counter, now being held down by these defendants for over 11 minutes begging for his life. You will hear from Southfield Police Department and you will hear from EMS. You will hear that when EMS arrived, that Mackenzie Cochran was handcuffed, still propped up against that pillar. The defendants had to be told by EMS to remove the handcuffs. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mackenzie Cochran is not responsive, he's not moving, he's handcuffed, his head is down, his eyes are closed, and yet the defendants had to be told to remove the handcuffs. You'll hear about the life-saving measures that EMS took in order to save Mackenzie Cochran's life, but it was too late. Mackenzie Cochran what was called PEA, pulseless electrical activity, and you will hear what that term means. You'll also hear testimony from Dr. Carl Schmidt, who is a forensic pathologist. You will hear how Mackenzie Cochran died. You'll hear that the cause of death was cardiac arrest due to prone restraint. And Dr. Schmidt will tell you what that means. That because of the excessive weight, because of the increased load on Mackenzie Cochran, that his lungs could not keep up and his heart simply gave out. You'll also hear from Neil Webster. Neil Webster was the assistant director of the security company that provided security to the Northland Mall. You'll hear that the defendants are security guards, not public safety officers, not police. They are security guards. You will hear about the training manual. You will hear that the defendants were trained not to be the initial aggressor, that they were trained to observe and report, that they were trained to call the police. You will hear that the defendants were trained how to handcuff an individual so that they would not be susceptible to harm. Not only will you hear this testimony, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, but you will see it. You will see the training manuals. You will see the continuing education pamphlets. You will see the training records of each one of these defendants as to how they were trained, how to properly handcuff an individual. And why is all this information important? This information is important because the defendants on January 28, 2014 did not act in accordance with their training. They ignored their policies. They ignored their procedures. They ignored their own rules. And because of that, they were grossly negligent, and the evidence will prove it to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Not only will you hear testimony from witnesses, but you will see images and you will see video and you will see photographs. And as the saying goes, a picture is worth 1,000 words. And does these images and do the video, does it have its limitations? Absolutely. But the photographs and the video will tell you all that you need to know in this case. The video will show you the very last moments, the very last seconds, the very last minutes as Mackenzie Cochran is fighting for his life. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, The evidence will show that the defendants in this case, they made decisions. The defendants decided that Mackenzie Cochran would be held down on the floor for 11 minutes until he was handcuffed, regardless of what their common sense dictated. They decided to ignore their own training, their own policies, their own procedures. They decided to be indifferent to Mackenzie Cochran's grasp and his pleas for air. Their decisions are why Mackenzie Cochran did not come home. Their decisions are why Mackenzie Cochran is dead. The evidence will prove it to you beyond a reasonable doubt, and at the close of this case, we ask that you return a guilty verdict for each one of these defendants on the count of involuntary manslaughter.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, we are here today because Mr. King has pled not guilty to all the allegations. It's important not to be swayed by emotions in this case. Evaluate and assess all the evidence and the lack of evidence that is presented by the government. The last instruction that the judge read to you is a very important instruction. This is a case that happened in 2014. The government decided to bring the case in 2021. Open your mind and understand how the case is brought and why it's brought potentially. But the evidence is going to show that back in 2014, Mr. Mackenzie Cochran went to the mall and he walks up to the jewelry store and you can see the owner or the employee of the jewelry store is sitting there minding his own business, and he jumps off his seat. He calls security, mall security, and says, "There's a guy here saying he's going to kill someone. Get up here before I shoot him." Who do they call? They call an individual that's a sergeant. He's not here. But the sergeant goes up there, and you'll see on video, he engages Mr. Cochran, and with body language, he points, "Leave." Then you're going to hear testimony from other individuals where the sergeant tells him, "Sir, leave." He uses words like, "Sir, please." And then he says, "Don't approach me." He takes out the mace, he shows it to him. And what does Mr. Cochran do? He takes a step at him. And then the sergeant, which has law enforcement training, that's working for the mall, sprays him. Mr. Mackenzie, it has some effect, but then again he has to spray a second time because Mr. Cochran takes another step towards him. What happens there is a struggle. He gets to the ground with the sergeant, and the second security officer is assisting. You're going to hear from witnesses that will tell you that the security officers were getting their asses handed to them by Mr. Cochran. He was fighting. He was resisting. There's a person that made a threat. Now he's fighting with the security guards, resisting. They're trying to do their best to prevent this threat. Then the third individual comes, and still Mr. Cochran is getting the best of them. You have a 22-year-old kid by the name of Gavin King, working part-time at a mall. He's just walking up to start a shift, and they tell him, "Get upstairs real quick." And you can see him on video. He's running. And what does he do? He doesn't come over there in power drive and land an elbow or stomp on this individual. You'll see him on video the whole time. He's on his feet. He grabs his hand. That's all he does. As a matter of fact, when he first gets down, you'll see the video. He tries to grab a hand. He grabs the wrong hand. He grabs the hand of the security officer. And the security officer was like this thing. "That's my leg, man." Then you can see him try to grab Mr. Cochran's hand. And you can see how weak he is as a 22-year-old kid at the time. He had no ability to control this man's hand. You're going to hear people indicate that, yes, Mr. Cochran, he was struggling. He was fighting them back. He doesn't know. He gets word to get up there and help him. He sees his sergeant controlling the scene. And another individual tries to come help. And all they do is try to manage his arm, which they weren't successful with. Then you're going to watch a video that the people have. The government has all the video. Every angle Let's find out which angles they want to pick and choose. Because the angle that showed, the multiple angles, if they're paid together, will show you that Mr. King tried to control his hand. At one point or another in the video, he's there, and he does this. He disengages for about a minute. Why? Because the whole situation is being run by a guy by the name of Sergeant Chaffin. If I'm saying it right. He controls, he's telling him what to do. And you can hear him telling Mr. Cochran, can you please put your arm behind? And there's resistance. You can hear Mr. Cochran screaming, you can hear him fighting. Now, in that 6 minute of videos, ask yourself, open your ears, ask yourself what you hear. Now, are they going to just let him up so he can continue fighting? The minute the handcuffs came on, every one of them disengaged. Mr. King did absolutely nothing more than try to control a man's hand that he saw fighting other security guards. This is Northland Mall, and you will hear the craziness that goes on in Northland Mall at the time. And the people want you to believe that 10-100 means someone that has mental health issues. You're going to hear from the individual who says, no, that means that's someone that's hostile. When you come in a situation, it's not pretty. So at the end of this, ladies and gentlemen, jury, it's important to hold them to the burden of proof. It's important to make sure that you evaluate the case as to Mr. King's actions or lack of actions. At the end of this, we will have another chance to speak. Your verdict will be not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for your commitment and devotion to this case. I am the attorney for Mr. Marie. My name is Wright Blake. The questions and your responses for this case were very important. We believe that you were sincere. You've taken an oath. You're going to follow the law. That's the most important thing. And you're going to set aside all bias, prejudice, and anything else that may influence you other than the instructions given to you by this honorable court. Now, as Mr. Marie sits in that chair through his lawyer, he answers the charging documents in this case. He's been charged with involuntary manslaughter. And through his lawyer, to each and every one of you, he says he is not guilty of these charges that occurred from this incident that occurred in 2014. So you've heard the prosecution, the government, give you a little bit of background on Mr. Cochran. He had money in his pocket. He had a cell phone, I believe they said. Well, he also had marijuana in his system. He had an enlarged heart. He had mental health issues. So we really don't know what he was doing before he came to the mall, how long he was there at the mall, until the confrontation happened. The confrontation is undisputable, that he went in there and he wasn't there to make a purchase. We know, once again, he had mental health issues. He was on marijuana, and he's not a small guy. He's around 6 foot tall, 200 pounds, and he's a young person. And he gets into this confrontation with the owner. He's shouting at him. He's not there to make a purchase. The owner tells him to get out. And if a shop owner wants you out and you don't get out, it's trespassing. So it is a criminal offense. But he didn't want to go, and that escalated to the point, and the owner didn't help because he called and said he was going to shoot him. So now you have an individual who's making a threat. You have another individual who's making a threat at a mall in a public place. And since 2014, how many of these shootings, stabbings, beatings have you had in malls? It's gotten so bad now, they're even changing the physical makeup of being in a mall. They've changed the security of the malls. They've changed the videos of the mall. So just go back 10 years ago. when it wasn't that detailed. They didn't have, even the security cameras here don't have the audio. Now you got ring and it's in color and it gets everything. So you have this confrontation and all of a sudden the security officers are called. They're dispatched. Brother prosecutor mentioned the 10-100, and that's some kind of code for mental illness or disorder. Who knows what it means? That's such a broad term, 10-100. So at that particular time and place, my client is patrolling. He's about to get off of his shift. He's at the Target area, which is a considerable distance from the jewelry store where this confrontation takes place. So he hears 10-100. They don't go into great detail. He goes to the dispatch office, which is in the basement of Northland. He goes to the basement, and he's even able to see some of this video that's the confrontation that's taking place while he's in the basement. So he's dispatched because, once again, he sees other officers there. They're in a battle royale. So part of his job is to provide security. He's not armed with a gun. He's not armed with a nightstick. I don't even believe he had any mace on him on that particular day, but he did have some handcuffs. So he responds to the area where Mr. Cochran is at. Now, number one, he's not the person who initially approached, got entangled with Mr. Cochran. Number two, he never, ever maced anyone that particular day. Number three, he didn't put his hands on anyone in an aggressive manner, a punch, nothing of that effect. Number four, you're not going to hear anything about chokeholds, kicking anybody, something that's just blatant, total disregard. You're going to hear a security officer who thought he was providing security and safety for the mall. You're going to hear that Mr. Marie is pretty much the last officer who arrives at the location and everyone's already on the floor. You're not going to hear anything about him putting his weight on this individual, kicking him, even saying anything to him other than trying to get one of his wrists. He provides a handcuff to one of the other officers. No, strike that. He doesn't even do that. He just tries to grab Mr. Cochran's wrist, pull it aside, because he's still struggling. And my client doesn't know the particulars of this. Does he have a gun on him? Does he have a knife on him? What's in the hands? That's always critical to any confrontation. Does he have a gun in his hands? A knife? A hard object? They couldn't, or he couldn't see what was in his hands. And Mr. Cochran is the one who kept struggling. So eventually they were able to put his hands in a position where they saw there was nothing in the hands. They handcuffed him. And then from there, my client doesn't stand him up, doesn't put him on the pillar. His involvement is over. He is not a commanding officer. He's not a supervisor. Southfield Police is called, and I believe EMS. And at this particular time, they had a police station, which is right in the parking lot of Northland, the Southfield Police, a satellite station. It's not the one that would be located further, like on Civic Center Drive. So the police they were called. They dragged their feet. They didn't get there in time to render any assistance. EMS, they went to the wrong place. They went to the wrong location of the mall. So is Mr. Marie responsible for that too? When they eventually got there, Mr. Cochran was still alive. And I submit and suggest to you, ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing, absolutely nothing to attribute my client with either choking Mr. Cochran, spraying mace, hitting him, nothing. The only thing he did was grab his wrist. And they want to charge him with murder or voluntary manslaughter. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have more than reasonable doubt. You're going to say, well, how come Mr. Myrie was in charge in 2014 in the city of Southfield, County of Oakland? Why did it take so long for justice to come to court and to address this issue? You're going to find out. And then once you hear this complete story, you're going to come to a proper and the only decision that you can in this case. Mr. Blake, those charging documents, it's not enough to find him guilty. You're going to come back and say, Mr. Myrie, not guilty of this tragic incident, and we thank and ask that each and every one of you keep an open mind during the course of this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wicks.
Hello. One of the first things I want to say is none of these young men, this was 10 years ago, were in charge. They were low men on the totem pole. None of them were in charge. The people that were in charge are not being charged, meaning they're officers that were in charge that day. Actually, one of them is going to be a witness for the prosecution, meaning that he was the person who worked at Northland who gave the dispatch. He dispatched Sergeant Chafin to the area, plus my client, John Seiberlin. Then Sergeant Chafin is no longer here. What another prosecutor was describing earlier of Mr. Mackenzie Cochran coming into a store, I mean, listen to what she said. This man came to a jewelry store, spoke with the owner. The owner was basically in fear because he said he would call the dispatch, like, get this man out of here. He's threatening to kill somebody, and that he was going to shoot him. That is fear in itself. And then the whole incident took 11 minutes. It wasn't like they held him down for 11 minutes and he was pinned down. He had no control. That man fought. He just said it. Mr. Bunk said he handed them, my client and the original sergeant who was there, they couldn't control him. He was throwing them all around. So that's why you need other people to come to help. All they were trying to do is control the situation. Madam Prosecutor also said, you're going to see in the training manual, we must have different ideas on reading and training manual, because especially the section she used, the handcuff section specifically says that my clients had to get them under control once those handcuffs were out. You'll read it yourself. It'll be presented to you, and it's in the same section. But words are a threat, and threats can become actions. When Sergeant Chafin first got there, you're going to see that from the gestures, because there is no voice, that you can see that he's telling him, leave the mall. Leave the mall. He even steps back, giving him room to go around. Nobody approached him. And just like Brother Counsel said, it wasn't until he balled up his fist and stepped towards him that he had his mace or pepper spray out. And when he stepped towards him, he sprayed him. One thing we're gonna tell you is that we have to, when they use that pepper spray, they have to control and make sure that person is all right. Make sure that he's not a danger to himself. And this was just that, them controlling him, making sure that the public was safe, they were safe, and trying to make sure that he was on control. He did not have any weapons. Nothing more, nothing less. But again, they're going to provide the proof from Mr. Monk and his wife that, that this man fought up until they put his hands in the handcuffs. It's going to show that they laid him on his side, and then eventually he was propped up against a pillar and given water because he had pepper spray in his face. You're also going to see that they actually tried to give CPR. They're going to present a witness, Jill Jacobs, that will give her opinion on their life-saving efforts too. You'll also get evidence that the guy, Mr. Hale, who was inside the room that sent everybody to where they were supposed to be, he made a mistake and sent the police and the EMS to the wrong lot, which put them in the wrong door, which put them in much further away from where they could have helped at a much faster rate. Then also you will also see that the prosecutor also shopped around for a medical examiner to give the decision that allowed them to prosecute them at this 10-year date later on. The original you'll get evidence that the original medical examiner felt that it was undetermined. So you will see what diagnosis they did give. But in closing, you have to determine basically, was this a threat? Were they doing their duty? Were they defending each other? When they came into the situation, did they actually have the power to stop the situation? This is you are the jury, you are the fact finders. You determine that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name, please?
Philip Borka,
And where do you work, sir?
City of Southfield Fire Department.
And in what capacity?
I'm a firefighter. I retain my paramedic license with the state of Michigan. Currently, I'm a driver engineer.
And how long have you worked for the City of Southfield Fire Department?
18 and a half years.
And were you a paramedic that entire time? Well, maintained your license that entire time?
I have since I've obtained it back in 2010.
Okay. And in 2014, specifically on January 28th, 2014, were you still working for City of Southland Fire Department?
I was.
And were you on duty that day?
I was.
Do you recall receiving a run to Northland Mall?
I do.
Is that in the City of Southfield?
It is.
Okay. Do you recall the nature of that run?
My partner and I were dispatched for they called it a citizen, like a checkout, for an individual who got into an altercation with security and had been pepper sprayed.
Okay. And could you just briefly explain to the jury what a run is and what the purpose of a run is for you?
So a run could be anything from a medical of someone not feeling well to someone believing they're having a stroke. Any potential medical we consider a run. We also call fires a run. We're also firefighters. So anything that we are dispatched to is a run.
Okay. And are there priorities or levels of urgency assigned to different runs?
There are.
Okay. Now, the run that you received, patient checkout, what's the priority for that?
That would be like a priority 3 run. We go what we call normal traffic, meaning we go no lights and sirens. Anytime we go lights and sirens, we put ourselves and the citizens at risk by having to swerve, veer off the road, like anything that we don't feel as though is dangerous, we go normal traffic, meaning no lights, no sirens.
Okay. And you said this was a level 3. Is level 1 your highest priority?
It is priority 1.
And what kind of runs would be considered level 1?
CPR in progress, person feeling like they believe they're having a heart attack, if we have a known stroke actively happening, seizure patients, trouble breathing, things of that nature.
Is it fair to say that level 1 is anything that might be considered life-threatening?
Yes.
Okay. So did you respond to the patient checkout?
We did.
Were you well, you said we, so that answers my next question, if you were working alone or with a partner. Who was your partner on January 28, 2014?
My partner was firefighter paramedic Herschel DeCoster.
Okay. And do you recall how long it actually took you to respond to Northland Mall?
According to the report, it was about 1 minute.
Okay. And would that be unusual?
It would be a little unusual if we were coming from the station. So based on the time frame, I'd have to believe that we were more than likely at the hospital leaving. I was at Station 1, which is our busiest station in the city of Southfield. So that life truck is on the road all the time.
Okay. And from the point that you received the patient checkout run to the minute later when you arrived, had there been any updates to the status of the run itself?
We did not receive any updates via dispatch.
Okay. What happens when you and your partner actually arrive at Northland Mall?
I pull up on scene. I was driving that day. My partner was the lead medic, so he was writing. So we both get out, get our equipment, and as we're getting out, in front of us, we see a Southfield police officer. And she was also exiting her car. And we're walking up, and we made mention to her as to, hey, what's going on? And she said, I don't know, I'm just getting here myself. So that's when the 3 of us entered, which would be like the east entrance of Northland Mall.
Okay. Now, you stated you grabbed your equipment. What kind of equipment did you grab?
So we have it's an orange box, it's our medical box that we can check vitals with and have some other things that we can obtain or use on a patient. We also had it's our Life Pack, which is, it has an EKG in it where we can put tabs on, check person's heart rate, things of that nature.
Okay. And did you and your partner and the officer actually enter the mall?
We did.
And what happens when you enter the mall?
We're walking, I mean, it's a pretty long corridor at that entrance going into where the center or where the maybe stores would be. And then we're just, the 3 of us are walking down the corridor and getting ready to, I guess, what I'm going to do is assess the patient. That was my role that day.
Okay. And did you actually locate the patient?
I did.
And where was that in the mall?
So the patient would have been, even when I entered the doors, directly in front of me. Again, it was a ways down, but he was directly in front of me sitting against, I believe, either a wall or a post.
Do you recall either the store of the post that he was sitting against or the closest store?
I don't.
Okay. If you were shown possible photos, do you think that might refresh your memory?
Possibly.
One moment, please. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. So I'm going to hand you 2 exhibits. They've been marked as People's Proposed Exhibits 49 and 53. I just want you to look at them and let me know if those refresh your memory as to where you came into contact with the patient.
Yes, I believe it was at this post.
And you were indicating something on on Proposed Exhibit 53, is that correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that Proposed Exhibit 49 is that same location, different angle?
It is.
Okay, and is this where you came into contact with the patient on January 28, 2014?
Yes, I believe so.
People move to that People's Proposed Exhibits 49 and 53. People request permission to publish. Okay, for purposes of the record, we are currently looking at People's Exhibit 49. Could you tell us what we're looking at, please?
LA Diamonds Jewelry Store?
And is that where you came into contact with the patient?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to show Exhibit 53. And again, could you tell us what we're looking at?
The same jewelry store, LA Diamonds?
Okay, and can you kind of describe to us where, in relation to LA Diamonds, you came into contact with the patient?
On the right side of the photo, leaning against the post or pillar.
And for purposes of the record, I'm using a pointer. Where I'm pointing, is that the pillar where you came into contact with the patient?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, when you first come into contact with the patient, do you make any observations of, well, is it a female or male patient?
Male. We actually, through dispatch, received that it was a male patient.
Okay.
Unknown, at the time, unknown age.
Did you make any observations of his condition?
Just that he was sitting there on the ground. He appeared to be handcuffed. You could tell his hands were behind his back, and his head seemed to be slumped down.
Okay. At the time that you first come and encounter the patient, was he moving in any way?
No.
Was he speaking or making any audible sounds?
No.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you do to either assess his condition or try to render aid?
So as I'm walking up, my partner and I split off. My role, as I said, was to assess the patient at that time. His role was to interview security or PD, whomever may have been there. So we split off. And again, at this point, we believe we're still going for a checkout. So as I'm approaching the patient, I actually yelled to my partner first, and I say, do we have a name? Because he's now over with, I believe, security at the time, or whomever, could have been PD, I'm not really sure. And there was no response, or he said, no, we don't have a name. So at this point, we're just dealing with a John Doe for our purposes.
Okay.
So that gives me, that lets me know who I'm speaking to, and I try to have a name, but if I don't, then I just try to be as calm and personable. I put my medical box down, my orange box down to the side. I get down to his level, and I start shaking and say, hey, buddy, what's going on? Can you tell me what happened today? No movement whatsoever. So it's not uncommon for someone that we come into contact with who's been in an altercation to not want to be verbal with us. So we have, at the time, we had, it was like ammonia tablets, like you break them, and they're very potent for someone who may have been passed out. So I break it and I put it under his nose, and as I'm doing that, I have my hand on his chest, and I'm like, buddy, what's going on? He doesn't move, so I give it's what's called a sternal rub. Right on his sternum, with your knuckles, you just give a kind of a brash rub. That is to arouse a patient also who may have been passed out. I had nothing at that time. So now I become concerned as to what might be happening, especially with the ammonia inhalant not working, the sternal rub not happening, or not working for us. So I yell over to my partner, I say, I don't think he's breathing.
And the entire time that you're doing this, the trying to engage audibly, shaking him, the smelling salts, and the sternal rub, is the patient handcuffed this entire time?
Yes.
But and at any point in time, does he give you do you observe any movement or any audible response or any acknowledgement to what you're doing or saying?
There's no response from the patient, physically or verbally.
So what do you and your partner do after that?
So my partner rushes over, ends whatever interviewing he's doing, because at this point, this now becomes our most important thing to do here. So we lay the patient down, immediately check for a pulse. I checked for a pulse first. I did not find a pulse. My partner also checks. It's always good with two of us there. Maybe I'm not feeling it. Maybe it's a weak pulse. Neither of us found a pulse on him. So our next role is to initiate CPR. My partner yelled to have the handcuffs removed because we cannot do CPR with someone's hands behind their back. So he did yell multiple times. I mean, to us, it's more of a, we're in the mode, adrenaline's pumping, and, you know, we're yelling, like, he's yelling, let's get those handcuffs off. So as he's doing that, I have our life pack there, which is also an EKG monitor. Within that has its own defibrillator purposes. So while my partner is rolling the patient over and security comes to undo the handcuffs, I'm, you know, trying to remove his coat. It was seemed to be a bulky coat. If I'm remembering right, he had maybe a hooded sweatshirt on, something thick. You know, it's around wintertime. So I can tell you, I don't remember for certain if I cut the clothes. Most of the time we do. We don't waste time just trying to pull the clothes up because a lot of times they'll fall down and get back in our way. More than likely, I cut his clothes, his shirt all the way up to expose his chest. Once I did that, we were able to, I put the defibrillator pads on his chest. There are 2 of them. And that is to analyze the rhythm and see if there's a rhythm on the patient.
And were you able to find a rhythm?
There was a rhythm, but it was PEA.
And first, what does PEA stand for?
PEA is pulseless electric activity.
And what does that mean?
So what that means is the heart has a rhythm, but there's I shouldn't say a rhythm. PEA is the rhythm, but there's electrical activity in the heart, but it's so little that it can't make the heart beat.
And what does that mean in terms of your ability to render aid to the patient?
We need to keep continuing CPR because at that point, that's what's continuing to pump blood throughout his body.
And as far as your AED, are you able to actually shock him?
No shocks advised on PEA.
Okay. And are you able to tell us why?
It's not a shockable rhythm. We have 2 shockable rhythms. That is VTAC and VFib. So pulseless VTAC and VFib are 2 shockable rhythms that is analyzed by our AED.
So you stated that you continue CPR. Is there anything else you do to attempt to render aid to the patient?
There is.
What do you do?
So while I'm doing compressions, my partner obtains an ET tube. So an ET is an endotracheal tube. That's a tube that's placed through directly into the lungs, and as we're giving oxygen, it gives oxygenated, it basically gives, it oxygenates the blood to, as we're doing CPR, to keep pumping through his body. So it's a patent airway, so it's going directly into his system.
And from your observations, did that appear to help the patient in any way?
There was still no response, no change in our monitor. We still were continuing CPR through the process.
Okay, and what do you do next?
As mid into the process, I don't know, a couple of minutes in, our engine shows up, who is also manned with 2 paramedics, firefighter paramedics. So now we have 4 paramedics on scene. The main thing is we want to first try to establish an IV, which according to the report, we did try IV attempts, and they were unsuccessful. For whatever reason, they just weren't able to obtain an IV.
Okay.
So the 4 of us got the patient onto the stretcher, and we continued CPR through the mall into the back of the life truck. Now, when we loaded them into the life truck, that's where my part of being the part of the process ended, besides driving, because I was the driver that day, so I drove them to the hospital. But CPR did continue. There is an open airway between my front cab and the back cab. I can hear everything for the most part going on. They continued CPR the entire time. They did also try to obtain an IO.
And what's an IO?
So an IO is another way of doing an IV, but it's called interosseous, meaning through the bone. So when we have hard times, especially in cardiac arrest patients, we try to get an IO just to establish an IV. That way we can try to get drugs on board if possible. Unfortunately that day, that drill is a sealed unit, and that drill died that day. There's only so many attempts that drill has, and that day it stopped mid-drill. And I could hear my partner say that through the cab.
And if you recall, how long did it take for you to convey the patient from Northland Mall to the hospital?
2 minutes.
Okay, and which hospital was that?
Providence Hospital. Sorry.
And what happens when you arrive at Providence?
As I'm getting out, they've already taken the patient with the stretcher, and they're literally wheeling him through the doors as I'm getting out the front of the cab. I mean, it's all very, very fast because there's so many hands already in the back of the life truck. And it was a transfer right into the trauma room at Providence Hospital.
Okay. And at any point in time when you first come into contact with the patient to when you turn over care to Providence Hospital, did you observe any signs of life?
No, I did not.
Okay. When you first arrived and you're approaching LA Diamonds where the patient is seated, did you see anyone attempting life-saving measures?
I did not.
Did you observe any security guards in the area of where the patient was?
No.
I know this isn't necessarily part of your job, but while you were cutting the clothing off of the patient, did you observe any weapons on this person?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Sir, when you arrive at the scene,
I haven't formally arrested yet, but I am about to arrest.
that's what you said. No?
Kind of saw you sitting down, so we assumed.
I'm rusty. Well,
Sir, when you arrived at the scene, you took control, correct?
Yes, that becomes our seniors.
Security allowed you to take control, correct?
I didn't speak with security, nor did I see them. My partner did.
Right. So your partner engaged them first, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And you're going off memory. This is 10 years old, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sir, did you try to establish the IV or someone else did?
It was not me who tried to establish the ID.
And the IV is to be established in any vein, correct?
Yes.
And the purpose of the IV is to help with the PEA, correct?
Would be help with any drugs, and that particular drug would be epinephrine.
Epinephrine or atropine, correct?
We would give epi at that time.
And that can be successful in bringing the heart rate back, correct?
What epi does is it vasoconstricts. So meaning vasoconstricts, it makes it to try to get a blood pressure. So it constricts, so whatever's in there to try, whatever blood is in there, to try to help to do that. But it's not necessary. I don't think I'm going to be able to speak and say that it's
Right.
going to restart the heart. I can't say that.
Right. But that's what that drug is used for, correct? Attempt.
I guess it has
Okay.
potential
And-
to do that.
And that attempt was not something you guys could do because you couldn't establish an IV.
That is correct.
Sir, do you recall the security guards trying to give water to the individual patient that you're trying to assist?
No, I do not.
Nothing further.
What time did you arrive at the store?
I couldn't tell you exactly. If I had my report, maybe I would know better.
Okay, do you have your report?
I
Would that
don't.
refresh your recollection? Thank you.
It will probably give me an on-scene time, but I can't tell you how long it took me to walk from the truck to the patient.
My question is what time you arrived. If you looked at your report, would that refresh your recollection?
It will not tell me what time I arrived at the patient.
So you wouldn't know.
It was in the afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And so 5:56 wouldn't refresh your recollection as to what time you arrived?
If that was my on-scene time, on-scene would be when we pulled up, I notified dispatch we're on scene.
Okay.
That isn't when we're at the patient.
You weren't there for a very long time.
We were not.
Would you say a minute or less?
To get to the patient,
Correct. When you walk into Northland, you see the individual who's slumped over on the pillar, and you try to administer CPR and all that. You're only there for like a minute, right?
no.
How long were you there in total?
My time from, I believe we spoke, was 22 minutes from arrival to hospital. I can't tell you exactly how long I was on scene.
Okay. And you said your priority number one is to get information and assess what's going on with the person who
Yes,
needs
sir.
assistance, right?
Yes, sir.
You weren't there trying to get any information from employees or...
I was not. I only dealt with the patient.
You cleared the area and you pretty much did
There
your
was-
administration.
There was nothing in that area. It was-
And when you saw the individual, you said you were trying to communicate with him. You said, "Hey, buddy, what's going on?" Right?
Yes, sir.
Did you see any trauma on the individual's face? Any abrasions? Any marks?
Not that I noticed.
And the person still had their clothing on, like a
yes.
coat, a
Yeah.
heavy coat.
Yeah.
And you didn't obtain any identification or a wallet or anything like that?
According to my partner, there was no identification. So that's why I referred to him as Buddy, or otherwise I would have tried to use his name. But no, we had no identification.
And you said there was Southfield police at the scene already when you arrived there?
As I stated, the one police officer, which was the only one that I saw, she showed up what I believe was the same time that we did.
Okay, once again, that wasn't your primary focus,
No,
right?
it was not.
And Southfield police, did you see them do anything other than just stand there?
She walked over with my partner at the time to interview.
Okay, she.
I can't say what she did.
Right.
When my partner went to interview, she also walked with him.
Okay,
So I don't know what her role was.
all right. Thank you, nothing further.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good
I think you just answered what I was about to ask you. You said, did you know that police officer at all?
I've seen her before, but I don't know on a personal basis.
And you just said you don't know what her role was.
I don't.
So that was one of my questions I was about to ask. After arriving at Northland, had you ever been there before?
Yes.
You haven't been there before, so you know pretty much what doors, where locks, where they are.
Well, we're usually given direction. A lot of time, like I said, not like I said, PD a lot of times gets there before us, so we usually go where their car is.
So you see them and that's where you go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This particular time where you got the right lock or the right door?
Yes. I believe so. It's where we were.
Once you got to the door, once you was entering the building, how long did it take you to get to where LA Diamond was? Do you remember?
A minute or two.
A minute or
Like I
two?
said, it was a decent long corridor, but I mean, it was nothing extravagantly long.
But could you tell that there might have been a door closer to that entrance, entrance closer?
Honestly, I don't think so. I mean, it was a straight shot right to the jewelry store.
Okay. But it didn't take more than a minute or two to get there?
Correct.
All right. And then I want to ask you a question. Just to get about how long it took. You said you yelled to your partner you said your partner yelled to get the handcuffs off.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long it took them to get the handcuffs off? Because I know you said it was
15 seconds. I mean, it wasn't.
It wasn't long.
It didn't take a minute.
Okay.
No, it was just more of getting attention, and we need now, like we need you here now type of thing.
Because there was excitement at the time.
Absolutely.
You said adrenaline was going.
For sure.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you.
Absolutely.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, calling People versus King, case number 2023-284855-FH. Calling People versus Marie, case number 2023-284856-FH. And calling People versus Seberling, case number 2023-284857-FH.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robin Liddell on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. LaDonna Logan on behalf of the people.
Good morning, good morning, Doreen Elder, on behalf of Mr. Gavin King, my PIN number is 57728, and our co-counsel is Commissioner Sentencing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wright Blake appearing on behalf of Aaron Lowry, who's present as well.
Good morning, Your Honor. Keith Braxton, appearing before the court for John Sagerton.
Ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Already.
I believe my clerk is lining up the jury as we speak. All rise for the jury. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We at this time, we are ready to resume the taking testimony.
And at this time, the people will call Mr. Nehemiah Nelson.
You can always, just come forward. That door opens out towards you. Please watch your step. And if you'll please remain standing. Okay.
If you could turn towards me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, under the penalty of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give before this court is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may be seated, sir. And I'm going to ask that you keep your voice up, sir, as we are recording. All right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. It's a little louder than that, all right? Thank you. You may proceed.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm gonna need you to be a little bit louder than that.
Good morning.
Okay, let's just pretend like we outside and I'm at the other end of the room. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Slightly better. Would you please state your full name?
Nehemiah Nelson.
And I'm gonna ask you for the record to spell your first name and then spell your last name.
Neihmiah. And my last name. Nelson.
Now, Mr. Nelson, how old are you, sir?
35.
I'm gonna ask you about an incident that happened in 2014, okay? Now, on January 28, 2014, did you go to Northland Mall?
Yes.
And did you go by yourself or with someone else?
Someone else.
And who did you go with?
My boy Doug.
I'm sorry, what was that?
His name Doug.
And do you recall his last name?
No.
Okay. Now, while you and your friend Doug were at Northland Mall, did you see something that brings you here today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where you were in the mall?
I was in the hallway. I'm not sure the name of the store, but it was a jewelry store.
Okay. And what was the first thing that caught your attention?
I seen a guy being detained by the security.
And what was it about seeing someone being detained by security that it grabbed your attention?
Because he was getting took down to the floor, so we looked at it as a joking manner, you know.
Keep your voice up.
We seen him getting detained to the floor, so we was like kind of like wondering what was going on, you know what I'm saying?
And how long did you watch what was happening?
For about like 3-4 minutes.
And did you do anything while you were watching this incident?
I recorded it, you know. I got a little video of it, and I moved around the mall, and I came back, and he was out of there, you know.
So you recorded a portion of the incident?
Exactly.
Okay. And after you recorded a portion of the incident, did you continue to watch, or did you go somewhere else?
I walked off.
Okay. And where did you go?
I walked around the mall, and I came back around to that door.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, you walked off from the incident, but then you came back to the area where it occurred?
Right.
Was it still going on?
It was still going on.
When you return, what do you see?
I heard him saying, "I can't breathe. I can't breathe." And they had, like, one of the security had his knee in his back, like, you know what I'm saying? So.
And did you remain in the area at that time?
We remained in the area.
Okay, and did you stay for the end of the incident, or?
The EMS that came in and got him, and I guess he had passed out.
Now, from the point where you returned to the incident, do you know how long it was before EMS arrived?
I'm not sure.
What, when EMS arrived, were you able to see the gentleman that was being detained?
Yes.
Okay, could you see if he was moving or talking?
I remember him saying I couldn't breathe, you know?
Do you remember when that was in relation to the incident?
This was before, you know, before the EMS got there. By the time I came back, he was out of there.
Okay. The video that you recorded, did you do anything with that after the incident?
My boy posted it on Facebook and shared it on my page.
Okay. And did you watch that video earlier today?
Yeah.
And did you recognize that as the video you recorded?
Yeah.
Your Honor, the people have that video marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 14. We would move for its admission.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor. No objection.
Submitted?
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
These motherfuckers is doing it to this black man. This is some bullshit, nigga. We at the Northland, nigga. You know?
Now, Mr. Nelson, we see two men in the video not involved in the incident. Was one of those men you?
Right.
Which one?
I'm the light skin. Well, we both the same skin complexion, but I'm the one with the hat on.
Okay. And the one that did not have the hat on, was that your friend Doug?
Yeah.
Okay. At the time that you recorded that particular clip, do you recall how many security guards were involved in the incident?
No, I remember it was 3 of them.
Okay.
It was 3 of them.
Okay. And the person that was being detained, did you know that person?
No.
Did you know the security guards?
No.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what have been marked as People's Proposed Exhibits 15 and 16, and if you if you recognize those as still images from the video that you took on January 28th, 2014.
All right. Do I recognize the security right here? No, I don't know the security personally, but.
Well, no, I'm just asking if you recognize those as images from the video.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
Thank you. People would move to admit people's proposed exhibits 15 and 16.
Objection.
No objection. No objection, Your Honor.
Permission to publish, Your Honor? Thank you. And for purposes of the record, image 15 is being shown and image 16. Now, I believe in answering an earlier question, you stated that you did not know the security guards, correct?
Correct.
People will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Nelson.
Money.
How are you today?
All right.
Is Northland Mall a place that you frequently went to?
Correct.
It wasn't just that day, right? That's somewhere you went to often?
Correct.
All right, and you knew that at Northland Mall, sometimes some wild things would happen, right?
Right.
Okay. You've seen security involved with individuals there before?
Before you.
Right. And this day here, you were walking by and you saw security attempting to detain this man, correct?
Correct.
And initially, you didn't think it was anything serious, right?
Correct.
You thought he had he said, done something crazy and was going to get arrested,
Right.
right? And so you recorded it as you were walking by, correct?
Correct.
And then you left, and then you came back later, he was gone,
Correct.
right?
He had passed out. He died, I guess.
Oh, you find that out later, right?
Right.
Okay.
This
And
song was
so,
in the same span.
hey, let me just ask the questions and you answer them, okay?
Right.
So, after finding that out, you then went to post this video on social media, realizing, hey, something important had happened,
Correct.
right? But at the time, you didn't think there was anything significant to this video you recorded, correct?
Correct.
Is that fair?
Answer yes or no, please, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you didn't think the man was going to lose his life, right?
No.
From what you saw,
No.
right? And at the moment that you were there was only 3 security guards with him, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it wasn't any of these men here, correct? Or if you recall. Do you recall who it was or no?
I don't recall.
All right. If you saw those security guards again, would you recognize them?
I won't recall.
Probably not. Okay. You remember seeing a bald-headed man up there? Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
May I approach on?
Yes, you may.
You know what? Yeah. Just put it out there so you can see what we're talking about. Thank you. I guess we're going to put it up on the screen, too.
Which one?
Try this one.
16.
Yes. You see that up there? The bald man?
Yes.
You don't see him today, correct?
Correct.
All right. You weren't there at any point where there was other security guards involved, correct?
Correct.
At the end of it, you said we thugging, right? When you recorded the video?
Correct.
We over here at Northland, we thugging,
Correct.
right? What do you mean by that?
Just hanging.
What does that mean, sir?
Hanging.
Yeah. What does that mean?
It means we just around, messing around. You know?
And so that's the type of thing that goes on in Northland Mall, right?
Right.
People hang out, they might mess around, right?
Yeah,
And-
say yes or no, please.
Yes.
And security might get involved. with that, correct?
Yes.
This wasn't the first time you've seen security having to detain somebody, right?
Yeah.
At Northland.
Yes.
Fair? All right, thank you, nothing else.
Morning, Mr. Nelson.
Good morning.
Mr. Nelson, what time did you arrive at Northland that day?
Had to be about like, I'll say around the noon sometime.
Was
four,
this-
four, something like that, 4 or 5, sometime.
Okay, that's a big
Yeah,
difference.
a little bit like in the evening, like.
Okay, first you said noon.
Yeah, around the evening. It's gotta be like even around like 4 or 5, something up in there.
Okay, and I know it was a long time ago. You don't
Yeah, it's a
remember.
while back.
You don't remember exactly when you arrived there, correct? Was it the middle of the week or was it the weekend?
I remember I had just left class, so it had to be around like 4 or 5.
Okay, we moved on though. Is it in the middle of the week, weekend?
I'm not sure.
And how would you describe mall traffic? Were there a lot of people there or was
No.
it pretty sparse?
No, it was pretty like,
It was pretty what?
it was pretty mid. It wasn't a lot of people.
Okay, and so when you come across this situation, were there, other than the security guards, were there a lot of people looking at this event, if you know,
No.
surrounding the event?
No.
And you started recording and you made some comments, correct?
Correct.
So you had access to your phone, right?
Correct.
And this situation didn't heighten your alertness enough for you to call 911 or the police. Would you agree with that?
No.
Did you call anybody?
No.
You basically just did a video and you moved on, correct?
Correct.
So, you said you heard the individual say something? Did you
He
hear
said, "I
anybody
can't
say?
breathe." He said, I can't breathe.
Did you hear the people with the blue uniforms say anything?
No.
You didn't hear them say, stop moving, stop resisting?
I don't remember.
You didn't hear the guy in the store
Just heard
yelling?
them screaming. They was just holding him down, and that's when we walked off.
You didn't hear did you see the owner of the store, if you know who the owner is?
I don't recall.
Okay, so you said you made this observation for several minutes and you moved on, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't alert anybody else in the mall about this situation, any storekeeper,
No.
any of one of your friends, if you saw them,
No.
any other security agent or officer?
No, sir.
And once again, you weren't alarmed enough that you thought this situation was going to escalate into something far worse than
Correct.
what you saw, right?
Correct.
So as you went around the mall, you said you came back and everything had pretty much ended at that time and point, correct?
Correct.
So what you saw was 3 security officers on another individual, right?
Yeah, when I got back, it was 3. It was 2 when I
It was
left.
3. And what kind of clothing did the individual who was being subdued have on, if you know?
I don't recall.
The 3 individuals, you said it was 3 or 4, I'm sorry.
3.
Did you ever see any of those individuals strike that person?
No.
Did you ever see those individuals kick that person?
No.
And when you came back, you said the person that you saw on the ground was gone, correct?
Yeah, he deceased.
But you didn't know that at that point, did you?
I didn't know.
You were contacted by someone who told you that?
Correct.
Who contacted you?
One of his family members.
And was that the day of, week later, year later?
It was about a week later.
And with that information, did you take your video to the police, Southfield Police Department,
No.
the Oakland County Prosecutor?
No.
Now, while you're making your commentating the event, you said this is some bullshit, right?
Correct.
And why did you say that?
Because he said he couldn't breathe. You know what I'm saying?
And once again, after you heard that, you walked away, correct?
Correct.
Didn't call anybody?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Good morning, Mr. Nelson.
Morning.
How many videos did you make?
One.
Just one video? The first time or the second time you were there?
Both times I was there. Both times I was there.
So you recorded 2 videos?
No, one video.
Okay, how do you record one video if you were there 2 times?
No, I recorded one video and we came back around.
Oh, so it was just continuous?
Right.
Okay, all right. Now, earlier you said you watched for 3 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, was that the first time or the second time? Or the second time you got it?
Right.
The first time?
Right.
Okay, how long did you watch the second time?
For about like 3 to 4 minutes.
Okay, so about 8 minutes in all. The video that we just saw, that was when you came back or when you first got there?
That's when I came back.
Okay, but the first time, there were 2 officers there.
Right.
But in this video, it showed 3 officers. So,
Right.
all right. In this video, it did not show any knees to the back. So when you're saying, you said that someone had a knee to the back, was that the first time that you got there?
Correct.
With the 2 officers?
Correct.
What was happening at that time? Was there a struggle at that time? Or a fight?
Correct.
There was a fight?
Correct.
Okay, so the 2 officers were fighting the individual that was there.
They was trying to detain him, to have him on the ground, and he was I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
And what was he doing with his body?
Just laying on the ground on his stomach.
He was not struggling or fighting back?
He was struggling to breathe.
Struggling to breathe.
Right.
When you came back, you had stated a term. Did you mean to say that he was passed out at that time, or what were you saying?
The first time he wasn't passed out. When
Okay.
we came back, he was passed out. And the first time he said he couldn't breathe. We walked off, came back. He was gone.
Okay. Why do you believe that he was passed out at that time?
Because they was calling the EMS and he wasn't moving
How was he positioned?
on his stomach, but the security still had him detained on the ground.
Did you see if there were handcuffs?
Yeah, he had on handcuffs.
He had on handcuffs. How long were you there when the handcuffs went on?
No, when we came back around, he had the cuffs on him on the ground, and they was calling he wasn't breathing. And that's when they called the EMS up there. The EMS came there.
Okay. All right. No further questions.
Very brief redirect, Your Honor. Mr. Nelson, how many times did you hear the man say he could not breathe, if you recall?
At least 2 times.
And when you walked off the first time, did you expect that incident to end in a death?
No.
Nothing further.
May I, Your Honor? Thank you. Sir, you said initially you went there was 2 security guards,
Right.
right? And you said you started to record.
I'm going to object. This exceeds the scope of redirect.
I can go into the scope of things that were raised by the other counsel, not just the prosecutor.
Redirect. You are limited to the scope of redirect.
Process based upon the redirect now.
Right. Did you record the entire time that you were there?
Correct.
Right. So the video that we just played, it was only about 30 seconds.
Your Honor,
Are you saying there's more to it?
That's the
I'm
video I
going to
have.
object, Your Honor. This is exceeding the scope of redirect.
What was established was, he said he recorded the entire time and then when he came back around.
I didn't
Yes.
ask that on redirect.
Did not ask that.
It was asked by another attorney though, and so it impacts my client, Judge. Just because it wasn't asked by the prosecutor.
But that was a direct cross, that was cross-examination, it wasn't recross, so, no,
All right,
you have to.
Understood, Your
talk to what was asked on recross, redirect.
take nothing else.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson?
I have a question, Judge.
Oh, well, based upon a redirect?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think so. So the exhibit that we saw is the entire videotaping that you did of this incident, correct?
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
one video.
I haven't finished my question. When I asked you, when you got back to the scene, you said they were gone, and now you're saying that they were there.
Your Honor,
Which one is it?
I have to object. This exceeds the scope of redirect.
It does. I'm sorry. It does exceed the scope of redirect.
Okay. Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, Madam Prosecutor asked you if he said he could not breathe. Did you, in the recording that was there, did you hear it, "I can't breathe" in that recording that was presented?
I didn't hear it on that. When I came back, when I first came in, we came in the mall. He was like, "Help!" And we like, he stole something or something, so we laughed about it. And then we walked around. We came back. He was like, "Can't breathe," and he passed out. He was gone.
But in the video that was just shown, you did not, because we know that you had voice on the recording because you stated what you stated earlier, but we did not hear "I can't breathe" in the video that you just watched, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You may step down, Mr. Nelson. Thank you. Please out.
Judge, may we ask that the witness not be excused because we may want to recall him as our own witness then, since we had questions that possibly exceeded redirect.
That's fine.
All right,
Have a
thank
seat
you.
outside, Mr. Nelson, please. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, people call Hoy Monk.
So if you'll please come forward. Watch your step, please, sir.
Thank you.
If you could please turn towards me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, under the penalty of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give before this court is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may be seated, sir.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask that you keep your voice up because we are recording.
Gotcha.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good morning.
Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday. If you could please state and spell your name for the record.
Hoy Monk II, H-O-Y, first name, last name Monk, M-O-N-K.
I'm gonna ask you to close that because I might show you some exhibits and I don't
Okay.
want to trip, so.
Gotcha.
Thank you, all right. Mr. Monk, are you employed?
Yes.
And what is your occupation?
I am a youth and young adult pastor.
And Mr. Monk, I'm going to direct your attention to January 28, 2014. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And Mr. Monk, were you employed on that date?
Yes.
And where were you working at that time?
Foot Locker Incorporated.
Okay. And what was your position at Foot Locker?
Stock manager.
And where were you working at Foot Locker?
In the mall, Northland Mall.
Okay. In Northland Mall, is that in the city of Southfield?
Yes.
Oakland County?
Yes.
State of Michigan?
Yes.
And on January 28, 2014, do you remember the hours you were working?
I believe it was 10 to 5.
Now, Mr. Monk, on that date, did something happen at Northland Mall that brings you to testify here this morning?
Yes.
And where were you exactly in the mall when it happened?
I was sitting on a bench outside of Macy's.
Okay. And Mr. Monk, are you familiar with the store called LA Diamonds?
Yes.
And is that store also in the Northland Mall?
Yes.
And where is that store's location in relationship to where you were sitting?
About 15 to 20 feet away.
And Mr. Monk, when you were sitting on this bench outside of Macy's, was there someone sitting with you?
Yes.
And who was sitting with you?
My wife.
And Mr. Monk, when you were sitting on that bench, what is the first thing that you saw?
I heard a commotion.
You heard a commotion?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury what you heard?
I heard a commotion going on to my right, which is where LA Diamonds was at, between an individual and 2 security guards.
And when you hear this commotion, do you look in that direction?
Yes.
And you just said that you saw a person and 2 security guards?
Yes.
Let's start with this person. Do you remember what he looked like?
He was an African American male.
Okay. And did you know this person?
No.
Had you seen him before in the mall?
No.
Okay. And you said you saw 2 security guards?
Yes.
Okay. And how long had you worked at Northland Mall?
2003.
So from 2003 to 2014?
Yeah. Well, I closed them all. When they closed, that was my last day there.
Okay. Okay. And so had you seen these 2 security guards that you saw interacting with that male on January 28th before?
Yes.
Did you did you talk to them, or you would just see them in passing?
I've had conversations before.
And the 2 security guards, do you see any one of those in the courtroom this morning?
Yes, there's one.
Okay. And if you could just point to him and just describe something that he's wearing.
Gentleman with the glasses sitting on the far right.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified defendant John Sieberlin. Now, when you see these, the defendant, now let me back up. This other security guard, do you remember what he looked like?
Yes.
Okay, and what did he look like?
He was a Caucasian male. He had a bald head.
Now, when you see the security guard with the bald head and the defendant interacting with this black male, what do you see next?
Could you repeat the question?
Okay. What happens next?
I see them asking the individual to leave the mall.
And the black male, was he doing anything? Did you see him doing anything?
It looks like he was pacing back and forth.
Did he have anything, he was pacing, notice anything about his hands?
If I remember correctly, his hands were in his pocket.
And do you recall which security guard asked this male to leave the mall?
Caucasian male with the bald head.
Okay. And so then what happens next?
They ask him to leave multiple times. He does not leave.
Okay. What's the next thing that happens?
The same officer or security guard who approaches with the bald head, the Caucasian male, he pulls out his pepper spray.
And what does he do with the pepper spray?
He instructs the individual not to approach him.
And has the male approached the security guard with the mace?
To my right, I don't really recall that, to be honest.
Okay. Do you recall how far apart in feet the security guard with the mace was from the male?
I would say about 5 feet.
Okay. And what is defendant Sieberling doing?
Sieberling is...
The other security guy with the glasses, what is he doing?
Oh, gotcha. He is assisting. He's standing a little bit further in the distance.
Okay. What happens next?
The individual takes a step towards the officer. He pepper sprays him. Well, security guard, excuse me.
Now, when the individual takes a step toward the security guard with the mace, does he make any physical contact?
No,
Okay. Does he make any physical contact with the security guard with the glasses?
no.
Okay. What happens after the pepper spray?
Both security guards attempt to grab the individual.
Okay. And are they successful in grabbing him?
Yes,
Okay. And if you can remember, do you know where they grabbed the individual? What part of his body?
around the top of his back.
And is it both the defendant, or the security guard with the glasses and the bald-headed security guard?
Yes, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And so they grab the male, you said, around the top of his back?
Yes.
And what happens next?
That's when the individual is trying to get them off of him.
Now, as the individual is trying to get the security guards off of him, does he throw any punches?
No,
Do you see any weapons?
no,
Do you see him kick the two security guards?
I do not.
Okay. So at this point, he's just trying to get away?
Objection leading.
Okay, let me rephrase. What happens after that?
After that, he's overpowering them. They're trying to grab him, but he's getting them off of him.
Now, when you use the word overpowering, can you tell the jury what do you mean by that?
Overpowering them means that the two security guards are not successfully able to control the individual when I say overpowering.
Okay. Is he pulling away? Mackenzie, the individual, is he pulling away from the two security guards?
I can't recall that, to be honest.
Okay. All right. So what happens after the two, at this point, the two security guards, they grab him,
Yes.
and what happens next? What do you see next?
It's like wrestling going on.
Do they eventually end up on the ground?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens when the two security guards and the individual end up on the ground?
When they end up on the ground, that's where they're still wrestling. There's still a tussle going on, and then a third security guard comes up to assist the other two security guards.
Okay. And the third security guard, do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
I don't remember the order that they arrived.
Okay. But my question is, do you see the third security guard? Do you see the other person that showed up to assist that day?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can identify him for the jury, who else you saw?
The security guards 3 through 5.
Just who else did you see next?
That's why I don't remember who I saw exactly, who was the order of it. I know the first two, I just don't know 3, 4, and 5.
Okay, all right. I don't need sequentially, but let me just back up. So they're on the ground, and you say another security guard shows up.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And do you remember what that security guard looked like?
I know what he looks like, I just don't know which order.
Okay,
like
I don't
said.
need you to know the order. I just need to
Okay.
describe me what he looked like.
I can't.
Okay.
No.
All right. That's all. I just want you to testify to what you remember.
Yeah.
Okay. So you said eventually another security guard shows up.
Yes.
Okay. And what happens after this third security guard shows up?
He assists the other two security guards in grabbing at the individual.
Okay. And grab, when you say grab, describe for the jury, what do you mean by that?
They're grabbing at him,
Okay.
and at the same time, he's twisting and turning.
All right. And this individual, is he kicking as he twisting and turning?
No,
Is he punching as he twisting and turning?
no,
At any time, did you see this individual with any weapons?
no.
Okay. And you say that he's twisting and turning. If you can remember, because you said now there's 3 security guards, where they are positioned on his body.
They are positioned in his upper torso and his upper back, so as he's twisting, they're still on top, like at the top, this area. So if he twists over on his back, then this area.
So let me just clarify. So at this point, there's 3 security guards, right?
Yes.
Okay, are all 3 security guards on his back and his torso, or just one?
If I remember correctly, there was 2.
If I can just
Yes.
ask a question. When you say on his back, what do you mean? I mean, what? Were they just using their hands on his back, or were they physically, their body was on his back?
Gotcha. I would say more hands on his back.
And you said there were 2 security guards that were using their hands on his back?
Yes.
Do you remember what those 2 security guards looked like?
No.
Do any more security guards show up?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see any of, outside of the 1 security guard you've already identified, do you see any of those individuals that were there on January 20th, 2014 in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. And can you point to which individuals that you recall seeing on January 28th?
Gentleman far left and gentleman in the center sitting right over there.
Okay, the gentleman far left, can you describe something that he's wearing?
He has glasses on, African American male.
You're going to let the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Aaron Murray.
Record was so reflect.
And who else did you see?
Gentleman, Caucasian male sitting in the center with the blue shirt on.
Okay, you're going to let the record reflect that the witness has identified Gavin King.
The record was so reflect.
So at this point in time, Mr. Monk, how many security guards are holding Mr. Cochran down, or the individual down?
There's 5.
Okay. And are they on top of him?
Yes.
Okay. And how are they on top of him?
One of the individuals that I remember I don't see in the courtroom, he was around Mr. Cochran's this area. Mr. Cochran's face down. His arm is like wrapped under this area right here. And then the gentleman sitting far right with the glasses, Caucasian male, he was on the back of Mr. Cochran's legs, holding around his ankle area.
The individual that you identified with the glasses, did you see where he was on, and I'm using the name Mackenzie Cochran, at some point in time, did you learn that the individual on the ground, that his name was Mackenzie Cochran?
Yes.
Okay, all right, just so we can clarify for the record. The individual you identified with the glasses and the sweater, did you see where he was positioned on Mackenzie?
You said with the sweater?
Yes, with the glasses and the sweater.
Can't remember.
Okay, that's fine. And the individual in the middle with the red hair, did you see where he was on Mr. Cochran?
No.
Okay. But these 2, they were on top of him?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, that's mischaracterizing his testimony.
No, I believe he testified that they were on top.
No, he said he couldn't remember where they were.
No, he didn't say he couldn't remember exactly where they were in terms of position on his body, but he did testify that they were on top of him.
She's leading him and she's mischaracterizing.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
I believe he said he couldn't remember where those 2 defendants were located. Is that correct, sir?
Correct. Not positionally wise, but all 5 were on top of Mr. Cochran.
Once again, when you say on top, were their bodies on top of him or their hands?
Yes. There was one who had his arm wrapped around this area. There was one who was sitting on the back of his legs holding his ankle area. Then there were the other 3 with hands on the top of this area back in the middle area.
Okay, their hands
Hand.
back here?
Yep.
Okay. But nobody's full body was on top of Mr.
The only one who would have had, the only 2 I would say, is the one sitting on the back of his legs and then holding his bottom of his legs, and then the other one had his body weight on top of him, the one who had him wrapped around. Yep.
And are any of these defendants the one that, if you remember, that had was doing holding the hand wrap around?
I don't see that individual in the courtroom.
Thank you. You have to see.
While Mackenzie is on the ground, is he saying anything?
Yes.
Okay. And what is he saying?
I can't breathe.
And how many times do you hear him say that?
About 3 times.
Okay. And as he's saying it 3 times, do any of the security guards, do they get off of him?
No.
Do any of the security guards, do they respond to Mackenzie's statement that he cannot breathe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember which one?
The same one who had his arms around.
Can you tell the jury, if you remember, how long the security guards had their hands on Mackenzie Cochran as he was down on the ground?
I would say about 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay. And so as the security guards have Mackenzie down on the ground, what do you see next?
The one security guard who I keep describing with his arm around, he is asking Mr. Cochran to stop resisting.
And let me back up. Is Mackenzie, is he face up or is he face down?
He's face down.
Okay. Is he moving his legs or moving his arms, Mackenzie?
Yes.
Is he throwing any punches with his arms?
No.
Okay. What do you see happen next?
I see the same security guard who was saying stop resisting. He has one of Mr. Cochran's arms behind his back.
At any point, are the security guards attempting to handcuff Mackenzie?
Yes.
Okay. And when they handcuff him, are they handcuffing him in front of his body or in back of his body?
In back of his body.
Okay. Besides you and your wife, was there anyone else, any other family members that were there that day watching this happen?
Yes, my mom.
Okay. And did your mom, did she also work in the mall?
Yes.
Okay. And besides you and your wife and your mother, were there other people that were starting to stop and watch to see what was going on?
Yes.
Okay. Did anybody express any type of concern or anything like that?
Yes.
Okay. I did not ask what they said.
She asked, what did they express?
I didn't say it.
Thank you.
Did you see anyone try to intervene?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, are the security guards, are they able to get Mackenzie handcuffed?
Yes, eventually.
Okay. And what happens after Mackenzie is handcuffed?
They start getting up off of him one by one.
Okay. And does he get up off the floor?
No.
Okay. Is he still handcuffed on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. And how is he laying on the floor?
Yes.
And
face
how
down.
is he? Go ahead. I'm
Face
sorry.
down.
All right. I talked over you. Okay. As he's laying on the floor, could you tell whether or not his eyes were open or closed?
Could not tell.
Okay. Was he moving?
No.
Talking?
No.
Okay. After the security guards stand up, what do you see happen next?
One of the security guards goes, and I only know this because I heard them conversating, one of them goes to get Southfield police who had went through the wrong door.
Okay. And where's Mackenzie Cochran at this time?
At this time, they have rested Mackenzie Cochran against a pillar of L.A. Diamond.
They being home?
The security guards.
Okay. And when Mackenzie is rested against the pillar, is he still handcuffed?
Yes.
Okay. Mackenzie, is his eyes open or closed against that pillar?
Now I can see his face and his eyes are closed.
Okay. Is he moving?
No.
All right. Did you see any of the security guards try to administer any type of aid or assistance?
I saw one of the security guards attempt to give Mr. Cochran some water in a styrofoam cup.
Okay. And what happens when you see that?
They put the cup to his mouth, but the water just dribbles back down.
Outside of the water, did you see any security guards perform CPR?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. At some point, did Southfield Police Department, did they come to that location?
Yes.
Okay. Did they, the Southfield Police Department, did they interact with Mackenzie?
I do not believe so.
Okay. After Southfield Police Department, did EMS arrive?
Yes.
Okay. And were you still sitting on the bench with your wife and your mother when EMS got there?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you see EMS doing?
I see them try to administer CPR.
Okay. And does Mackenzie become responsive?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
After they tried to administer CPR, they quickly tried to they get Mr. Cochran on the gurney.
Now, at any time, from the very beginning as to when this first started until the time when Mackenzie is on the gurney, did you see Mackenzie with any weapons?
No.
Okay. Now, Mr. Monk, before your testimony here this morning, did you watch 3 videos of this incident?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see yourself in some of those videos?
Yes.
And if you remember, what were you wearing on January 28, 2014?
I believe I had red pants on and a darker color shirt.
And the first video, and I'm going to refer to as People's Proposed Exhibit number 1, that being the Northland video, did you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And was that video a fair and accurate recording of what you saw happen on January 28, 2014?
Yes.
And I'm also going to show you some photographs, if I may approach. Can I approach? You see me? Okay, awesome. Here, may I approach the witness? And this is People's Proposed Exhibits. This will be 2 through 13. I'm going to hand these to you, Mr. Monk, and if you could just look through them. And for the record, what have I given you?
Still shots from the camera footage.
And do those still shots, do those correspond to the camera footage of the Northland video, the first video?
Yes, based on the quality.
Your Honor, at this time, I will move to admit this will be First People's Proposed Exhibit number 1, that being the Northland video, as well as People's Proposed Exhibits number 2 through 13, that being the stills that correspond with the Northland video.
Sir, we don't object that he's not the keeper of records for these videos.
Well, Your Honor, I do believe that under 901B1, proper foundation is laid by the testimony of a witness with firsthand knowledge. Mr. Monk has testified that he was at the Northland Mall on January 28th. He saw what happened. He testified that he has watched the video prior to his testimony. He testified that he identified himself in the video, and the video he saw was accurate. I do not believe that for foundation and authenticity, as well as identification, that there's no requirement that the actual video taker be present. And so with that, Your Honor, I would move for admission under MRE 901B1.
Judge, what 901B1 says is testimony of a witness with knowledge, testimony that an item is what it is claimed to be. He has nothing to do with Northland Security to say where that video came from. All he knows is he was shown this video by a prosecutor. Where it came from, he doesn't know. So they haven't laid the foundation that he knows where that recording came from, where these still shots came from.
Your Honor, that's not what is 901 says, Your Honor. What it says is that it has to be an accurate recording or an accurate replication that it is what the item purports it to be. He's indicated that he has looked at it. He indicated that it is accurate as to what it purports to be, accurate as to what we saw, Your Honor, and that is the foundation requirement under 901B1. Thank you. Your Honor, permission to publish. This will be People's Exhibit number 1.
Yes, ma'am.
And before we get started, for the record, Mr. Monk, where is this?
Where is this?
Yes,
This
is this Northland Mall?
Yeah, this is Northland Mall.
Okay. And we have a pointer for you somewhere, right here. Okay. Well, Ms. Logan's gonna, do you see yourself in this video?
Yes.
Okay. I know it's poor quality. Sorry. Not our fault. And how can you identify yourself in this video?
My red pants.
Okay. and there is a person that is sitting next to you. Who is that person?
Looks like my wife.
It better be. Is that her? Is that? Okay. Okay. Explain. And for the record, I've asked Ms. Logan to pause it. You mentioned in your testimony that there was a store called LA Diamonds. Do you see that in this footage?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the store that you initially saw Mackenzie as well as the security guards?
Yes.
Okay. And are you sitting on this bench the whole entire time that this incident is happening?
Yes.
Okay. For the record, we're pausing it. We're going to reverse just a little bit. Now, Mr. Monk, for the record, we have paused it. The security guard with the bald head, do you see that security guard in this security footage?
Yes.
Okay, well, was that the first security guard that you saw approach?
Yes.
Okay. And you can barely see a little bit, but do you see an individual that's standing at the counter?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the individual that they approached?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Monk, I'm going to ask you a question. Earlier in your testimony, you said that Mackenzie that one of the security guards told Mackenzie Cochran to stop resisting?
Yes.
Okay. And you also testified that he was strike that. We don't keep playing. Now, Mr. Monk, do you see, again, it's very grainy. Go ahead. Do you recognize this person? Probably don't see the back.
Right there?
Yes.
Yeah.
And who's that?
That's my mom. It looks like her hair. Yeah, that's definitely my mom. You can tell the way she have her hands behind her back.
No, with the blonde hair. You can't.
Oh, okay, I see.
We'll stop it at this moment.
So you know what the records at the time?
Yes, I can see. For the record, Your Honor, that was 27 minutes and 22 seconds. Thank you. Now we're gonna just put on the screen the photographs that I have handed to you. Is that number 2? Yes. This is number 2. Okay. And Mr. Monk, you see yourself in this photograph?
Yes.
This is number 2? Yes. For the record, Your Honor, this is number 2. Okay. And Mr. Monk, you see yourself in the photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and what part of the altercation was this?
This was after the initial when security guards walked up and asked Mr. Cochran to leave.
Okay. And Mr. Cochran is bending over. Do you know at what point of the confrontation he's bending over?
This is right after he's been pepper sprayed.
Okay. And before Mr. Cochran was pepper sprayed, did you see him punch or kick or lunge or anything like that at the 2 security guards?
No.
Okay. This is number 3. At what point is this?
This looks like after, this is where the wrestling starts to take place.
Now you use the word wrestling. Can you describe for the jury, what do you mean by that?
I'm trying to put it in terms. Well, they're trying to,
They being whom?
the security guards, excuse
Okay.
me, are trying to grab Mr. Cochran, but he is attempting to get them off of him.
Okay. Number 4. And what part is this?
At this point, I believe there's 3 security guards there.
And what do you see one of the security guards doing?
Grabbing Mr. Cochran's leg.
Yeah, 5. And what point is this? Is this after the 3 security guards show up?
Yes, this is 4 security guards there now.
Okay, all right. Now you say there's 4. Can you point out the 4?
One on the legs, one standing up, the individual Caucasian male, bald head right there, and then the one that's not shown is the one that has his arms around the upper area of Mr. Cochran.
Which one is this? The one is 6. That's 6. This is 6. And what point is this? Is this it?
So this would be when the 5th and final security guard arrived.
Okay. 7.
That almost looks like it went back to the beginning, but
Okay, number 8.
this looks like right before Southfield Police arrived.
Number 9.
This is when they have Mr. Cochran on the pole, the pillar of LA Diamond.
Now let me ask you a question about this one. Mr. Monk, if you can remember, do you know how long Mackenzie was up against that pillar before Southfield or EMS arrived?
I would say before Southfield arrived, maybe 2 minutes. Before EMS arrived, maybe 6 minutes.
That was number... That was 9. This is number 10. Show 11. Do you recall what private confrontation this was?
Mr. Cochran, you can see he's already on the pillar, and this is where they are standing there. I can't tell, to be honest, if they're waiting for Southfield or Southfield's already there.
Okay. They being whom?
The security guards.
Okay. This is 13? 12. My apologies for the record. 12.
This is where they're getting ready to roll Mr. Cochran out on the gurney.
13.
This is when they're administering CPR.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Monk, I believe I asked you if we had seen 3 videos before your testimony? You gotta say yes or no for the record.
Yes, excuse me.
Okay, no problem. Okay. And did you see yourself, this would be, hold on, this would be People's Proposed Exhibit number, I'm sorry, 17. This is People's Proposed Exhibit number 17. For the record, it's identified as the Matthew Clark video. Did you see yourself in that video?
This one or the other video?
The other videos?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you wearing?
I had red pants on and a dark shirt.
Okay. And the video that you saw, that would be People's Proposed Exhibit number 17. Was that a fair and accurate recording of what occurred on January 28, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for admission of People's Proposed Exhibit number 17.
Which video is that?
That's Matthew Clark.
Judge, it'd be the same objection. He's not the individual who recorded that video.
Thank you. And in addition to watching the video where you shown photographs,
Yes.
okay, and this will be People's Proposed Exhibits 18 through 24. Okay. Your Honor, may I vote?
Yes.
And if you could describe, take these from you, we'll swap. If you could describe or tell the jury what it is that I have handed you.
These are still shots of the incident that happened.
And did those still shots, did they come from that video, number 17?
Yes.
Okay, you're right this time up. And are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of stills from that video?
Yes.
You're right this time I move to admit People's Proposed Exhibits number 18 through 24.
No objection.
We'll put the, my apologies. Thank you. Okay. We're going to publish the photographs first before we get into video. This is, for the record, number 18. Mr. Monk, do you see yourself in this video?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a person that's sitting on the bench next to you. Who is that?
My wife.
And the individual that's standing up with the all black, and I believe she has on blonde hair, who is that?
My mom.
Okay. And at what point in the incident is this?
This is, looks like 4 security guards are there, so I would say this is well into the incident.
Okay. And this is number 19? Okay. And what portion is this?
This would be a little bit further than the previous.
Okay. All right. And when you stated earlier in your testimony that there was one security guard on his legs, and is this what you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you said earlier in your testimony that there were security guards that were, you said, holding him, their hands holding his back?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, anytime is Mackenzie Cochran, what is he saying?
I can't breathe.
Okay. Is he punching or is he kicking?
No.
Is he moving?
Yes.
Okay. And how is he moving?
Only thing I can see moving is his legs, his feet swinging like back and forth.
Okay. Let's go back. Was his legs, were they swinging back and forth toward the officers? The
No.
security guards?
No.
Okay. Is this number 19? 20. Okay. And is this a continuation of what you saw happen?
Yes.
Okay. 21. And this is still close in time?
Yes.
And 22?
Yes.
And 23?
Yes.
And 24?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yes. And in this photograph, do you see all 5 security guards that were there that day?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now we're going to play People's Exhibit number 17.
there's commentary in the background, there's commentary in the background, Judge, that should be muted, because that's all becomes hearsay, Judge. So if they want to play the video, it has to be what contains the accused judge and Mr. Cochran. If there's any commentary in the background, Judge, that's all inadmissible hearsay.
Your Honor, it's part of the video. It's not hearsay. It's not being used for the purpose of the matter asserted. It's not hearsay. It's part of the video. It is the best evidence. It's under the rule of completeness. It's not hearsay. It's not being used for the purposes of the matter asserted whatsoever.
There are comments being made and assertions that, so, just, can you mute it?
Well, Your Honor, I would also add for the record, just in terms of the objection, that it's a present sense impression. These comments, Your Honor, are made as this event is happening. I would also, Your Honor, think that it's also admissible as an excited utterance. Both of those are exceptions to the hearsay rule. Particularly, Your Honor, I think that it definitely comes in under a present sense impression.
Are you calling all of those people that made their statements on this record? Because otherwise, you don't know who they are, why they said what they said.
And Your Honor, and I would just add for the record that I believe that their availabilities that's immaterial, Your Honor. That's immaterial as to whether or not it comes in as a present sense impression or excited utterance.
Are you able to mute it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Monk, just to, and for the record, Your Honor, that was 2 minutes and... I'm sorry. Okay. Just a couple more questions, Mr. Monk. Mr. Monk, were you interviewed by the Southfield Police Department after
Yes.
this incident happened?
Yes.
Okay. And was that close in time as to when it happened?
Yes.
Okay. And as a part of that interview, did you give a written statement?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember what you wrote in that statement?
Some of it, that's 10 years ago.
Would it refresh your memory to take a look at your written statement?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I? I don't want you to read any of it. I just want you to review it and swap with me.
Okay. You said don't read it?
No, I don't want you to read it out loud into the record.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So, to our witnesses reading this statement, can we approach, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Should I start reading? Should I start reading?
No, you can continue.
And once you're done, you can take a look up.
Okay.
All right. done?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Monk, in your written statement, I believe on page 1, you wrote that you saw Mackenzie lunge at the security guard. You remember writing that?
Yes.
Okay, and from watching the videos, is it possible that you simply just got that wrong?
No,
I actually-
That's the hearsay.
There's an objection.
Okay.
We're object that's the hearsay. It's an out-of-court statement, unless she's using it to impeach him or.
It's his own statement, Your Honor.
But it's still made out of court. It's hearsay. Unless you're using it to impeach him, that he's made an inconsistent statement today, which he hasn't.
Well, Your Honor, it's his own statement. The declarant is here. I don't understand how it's hearsay.
Judge,
I'm going to overrule that.
All right.
It's a statement, you can explain it.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, actually, in my original statement, there's a slash in there. It says lunge / to a quick step. So even then, seeing what I saw on the video, I stated that it was a lunge or like a quick step.
Okay. All right. And what you saw on January 20th, 2014, had you ever seen anything like that happen?
No.
Okay. No? That's enough to person.
To that, I will sustain the objection and strike the answer.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to give everybody a break. I think everybody wants to use the restroom. I don't know about you, but the attorney.
All right.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Monk. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Pretty good. I only have a couple of questions for you. How long were you sitting there before the officers arrived?
I was sitting there probably, I want to say maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. Did you happen to hear any conversation between who we know now as Mackenzie Cochran and the jewelry store owner?
I did not.
Okay. So, you've also earlier, you recognized the witness as Mr. Cyberling, who sits there with the glasses earlier. Did you see him punch, kick, or do a chokehold or anything on Mr. Cochran at all?
No.
No. You saw Mr. Cochran, you identified him as a black male.
Correct.
How large would you say he was?
Maybe 5'9".
Okay. Was he larger than the first two officers who showed up?
Appeared so.
Appeared so. Can you remember what he was wearing?
I know he had on a coat, a thicker coat with a hood, with fur on the hood, and jeans, and appeared to be black Timberland boots.
Was when the first two officers arrived, you said the individual stepped towards who we know now is this the guy with the bald head.
Correct.
Correct. That was the only time. It was only after that that the sergeant or the officer sprayed the mace.
Correct.
Correct. He was polite to when the officers first got there. They asked him to leave the mall.
Correct.
They were polite in asking him, meaning they weren't loud or ignorant in telling him to leave the mall. They asked him to leave the mall.
Correct.
Okay. He did not do that.
No.
Okay. How was his body language when he was asked to leave the mall?
How was his body language?
Or how was he holding his body?
I know, fist down at the side like this.
And he was facing towards
The security guard.
Yes, and holding clenched fists.
Clenched fist.
Okay, and where were they? Clenched, but where about?
On the side of his, like each leg.
Okay.
Were either of the first two officers obstructing him from leaving, meaning in between the exit and him?
No.
So where was the exit?
Well, the closest exit would have been to his right.
To his right. But there was nobody in between him blocking him.
No.
Okay. Let's see. I have no other questions.
Mr. Monk, you gave a statement to law enforcement shortly after this incident, correct?
Correct.
And when you gave a statement to law enforcement, sir, you were honest and truthful, correct?
Correct.
And you were given all the time to write out the statement, correct?
Correct.
No one rushed you at all?
No.
No one told you what to say?
No.
You're able to write down the information, make corrections if you had to, correct?
Correct.
You scratch things out and kind of just then you put it down, read it through yourself,
Yes.
and when you believed it was as accurate as you can possibly be, you signed it, correct?
Correct.
It'd be fair to say, sir, that when you wrote out this statement on the date of your statement, which is the February 14th, 2014, which you're showing today in court.
February 4th.
February 4th, I'm sorry, 2014, which you were showing in court today. It'd be fair to say, sir, that information is much more accurate than any other time that you testified to, correct?
Should we restate the question for me?
Your information in this report, and the report that you wrote out, is much more accurate than going off memory, correct?
Yes.
All right. Sir, you indicated that you've been at the mall since 2003.
Yes.
And you and I have never spoken, correct? Other than at the examination when we asked you questions, correct?
If we did, I don't remember.
Okay. But did you met with the Attorney General's office a number of times, did you not?
Correct.
How many times did you meet with them?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance?
Just to find out, Judge, how often they had to refresh his memory, Judge.
Okay, you can ask.
Okay.
When he had to refresh.
Sure. Did the Attorney Generals have to help you refresh your memory, sir, at all when you met with them?
Not the majority, no.
Okay. So, do you recall the officers talking to Mr. Cochran? You testified earlier it was a very polite voice.
Yes.
They were using words like please, sir, so on and so forth, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated for the jury that if you can stand up and show us how he had his hands, Mr. Cochran, you said they were clenched, correct?
Correct.
Can you stand up?
Like this.
Okay. All right. For the record, Judge, both hands straight down the side of his body with his fisted up, Judge. And then the bald head security guard tells him to leave, correct?
Correct.
And then he takes out the pepper spray and shows it to him, correct?
After he asked him to leave.
Correct.
I would say multiple times.
Multiple times.
Yes.
And after he said it multiple times in a polite way, he raises his voice and says, leave,
Yes.
louder, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then at some point or other, he takes up the pepper spray, shows it to Mr. Cochran. Mr. Cochran still doesn't leave, correct?
Correct.
And then do you remember the security guard, the bald-headed guy? He was the one in control, correct?
Correct.
He began to say, sir, do not approach me.
Correct.
And he says it a number of times, correct?
Correct.
And that's when Mr. Cochran either takes a step or lunges, whatever it is that you describe, towards the bald-headed security guard, right?
Correct.
And then he's pepper sprayed.
Correct.
All right. Sir, isn't it true that both guards couldn't restrain Mr. Cochran?
Correct.
And at one point or other, sir, he was struggling so much that he was knocking over the signs of the jewelry store, correct?
Correct.
And at one point or other, sir, a third individual shows up, and they still can't control Mr. Cochran, correct?
Correct.
And you hear them multiple times telling him, stop resisting, correct?
Correct.
And sir, at some point or other, do you remember hearing the security guard saying, can you put your hand behind your back for us?
Can't recall that.
Okay. And you indicated that eventually you see the cuffs come on, is that right?
Correct.
And when the cuffs come on, that's when they disengage him, right?
Correct.
All right. Do you remember seeing one of the security guards checking for a pulse?
Now that I don't remember.
Okay. So, sir, if I bring you down to your statement, sir, bottom of page 2, second line down.
Do you have anything?
I do not.
You do not? I'm sorry. Can I? Oh, shit. I'll give it down. Yeah, thank you. Oh, you're here. Oh, okay. May I approach, John? So you guys being helpful. Sir, if you bring your attention now to line page 2, I'm sorry. Second, the last line, it said at some point they kept checking for his pulse.
Yes, I read that. Yes.
They checked at least 5 times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they tried to give him water, correct?
Correct.
Sir, when you're sitting on that bench, you're about what, 30 feet away?
About 15, 20 feet away.
Okay, and you have to look to your right, correct?
Correct.
And some of the officers have their back towards you, right?
Correct.
And having their back towards you also obstructs the view of other officers, correct? Of your view of other officers, correct?
No, because at this point, when they're on the ground, I can see all 5 security guards.
All right. Sir, at no time do you ever see a security guard punch or stomp or kick Mr. Cochran, correct?
Correct.
And you described at some point or other that when he tried to put his arm in your statement, let me ask you this. Do you remember that they try to move Mr. Cochran's arm behind his back to handcuff him in a way that it won't break?
Correct.
Okay. So when you see Mr. Cochran clench his fist, he was what, within 3 feet of the bald-headed security guard?
I would say about 5 feet.
Okay. And they were as polite as they can be in their commands, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. No, bye. Thank you.
Mr. Monk, you testified that you had been at you were at the Northland Mall since 2003.
Correct.
And 10 years ago, you were a store manager.
Stock manager.
Stock manager at Foot Locker, correct?
Correct.
And that's a few doors down from the jewelry store that all this started, correct?
It's more than a few doors down. Almost on the other side of the mall.
Okay, but you just so happened to be in that area.
No, my mom's salon was on the far back wall of Northland. So when I got off work, I would walk over to my mom's salon, but this particular time I sat down on that bench to eat my lunch.
Okay. Did you know the owner of the jewelry shop?
Not too familiar with them before this incident. We would speak in passing, but not like super like, buddy buddy.
Okay, so you knew of him, you just didn't know him, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And when you first heard all this commotion, you were sitting on the bench with your wife and mom, or she was somewhere else?
My mom hadn't arrived yet. She was in her salon.
And this confrontation you heard was a violent confrontation. Would you agree with that?
Objection, Your Honor. That's the characterization of violence. I don't think
Well,
that
if you know.
in the speculation.
Well, let me ask, you heard some signs being kicked over. Or did you observe the signs being kicked over?
I observed.
Okay, and so that the jury understands what kind of signs these are. Are these like little signs sitting on the counter, or are they the size of like 5 or 6 feet tall?
No, I would say the signs are probably 4.5 feet. Signs that stand in front of a store for advertisement.
Okay, so you saw those signs being kicked aside, correct?
Correct.
And did you see who was doing the kicking?
It was a toss-up between the security guards and Mr. Cochran in the midst of what I described earlier as wrestling or a scuffle.
Did you see what the owner was doing, if anything, at this time and point?
No.
And your testimony that you never heard him say anything?
No.
Now, as you're making this observation, aren't you concerned for your safety?
No.
You didn't think that this was an unusual situation in Northland Mall?
No.
And unfortunately, I think you even put in your statement that Northland at that time, in point 10 years ago, had pretty much gone down to I don't want to put a bad name on it, but it had pretty much become a dump. Would you agree with that?
You're used to seeing peculiar things at Northland.
And escalation of homeless people coming in. Would you agree with that?
Now that I can't speak to.
Individuals coming in smelling like marijuana or smoking marijuana there?
Yes.
Shoplifting increase?
Yes.
Fighting increase?
Yes.
So this was pretty much a normal thing that you would see confrontation or interaction between security and a civilian, right?
Yes.
And as you're sitting there eating your lunch, you don't even move to protect your wife or your mother. You just sit there and make an observation as to what's going on, correct?
Correct, but I also know that they're on the left side of me, so if I need to, I can.
Well, I understand that they're on the side of you, but danger is right there in front of you. The first person you're going to get out the way is, if it's not your wife, it's going to be your mother. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And then your wife, right?
Well, wife first, then.
Just check it. So, and you pretty much stay on this bench for what, like 15, 20 minutes,
yes,
observing the whole thing?
Yes.
And have you ever taken classes in CPR and first aid?
Yes.
Did you volunteer to check on this individual to see if there was a pulse or if you could administer CPR?
No, security guards made it clear that they didn't want anyone to approach the individual.
Did you see anybody in the mall try to administer CPR or try to administer any help?
There was one individual who tried to help, but that's why I said the security guards told him to back away.
Do you know if that person was a doctor or not?
I don't.
And looking at the video, it seems like during this whole confrontation, people are just walking back and forth with children, shopping bags, like nothing is going on. Would you agree with that?
I agree. It's Northland.
Now, with respect to Mr. Cochran, you said you heard him say, "I can't breathe," right?
Correct.
Did you also hear him screaming other things or inaudible things?
Yes, inaudible, yes.
And was he doing that in a nice, calm manner like you're doing today, or was he shouting at the top of his lungs?
Top of his lungs.
You know what he was saying?
He was inaudible, so I heard him say specifically that he couldn't breathe, and then at some point he was crying. You can hear the wailing.
So, getting back to Mr. Cochran, had you ever seen this individual in the Northland shopping mall before that particular day 10 years ago?
Not to my recollection, no.
So, when you saw him, when you first saw him on that day, you didn't recognize him, correct?
No.
You didn't know whether or not he was a customer or someone shoplifting, fair statement?
Yeah, I didn't know who he was.
You didn't know his mental history or incapacity or whether or not he was on any narcotics, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. That causes speculation. You've already answered he didn't know, and I don't.
Well, that's a different question.
I know, but how about you?
Well, maybe he could tell. He could smell it on him, Judge. There's several ways. You can smell it. You can see somebody like in the video smoking a joint. So did you see him? Did you make any observation?
As to relevance and also as to foundation.
I can ask what he observed, Judge.
You can ask him what he didn't say.
Okay. Did you observe Mr. Cochran smoking anything, sir?
No.
So during the course of this whole period of time, you're 10 to 15 feet away. You never even get up and leave the park bench, right? Or not the park bench, but the mall bench, right?
Correct.
Oh my. Did you had your cell phone on you, correct?
Yes.
Did you bother to call? Did you have a number for security?
No.
Did you bother to call Southfield Police to alert them about what was going on?
No.
I see. And the fact that you heard Mr. Cochran say that he couldn't breathe, what were you thinking the reason he was saying that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me put it this way, sir. In your statement, did you indicate to the police that you heard Mr. Cochran say that he couldn't breathe?
Yes.
And did you put in there what you thought?
I did.
And what was that? Or why he was saying that?
To get them off of him.
Okay. Now, did you make the observation of the pepper spray?
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Cochran was bent over when he was sprayed, right?
Yes.
Did you see him try to run away from that area?
No.
And you weren't concerned about being in the immediate vicinity of the pepper spray that it might impact you?
No. So I was about 15, 20 feet away.
And you weren't concerned for your wife and your mother that they would be impacted with this pepper spray, correct?
Correct.
Or the scuffle that was taking place, right?
Correct.
Because if it was such a violent scuffle, you would have taken them to safety. Would you agree?
Correct.
So you said that Mr. Cochran, when he was subdued, he immediately put his hands up under his body. Would you agree with that?
So Mr. Cochran put his hands up his body?
Yes. When he was subdued. When he was put on the ground.
You saying he put his hands?
Yes.
Under?
They were trying to handcuff him, right?
Yeah, correct.
And his hands were up under his body, right?
That would be I guess that would be a fair assessment.
Well, he never had his hands outs in here. I won't resist.
Your Honor, I don't object.
Yeah.
It's assuming facts not into evidence. There hasn't been any testimony to that
Yeah,
effect
I don't-
whatsoever.
Go ahead.
I didn't understand the
Your
objection.
Honor, I would object. That's assuming facts not into evidence. There hasn't been any testimony whatsoever that Mr. Cochran was putting his hands, body, trying to prevent the officer or anyone from trying to handcuff him whatsoever.
That's
He did
been
not.
Okay,
that's been all of the evidence, Judge.
stop. Just because the question hasn't been asked, but he can ask that question, and if he knows, he can say what he knows, and if he does, he can say what he does. Go on.
Thank you. You ever see Mr. Cochran just put his hands out
I don't recall.
during this struggle?
That I don't recall.
Okay, if you had seen that, would you have put that in your statement?
If I've seen it, yes.
And you would agree with me, would you not, that it's not in your statement?
I don't recall that being in my statement. I just read it.
Okay, but you've had like 10 years to read it, right? What, Judge?
10 years.
I could take it you didn't like that.
10 years ago, he just did it. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So, okay, you would agree it's not in the statement. When did you give a written statement to the police?
February 4th.
You were there when the police arrived, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't give a statement to them that day, correct?
Correct.
And it was February 4th that you gave a statement to Southfield Police?
Correct.
And other than that initial statement, how many other written statements have you given to law enforcement?
That would be the only one.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
I think Ms. Weaver. You're on. Oh. Thank you.
I'm waiting for somebody
Oh.
else to get involved.
Bye, Your Honor. I'm waiting for you.
That's what you wrote.
Okay. Now, Mr. Monk, Mr. Elder had you to describe the positions of Mackenzie Cochran's fist. Do you
Yes.
recall Mr. Elder asking you that question?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated on cross-exam that Mackenzie Cochran's fists were by his side.
Correct.
Did he ever raise his fist?
No.
Did he ever use his fist?
No.
Did you ever see him punching or anything like that with his fist?
No.
You were also asked on cross-examination, so I believe you answered on one of the questions on cross-examination that Mr. Cochran said that he could not breathe.
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall how many times you heard Mr. Cochran say that?
About at least three times.
And if you can recall, did Mr. Cochran say that before or after you heard the crying and the wailing?
Yes.
Was it before or
I'm gonna
after?
object, Judge. That was not factor evidence about crying and wailing. She's reading the witness. It's still her witness.
Your Honor,
Just cancel, please. One at a time.
Yeah.
Let everybody finish this thing.
Your Honor, I do believe that in response, I believe it's to Mr. Blake's question, that the witness indicated that Mackenzie Cochran was crying and wailing. He heard crying and wailing. My question was whether or not he heard the "I can't breathe" statement before or after he heard the crying and wailing. That was response that was elicited on cross-examination by Mr. Blake. I'm just trying to establish a timeline. Did he hear that statement before or after he heard crying and wailing?
I think that's a different question than what I'm going to talk. I'll just put it on the objection.
After.
Okay.
You heard him say, "I can't breathe" after
After I can't breathe came before, the crying and wailing came after.
thing.
One more question. One more question. Thank you. Now, on cross-exam, well, let me rephrase it. I believe you were asked a question on cross-examination about the statement, about what you wrote on your statement. And I believe Mr. Blake asked you about you saying in your statement that when you heard Mr. Cochran say that I can't breathe, you thought that he was saying that to get the officers off of him?
Correct.
Okay. Did you observe anything just watching the video that changed your mind?
About the question?
Yes. About whether or not Mr. Cochran was saying I can't breathe to get the officers off of him.
Jack, it calls for speculation. Correct.
You're right. I don't believe it's speculation. I believe it's observations.
Well, the observation would have been point in time taking place, not from looking at a video of this. From this thing, Judge. Thank you. Come on.
No further questions.
No questions, John.
Yeah. Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Monk.
Thank you.
You may sit down. Watch your step.
Okay. Thank you again.
Noted. I've been watching.
She said, "Okay, all right."
Yeah, this people call Miss Earthina Kenny.
To conform. That door opens slightly, then watch your step. And I try to remain standing for a moment. And if we could face my foot, it doesn't want it.
Yeah, right.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give before this court is the whole truth and nothing false?
Yes.
Just that. Very for you to
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
If you could please say and then spell your name for the records, your first and last name.
Earthina Kenny, EARTHENA, KINNEY.
Now, Miss Kenny, did you have a business at the Northland Mall?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of business was it?
Hair and nail salon.
And what was the name of your hair and nail salon?
Phalanges.
Okay. And how long was your hair and nail salon, Phalanges, located at Northland Mall?
About 10 years.
And was it there on January 28, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And where was your hair salon inside the mall?
Over towards the corner, like cat corner to Macy's, and it's another big store, can't remember, but it was right there in the corner.
Okay. Now, as Judge Anderson has indicated, they are recording you, so you got to keep your voice up. Their microphone is deceiving. It doesn't amplify your voice. It just records everything.
Okay.
You got to make sure everybody hears your testimony.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And Miss Kenny, do you have children?
Yes.
Okay. And how many children do you have?
3.
Okay. And boys, girls?
1 girl and 2 boys.
Okay. And did one of your sons, did they also work at Northland Mall?
Yes.
And what is his name?
Hoy Monk.
Okay. And on January 28, 2014, where did Hoy work?
Foot Locker.
And Miss Kenny, are you familiar with the store called LA Diamonds?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know the owner of that store?
Yes.
And what is his name?
Labib.
Okay. Did was Labib a first name or last name, or did you just call him Labib?
Yeah, his name's Labib, his first name.
Okay. And where was LA Diamonds in relationship to your hair and nail salon, Phalanges?
Cat corner to where my salon was.
Okay. Now, when you say cat corner,
it's so if I look out my salon, I could see his store.
Okay.
And it was right across from Foot Locker and Macy's.
Okay.
Next to Macy's.
Now, I want to focus your attention on January 28, 2014. Ms. Kenny, did something happen that day that causes you to be here this morning to testify?
Yes,
And do you recall what time of day it was?
it was evening.
Okay. Now, Ms. Kenny, did you hear something or see something first?
I heard something first.
Okay. And were you inside of your salon when you heard it?
Yes,
Okay. And describe for the jury what it is that you heard.
I heard yelling.
Were you able to discern or make out what was being yelled, or you just heard yelling itself?
Yeah, just yelling.
Okay. And so when you heard the yelling, what did you do next?
I came out the store and I started walking down towards where the Foot Locker and the jewelry store was. And I walked to the bench. It was a bench there, yeah.
And when you started walking toward, let me back up. The yelling that you heard, was that in the direction of the jewelry store as to where you were walking?
Yes,
Okay. And as you're walking in the direction of the jewelry store, is this LA Diamonds?
yes.
What do you see?
I see a young man and I see a security officer. And I guess he was talking to the young man. And
I'm gonna ask you a couple questions while you're pausing, okay? So just so we
Okay.
can get a good, clear record. Now you say you see a young man.
mhm,
Do you?
yes,
You have to say yes, okay? Do you remember what he looked like?
yes.
Okay, and what did he look like?
He was a black young man and wasn't that tall, but kind of, average. And he had on a jacket. The jacket and it had a hood to it. I seen him all the time anyway, so
So that was going to be my next question to you, Ms. Kenny. Had you seen this young man before?
yes.
Okay, and where had you seen him before?
Just in the mall. Yeah, I would see him sometimes over at the food court, we go get the food, or I just see him walking around, Yeah.
Did you know this young man's name?
No,
Had you ever had any conversations with him?
no,
Okay. When you saw him before, previously in the mall, did you ever see him causing any type of trouble or anything?
no.
Objection,
Okay.
relevance. What happened on other days, Judge?
Well, Your Honor, she testified that she had seen him before. I'm just trying to get some more information about the circumstances under which she had seen him. Just to have a complete record, Your Honor.
And see what she had heard, that doesn't mean he may have been in the mall other times, so she didn't see him and recognize that. Let's move on.
Okay, thank you. So let's focus back on January 28, 2014. You said you see this young man,
Yes.
okay, and then I believe you said you saw a security officer.
Yes.
And do you remember what that security officer looked like?
Yes.
And what did he look like?
He had a bald head, one of the older security officers.
Okay. And when you see this older security guard and the young man, what do you see next?
I see the security officer, he said something to him and
Him being whom?
to the young man.
Okay.
He said something to him and the young man turned and he was saying something to him, but I saw the security officer, he had a mace or something in his hand and he squirted the young man. When he squirted the young man, he goes down and he was like, he was hollering, ah. And then I see another security officer come and then that's when they get him down on the ground.
Okay. Now, I'm going to stop you. I want to back up. Now, you said that you saw the one security officer, you said a bald security officer
Yes.
with Mace talking to the young man.
Yes.
Okay. And when you see the bald security officer talking to the young man, what is the, how far are they apart when they're talking to each other? If you can remember, are they close or far distance?
Oh, yeah, no, they were kind of close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you see the young man punch or kick the bald-headed security guard?
No.
Okay. And so then you say the bald-headed security guard sprays base?
Yes.
And then another security guard shows up?
Yes.
Okay. And that security guard, do you remember what he looks like?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. And if you see him, so can you describe something that he's wearing?
He has on some glasses and a black suit. That right there.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified Defendant John Siegerling. Thank you. And so you see the security guard with the glasses come?
Yes.
And what do you see happen next?
Then they get the young man down, but the young man gets back up. And then they get him back down, but another security officer comes. So now it's 3 security officers. So when they get him back down, now they have him down.
So let's back up. You said that the 2 security guards that initially show up, they get the young man down?
Yes.
And how do they get him down?
They like tackle him down. Like it was like an altercation, but the young man, they both just got him and got him down. So the one with the bald head, he had him, and then the other one, he helped him, and then they got him down.
Okay. Now, when you say they got him down, did you see these 2 security guards? Did you see their hands or anything like that?
No, everything was going so fast.
Okay, all right. But you say they got him down.
Yeah.
And then the young man gets back up?
Yep, he got up.
Okay.
But they got him back down.
Okay.
It was like fast, like, yeah.
Okay. And then you say they get him back down again, and then what happens next?
And then another security officer comes, which is the one with the red hair comes.
Okay. The one with the red hair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then when he comes,
Stop
then
one moment.
Okay.
Okay. You're gonna let the record reflect that the witness has identified that Mr. Gavin King.
Is that who you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes. The record is full.
And then you said the one with the red hair.
Yes.
And what do you see him doing?
He gets down, he's trying to help the other 2 keep the young man down.
Okay. And how are they keeping him down? Like what part of their hands are on Mackenzie Cochran's body?
I'm going to object to this formal question, which says they, if she could specify which individual she's talking about, so know who does what.
Let's do that.
Okay.
More than one. When you're referring to
Yes.
the
Thank you.
So the security guard with the glasses, do you see him holding? Okay. What do you see the security guard with the glasses? What do you see him doing while Mackenzie Cochran is on the ground?
So he's holding the young man. He's holding the young man down. He's at his feet. This young man right here.
Which one?
The one behind him.
Which one? Right. Which one?
With the glasses, yes. So he's right there, and then the bald-headed one guy, he's up towards the top of his body, and then the red-headed guy, he's like towards the middle part of his body. But then I see the bigger guy comes, which is right here with the glasses.
Okay.
He comes. Okay.
Okay. Let's back up for a moment. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you said you see the security guard with the glasses and the dark hair.
Yes.
Okay. And where do you see him?
Down, he's at the bottom, at Bat's feet.
Okay. And then you say the security guard with the red hair. Where do you see him?
He's in the middle
The middle of whom?
of the young man, the young man,
All right. The middle of what?
of his body.
Okay.
But the
Let me
young
stop
man,
you. Hold on.
okay,
You got to follow.
okay, I'm
Let me
sorry.
ask the question. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
You say the middle of his body. Is this his upper body or his lower body?
His mid body.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you, for the record, when you say mid body, can you point somewhere on your body when you say mid body?
Yes, right in here.
And for the record, I do believe the witness is gesturing toward her lower back.
Yes.
Oh, all right. And then you say you saw another security guard.
Yes.
And do you remember what that security guard looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that security guard in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Can you point to him?
Yes. The young man right there with the glasses and the sweater with the white and beige.
Okay.
Black.
You're gonna let the record reflect that the witness has identified defendant Aaron Murray. Okay. Thank you. And where do you see this security guard?
He's at the top of his head.
Okay. And when you say the top of his head, what do you see him doing at the top of his head? This being
He was holding his head down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when you see these three defendants holding Mr. Cochran, do you see Mr. Mackenzie Cochran punching any of the security guards?
No.
Okay. Do you see Mackenzie kicking any of the security guards?
No.
Okay. When Mackenzie is on the ground, is he face up or is he face down?
Face down.
Okay. Is he saying anything? Mackenzie.
Yes.
What is he saying?
He say help. And he said, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Yeah, that's what he said.
How many times do you hear Mackenzie say help? If you remember.
He was saying, I think it was a couple of times. And then he said he can't breathe.
And how many times do you hear him say he can't breathe?
I want to say twice. I know the first time he said it, then it was kind of faint. So.
Now, Ms. Kenny, as this was happening, did you try to intervene in any way?
Somewhat.
Okay. What did you do?
I was like, he said he can't breathe. I said that. And then that's when this young man right here was like, I don't know. Yeah, I can't say that. All I heard was.
Let me stop you. When you say this young man, are you referring to one of the defendants?
Oh yeah, I guess he's the defendant.
Okay, the white sweater and the glasses?
Yes.
Okay. He said something in response to you?
Yeah, I'm interfering.
Okay. Now, if you remember, how long was Mackenzie Cochran on the ground?
He was on the ground for a minute. Everything was going so fast, but he was down. They had him down there it had to be at least, I want to say about 5 or 10 minutes.
Now, when Mackenzie Cochran is saying help and I can't breathe, do the defendants, do they get off of Mackenzie?
No.
Okay. Did you see any handcuffs?
Yeah.
Okay. And where did you see the handcuffs?
They were trying to handcuff him.
Okay. They being whom?
The security officer was trying to handcuff him.
Do you remember which security?
The redheaded. I mean, what's his name?
Mr. King?
Mr. King.
Okay.
That's all right.
I believe it was Mr. King, yeah.
Okay.
Because they were all, yeah.
Okay. You got to speak up.
Speak up, please.
Speak up.
No, I was saying, I believe it was Mr. King. They were all on him.
Okay. Now, when you say they, who are you talking about?
All of the security officers, Mr. King, the one with the beige and brown on, what's his name? Mr. Mary and Mr. Sibley, and the one with the bald head. I don't see him here, but he was on him too.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now, when Mr. King is trying to handcuff Mackenzie, is he trying to handcuff Mr. Cochran in front or behind his back?
Behind his back.
Okay. And is Mr. King able to get Mackenzie handcuffed?
Not at first.
Okay.
No.
So tell me, what do you see happen next?
Then I see they were all on, the security officers were all on top of him. And then when it ended up being 5 security officers, and at first it was 4, but then it ended up being another security officer. So they finally get him to where they can put his hands get his hands behind his back. And then I believe officer, the one with the red hair,
King.
He cuffs him, King. And then he wasn't saying anything anymore.
He being whom?
The young man.
Okay. Did you later learn his name to be Mackenzie Cochran?
Mackenzie Cochran.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So you said he wasn't saying anything anymore?
No.
Is this still while he's on the floor?
Yes.
Is he moving? At some point in time, does he stop moving on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. So after the handcuffs are on Mackenzie, what do you see happen next?
When I turn back around, I see they had set him up on, when I say they had set him up against the wall. The security officers had set him up against the wall, and his head was just down, but he was still handcuffed, and his head was just down like that. And then somebody got some water, but I walked over to where the Foot Locker was, and I started talking to the manager of the Kids Foot Locker, that's what it was, over to the Kids Foot Locker, and I started talking to her.
Now, Ms. Kinney, when Mackenzie is up against this wall, you said his head was down?
Yeah.
Could you tell whether or not his eyes were open or closed?
It just looked, from what I saw, they looked closed. And he was just there. Yeah.
Was he talking or moving?
No.
Okay. All right. Now, Ms. Kinney, were you still around when Southfield Police Department arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And what about EMS? Were you there when EMS arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you see EMS do?
They lay him out on, then they get him on top of the gurney, and they try to resuscitate him. But then that's not working. So then they get those shock things. And then they do that, and then they just like lift the thing up, and then they just start running towards the door to take them out of the mall.
And after Mackenzie Cochran is taken out of the mall, do you go back to your salon?
No,
Okay.
I actually had a little, like, I guess you would call it a confrontation with the young man with the beige and the black.
Okay.
Because that's
Hold on, let me stop.
okay.
Okay. Now you say you had a confrontation.
Well, I wouldn't call it a conversation. We had words.
Okay. You had words with Mr. Mari.
Yes.
Okay. And where did this take place?
He was right there. He was leaving from going down, I guess going downstairs, because right where we were, you could go downstairs to the security and to the office and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just said to him, with your big old butt, you shouldn't have been on him no way. And then that's when he said, F you. And I was like, no, F you.
How did you get who's she talking?
Mr. Mari.
So if we have an instruction that evidence only applies to that defendant, not the other one.
Yes, it's true.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Kenny, I'm going to show you some photographs, and these are already admitted exhibits. This will be 18 through 24. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? You can take them. And just flip through them for me, Ms. Kenny. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes. You mean me in them?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay, that's what I meant. You recognize these photographs and recognize anybody in them?
Me.
Okay.
My son.
Okay. You look at we're going to put number 8 here.
Right.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Now, Ms. Kenny, can you take a look at the screen for me? This will be number 18. Okay, this is number 18. Ms. Kenny, do you see yourself in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just tell us who you are? Which one are you?
Right there, standing up with the blonde hair and the black coat on.
That's you right there?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And if you can recall, what part of the altercation was this?
This is when they had got him down. Oh, yeah. That's when they had got him down, when the other officer had came.
Okay. So 19. And you still in this photograph too?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And is this where all 5 of the security guards are there?
Yes.
Okay. And this is 20. You still in it?
Yes.
Okay. Are you seated in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Is this 21? Yeah. Now, you said that there was Mr. Sieberling was on Mackenzie's legs?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And this is 21? 22. Thank you. And you see yourself still in this photograph too?
Yes.
And 23? Are you still here? Okay. And,
No.
all right. 24. Now, Ms. Kinney, before your testimony today, did you watch some video?
Yes.
Okay. You okay? All right. In the video, did you recognize yourself in that video?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be number 17. We're going to play the video.
Am I playing it on mute?
Yes,
mute.
play it on mute. And Ms. Kenny, this is this recording. Is this what you observed and what you saw on January 20th, 2014?
Yes.
And Ms. Kenny, at this point, you're no longer in the video. Is this the point you have walked away?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta say yes or no.
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
And for the record, you know, that's 3 minutes and 28 seconds into the video. I have no further questions of this witness.
Morning, Ms. Kinney.
Good morning.
Now, Ms. Kinney, you've testified that you had some interaction with this individual on the end
Yes.
with the white and brown sweater, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked, was he on Mr. Cochran? And you said he was at a certain position on him, correct?
Yes.
And what was that position, ma'am?
He was at the top, the upper part of his body, by his head, on up up in here.
Okay, you're pointing to your shoulders now so that we get the specific location of my client. What were his hands on that individual, his weight, or was his knee on him, his body? What exactly was on the head?
From what I could see, it was pretty much his weight was on his head, and not his head, his neck area.
Okay, when you
And
say
he had his hands on him, but he was like leaning like toward, on him, like putting his body weight on him.
okay, so he's standing over him, like with his hands on a.
He wasn't standing. He was down.
Were his knees, were the security guard's knees on the ground?
Yes.
Okay. And was he leaning over?
He was leaning over
And
the young man.
Where were his hands?
His hands was on the young man here.
Okay.
Both sides. He had them like this.
So you,
Both sides of his.
looks like you're saying that his hands were on the cocktail's
Shoulders, yes.
Okay, so that's the only position or area you saw that individual, right?
Yes.
You didn't see him on the side of Mr. Cochran?
No.
You didn't see him trying to move his arms?
No.
He stayed consistently at the top?
Yes.
Okay. And did you, you said that you had some interaction with him. He said something to you?
Yes.
When did he say
Well,
something
actually,
to you?
I said something to him first.
Okay. Were you there by yourself?
When?
When you made this observation? Were you with any family members?
When I saw, which observations? I'm sorry.
When you saw this incident, were you with any friends?
Oh, my son and my daughter-in-law, they were sitting on the bench right there too by the jewelry store.
Okay, so you were sitting with them, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so you said he can't breathe. Who did you tell that to?
To the officers. I just pretty much was saying it because that's what he was saying.
Okay,
I
but
was
you
like,
didn't-
he said he can't breathe. I wasn't like talking to anybody individually.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about your son? Did you say anything to him or your daughter-in-law?
Well, they were right there with me.
Did you say anything to them?
Well, I could have been saying that to them too because they were there. I was saying that he said he can't breathe. He said he can't breathe.
Okay, my question is, what did you say to your son, if anything, when this was happening?
Oh, we weren't having conversation. He and his wife were talking, and I actually was talking. Well, I had started talking to the manager at the Kids Foot Locker.
So you weren't saying anything to your son when this was going on, right?
Objection, right? Answer.
Well, she's not giving me an answer, Judge.
She's not giving the answer.
Okay. Did you say anything specifically to your son at that time?
No.
All right.
Now, if someone can't breathe, naturally you want to alert the police about the situation that's transpiring, or going down right in front of your very eyes, right?
Right.
Did you do so, ma'am?
No.
In fact, after you saw this, you went back to your nail and hair shop and finished with a client. Isn't that true?
No.
Isn't that what you put in your statement, ma'am?
No.
Okay, you recall giving the police a statement February 4th, 2014 about what you saw, what you observed during the course of this particular accident or incident, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, and you've had a chance to review your witness statement? 2-page or a page and a half?
Have you seen that statement?
No, not since I wrote it.
You haven't seen it in 10 years?
No.
Okay, if I showed you a copy of the statement, very fresh your recollection and
Yes.
the approach.
And Ms.
Just
King,
read.
I just want you to read it to yourself. Do not
Okay.
read anything out loud.
Okay,
Thank you. And when you're done, Lois.
okay. Okay.
All right, Ms. Skinner, you've had an opportunity to review that document,
Yes,
and that document contains your signature as being the author of it. Is that correct?
yes,
And it's a page and roughly 2/3 of a page of what you witnessed and what you saw that particular evening. Is that correct?
yes, yes,
And when you wrote that statement, it was truthful, correct?
yes,
And it's truthful today, correct?
yes.
Now, in that statement, isn't it true that you indicated that you left the area and went to your salon to see a client for 10 minutes?
Yes,
Now, prior to that, it doesn't say anything about you telling the officers he can't breathe. Would you agree with that?
yes,
It doesn't say anything about someone saying F you because you approached them and said the person couldn't breathe. Would you agree with that?
yes.
And in fact, today is the first time in 10 years that you've even said anything about someone coming up to you saying F you. Would you agree with that?
No, I said it before, but I didn't. When I had this interview right here with the paper, that was with something. I mean, I think that was with the officer totally different.
This was with Southfield Police, ma'am, when they asked you to give an accounting as to what you witnessed and what you saw, right?
Yes.
And it says nothing about one of those security guards coming up to you saying F you.
No.
Does
He
it?
didn't come up to me and say F you. I said something to him first at the end of the conversation is when he said F you.
Does this
So
say anything
it's not,
about
no,
you?
it's not on there.
All right, look, we are recording this. We can't have people speaking over one another,
Okay.
one at a time.
Okay, go on. Yeah, it's not on there because
You've answered my question now.
Okay.
Now, you've also, and did you tell your son that someone had disrespected you like that?
No.
Did you tell your daughter-in-law someone had said something like that to you?
I think I did tell Jazz.
Did you go back and tell your client, I've been disrespected? No. Did you go back and tell your client what you had observed?
What you mean?
Well, when you went back to the salon after you saw this couple.
My client ended up coming out too.
Well, in your statement, you said you went back to the salon, right?
Yeah, and then my client came out too.
Did you tell
out
the
of salon
client?
too.
Did you tell the client what was going on?
No, she saw what was going on.
What's the client's name?
I can't even remember who the client was now.
Okay. Now, with respect to remembering who was what, today you're saying that when you had this interaction and told one of the security guards that they couldn't breathe, You said someone told you to step back and mind your own business, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that that was Mr. Mari?
Yes, he didn't say step back. He just told me I was interfering.
Ma'am, isn't it true that you testified under oath back in March 9th, 2021 about someone telling you to step back?
I
Because
don't
you were
remember.
interfering?
I don't remember.
If I
that.
showed you a copy of your testimony at an investigatory subpoena that was taken under oath on page 24, would that be a recollection? Lines, let's see, start with 6 to 16. Line 6
I don't
through
even
16,
remember.
let me finish with
Okay.
line 6 through 16. If you look at this document with that refresh your recollection as to the testimony you gave under oath back in 2021. Read
I
that
don't-
to yourself.
I don't think. Okay.
You had a chance to review the one-page document for yourself?
Yes.
Kidding. Now, when you testified in front of a attorney general or assistant and a court reporter, isn't it true that back on March 9th, 2021, you indicated that you said it was the bald-headed one? He looked up at me and told me I was interfering with something. And I said, well, he said that he can't breathe, you know? And he was like, step back, step back. And then I just stepped back and I was like, wow, for real? And then, yeah. So ma'am, once again, specifically, didn't you say the bald-headed guy back in 2021?
That's what the paper says. Yes.
It wasn't Mr. Mari, which is who you're saying said that to you then, right?
Yes.
So are you mistaken today? Or were you mistaken in 2021? Or if you don't know, you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, after someone...
Judge, at this point, if the statement is not attributed to any of the defendants, it'd be stricken from the record and not allowed on for any of the defendants. So it's hearsay to the fiscal.
Well, yeah.
I would join in.
Yes.
At this point, do you have any recollection of who made the statement?
Yes. Well, yes.
All right, so that's the statement.
The young man with the glasses.
So when you testified under oath,
Yes. With the, I don't even remember that.
well, you did do it there.
Yes, I see, because it has, yes.
So, is that true at the time? I mean, is it possible that you're just mistaken and you can't remember exactly?
Yes.
Yes, as the 2021.
Yes, I could be, I can't remember.
You can't remember. So,
Well,
wait, you can't remember
uh,
who told her that she was interfering.
okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I got you.
So, we will strike her testimony as to who it was that she had testified to just now about telling me she was interfering and the jury would disregard her. But I think
When one of these officers disrespected you, did you report that to, this was like an in-house security firm, correct?
I'm sorry?
One of the officers said F you, right?
Yes.
Did you report that to a supervisor or did you go to the office and report this incident?
No.
Did you go anywhere that day and voluntarily give a statement as to what you saw?
No, I don't think so.
You go
Not that I can remember.
You go the next day?
Not that I can remember.
Did you discuss what you saw with your son after it happened?
Yes.
And your daughter-in-law?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further. That's fine.
Good morning. How are
Good
you?
morning.
I just have a few questions. How were you, where were you on that day? Were you sitting on the bench with your son?
Yes.
Okay, were you closer or further away from LA, LA Jewelry?
When I was on the bench, further.
Further. So was
Till I stood up, yes.
Okay. Was any of your view obstructed, or could you see clearly?
Yes, it was obstructed a little, and that's when I stood up.
That's when you stood up. Were you witness before the security guards there? Were you out there?
I was, but I was out there, and then I left, and then that's when I heard the commotion, and then I came back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did you happen to hear any kind of commotion that was coming from out of LA Jewelry before the security got there?
No.
Okay. But you did testify earlier that you did know the owner of the jewelry store.
Yes.
Okay. When the first two officers came, could you tell if one of them was in charge?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Okay. Did you know any of the officers the first two officers that were there personally?
Do I know them?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I mean, I've seen them because they've been there ever since I've been there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you saw the first two officers who were there?
Yes.
From your knowledge, did you know if one of them was a supervisor or anything?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you know which one?
I believe the one with the bald head was a supervisor.
Did you hear any commands given by the one with the bald head?
No.
Okay. Did you hear any commands given by the bald head one to Mr. Cochran? Or did you hear him, excuse me, let me rephrase that. Did you hear the officer with the bald head ask Mr. Cochran to leave? Were you there at that time?
I didn't hear him say leave.
Okay. Were you at the time there at the time when Mr. Cochran was sprayed with the mace?
Yes.
He was there.
Yes.
So when he was sprayed with the mace, what did you observe? Or before he was sprayed with the mace, can you tell us what happened?
He was standing by the jury counter, and the officer was talking to him, and then I seen him turn around, and when I saw the young man turn around towards the officer, and then the officer, that's when he went back and got his mace and he sprayed him.
Could you hear what he was saying?
No,
No.
no,
At any time did the officer move away from the young man?
no. Nope. He just got his spray out and he sprayed him. Not from what I seen, because the officer is backwards to me.
Mm-hmm. At any time, this is a quick question. Any time that you try to call 911?
No.
Okay. After he was sprayed, what happened? What did you observe?
I observed the young man, he went down holding his face. And when he went down holding his face, then that's when the officer, the bald-headed officer, went to grab him, and then the other officer, the young man right there, he came, and then that's when they got him down. There was two of them.
Wait, for clarification, can we ask who she means when she says the young man?
With the glasses.
The glasses.
Oh,
Yeah.
for the record, Mr. Steve.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know, and you didn't know why the guards were called to the area, or
No.
okay. When they got him down, as you were saying, was there a struggle?
Yes.
Okay.
He got back up.
Okay, he got back up.
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Cyberling hit, punch, kick, or try to do a chokehold on Mr. Cochran?
No, I didn't see it. Nope. They just got him back down. Just like tackled him.
Okay, so when you said he got back up, and what exactly happened? You say they tackled him then.
Yeah, when he got back up, then they got him back down. So it was like really fast. He got up for like a little bit, then they got him back down. Then after they got him back down, he didn't get back up because then the other officers came to help.
Okay. And let me just do clarity too. Before the bald head guard sprayed Ms. Cochran, did you see him? Did you see Mr. Cochran come towards the bald head guard?
No.
You didn't see him approach him at all or step towards him?
No. You talking about the young man?
The young man.
No. No.
When they got him to the ground, were the two officers who were there able to control it at all?
They had him down. When they got him back down, they had him down, and then another one came. So everything was going fast.
Mm-hmm.
They had him down so that he wasn't getting back up. But the other officer came.
More of the first two officers, were they able to control him when they got him down, or was he fighting with them?
When they first got him down, he was fighting with them.
Mm-hmm.
When they got him back down, then they had him.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't get him. He couldn't get back up.
Okay. About how big was Mr. Cochran, in your opinion?
He wasn't that big. He wasn't that big.
Was he 5'9", 6'10", 6 feet, 6'2"?
No.
About how?
Maybe about 6 feet.
6 feet?
Yeah, he might have been
about my size?
A little shorter.
Okay.
Just a little, yeah.
Was he about my weight? Or
Well,
how?
he always had, when I seen him have a jacket on, but yeah, so I don't really know how big he was, but I know that he wasn't very tall.
Okay. He had a winter jacket on?
Yeah.
Okay, and it was closed?
Yep.
And you couldn't see anything that he had in his jacket at all?
Nope.
Okay.
Can't remember if it was closed, but I know he had on a jacket, a big jacket, like a down jacket.
It went down to about how far?
About right here.
You're indicating that
Right
your
above
his
his
thighs?
Yeah.
Okay. And I have the record show that she's indicating to his thighs. But let me also make clarity too. You went two places when you did leave. You went to the Foot Locker and then you went back to your.
Well, the Foot Locker is not no, it's right there. So it's not like going someplace.
You were
It's
still
like,
in the area.
yeah, it's right there. It's like Labib's, Macy's, Kids Foot Locker. It's like right here.
Okay. All right. No other questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kinney.
Good afternoon.
How old are you?
I'm 64.
All right. Ms. Kinney, you owned the business at that mall, correct?
Yes.
It was a nail salon?
Hair and nail.
Hair and nail. Okay. And so you were a tenant of Northland Mall?
Yes.
Correct? For how long did you own that business there?
I want to say about 10 years.
Okay. When did you start it, if you remember?
Well, actually, I had been in business since 98.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And then I opened in Northland.
And you opened in Northland at some point. And so you had been there for some years before this took place in 2014.
Yes.
Fair statement? Okay. And you were familiar with some of these security guards, right?
Yes.
Right. You called them yourself sometimes when you needed assistance? If you recall.
No.
You don't recall ever needing yourself to call security?
No.
Okay. You said today that you had heard that young man, whom we now know is named Mr. Cochran.
Yes.
Right? And you said you said that you had seen him before.
Yes.
Right? You had seen him at the mall. How many times, if you recall, you had seen him at the mall?
Several times.
Right. More than once, right?
Yes.
More than 5?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember meeting with the Attorney General's office and answering some questions from Miss Liddell, who's seated here today?
No.
You don't remember her?
I remember her.
All right.
Yes. But some of the, I don't know if her hair, was your hair different? I don't know if her hair was different or what. But I keep trying to remember.
Okay.
You know, yeah.
But you do remember going somewhere.
Yes.
That you knew was the office of the Attorney General of Michigan.
Yes.
Right? And there, Miss Liddell was there.
Yes.
And there was another Attorney General, correct? A man, like taller man. You remember that or no? Mr. Patterson? Aronde Patterson?
I do remember a man,
Okay.
but I don't remember like precisely.
All right. In any event,
okay.
You knew you were at the Attorney General's office, right?
Yes.
All right. And you knew that the people talking to you were Assistant Attorneys General, correct?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember them asking you, you told them you heard a young man yelling. You remember telling them that?
Yes.
All right. And I'm at the bottom of page 12, I'm going to page 13, lines 1 through 3. And then they asked you, did you know that individual who was yelling at that particular time? And you said no.
Yes.
You remember that? Okay. And then they asked you, had you seen him before in the mall? And you said no. You remember that?
Nope.
You want to see the transcript?
Nope. It's okay.
All right.
If that's what they wrote down, you believe that's what you answered?
Yes.
All right. Because there's a court reporter that was there taking down everything you said, just like there's a court reporter here in court today, right?
Yes.
All right. But you don't remember giving those answers?
No.
Okay.
Well, some of them.
Do you remember?
Oh, you mean what you just asked me?
Yeah, what I just asked you
Oh,
about
yeah.
not knowing the guy and never seeing him before in the mall.
Yes.
And you saying no.
Yes.
You do remember saying that to them?
Yes.
Okay. But obviously
I'm sorry. No, I don't remember saying that to them. I'm sorry.
All right.
Because
May I
I
approach
had
the witness,
seen
Your
them
Honor?
before.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Oh.
Imagine to deep breath.
Those are just reading glasses, or you need?
No, these are prescription.
Okay. Just the first 5 lines there.
Okay.
You remember that?
You know, the picture. No. Yes.
Right. So what I said there is accurate, right?
Right.
Not misquoting or anything, right?
No.
Okay. Now you said you approached the security guards and told them, "Hey, you can't breathe." Right?
Yes. Well, I didn't approach him. I just was saying it where I was. I was talking.
You saying it to him from all the way over at the bench?
No. I wasn't at the bench then. I was over by right by the, you know what? Well, you don't know, but it's like some stairs that's right there where they go and where the store is, right by Kids Foot Locker and Habib's. I had came over this way now, towards the place. Yeah.
When my memory's not crazy, that I haven't been in Northland probably maybe a couple times in the early 2000s. Okay.
Okay.
So when you say Labib's, you're talking about the owner of the diamond store, right?
Yes.
Because that's his name. The guy that owns LA
yes.
Diamonds.
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking about that same store.
Yes.
All right. Just put up the video. If I'm paused, the one that the Manfred Park video, the one that you guys were having. Next. Right. No, just pause it at some point. At any point. I just want to just still shot it, please.
Yeah, still shots.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's, well,
And then maybe this
yeah, I can explain it. Ma'am, do you see where you're sitting on the bench?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I'm standing right there.
So I'm gonna show it on screen. All right. See, you got the better one than I got. Mine won't show on. You're sitting over there by the bench, right?
Yes.
All right. And then if we look on our screen to the left, but to your right, there's a pillar there, right?
Yes.
Right. And Mr. Cochran, his upper body is behind that pillar, correct?
Yes.
All right. So really, from where you were, you're not in a position to see what is going on towards his upper body, correct? Would you agree with me on that?
Well, right now, yes. On this picture, yes.
Okay. And that's where you stay, right? Over there by the bench.
No.
Are you saying at some point we're going to see you come closer towards the incident?
I walk over this way.
Okay.
It should be on there.
Which direction are you talking?
Towards the Kids Foot Locker.
Okay.
Yes, see where the girl. Yes, to.
You're saying that happened, but we're just not going to see it on this video.
It should be on it.
Because we watched the video earlier with you, right? Didn't the Assistant Attorney General?
I saw. I think so, and I walked over towards this way.
You walked that way?
Yeah, it should.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I walked over that way, so that's when I see, what were you asking me again?
I said you saw what's going on with his upper body?
Oh, yeah.
All right. And it was just at the moment that you walked by.
Just walked over that way.
You walked over that way. You were going back to your nail salon.
No. I was going to be nosy. I walked that way because that's what I was going to.
Let me ask you this. Which direction is your nail salon? Is it toward?
My nail salon is back towards the corner, towards, my nail salon is that way.
So away from what's taking place?
Yes.
All right.
And I went this way. So my nail salon is over
stop
here.
you just for a second because we're probably driving the court reporter crazy.
Okay.
All right? For the record, all right? So the record is clear because they can't pick up where you're pointing.
Okay.
All right? There is, I guess, the left hand of the screen is Mr. Cochran and the security guards at LA Diamonds, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you walk further down, you're going to see the bench where you and your son and his wife were sitting, correct?
Yes.
All right. If you are going to get up off of the bench and walk back to your nail salon, you are going to go away from LA Diamonds, is that right?
That's right.
All right. You are not going to pass LA Diamonds and where this incident is taking place in order to get to your nail salon, right?
Right.
All right. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Okay.
Oh. Did you hear officers saying to him, stop resisting?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall when you wrote a statement to the Southfield police a few days after this incident, telling them that you left to finish your client and it took you about 10 minutes? Do you remember that?
No, but yes, when I read it.
Okay.
Yes.
You did go back to your nail salon to finish your client, right? And then come back 10 minutes later. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, it's been 10 years, right?
Yes.
All right. It's fair to say in those 10 years, you've heard things from other individuals, correct? You've discussed this with your son. Is that fair?
When it first happened. After that, we thought it was over with.
Okay. And, people at the mall talk, right?
Yes.
Right. People said, hey, that guy died last week. Right?
Oh, yes.
Right? And it was probably the talk of everybody working there. Fair?
Yes.
All right. And then you saw news reports, right? And then you saw it on the news, correct?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say that now, as you sit here 10 years later, your memory is all of that stuff combined? Fair?
Fair.
All right. When you testify that I remember, part of it is what you remember seeing, right?
Yes.
Part of it might be what other people told you, right?
No.
You don't think that influenced your memory at all?
No.
I asked and answered. She said no.
Well, that's a different thing.
Right.
Okay. What did you say? I'm sorry.
I'm saying when we remember things, right, sometimes things get mixed up in our memory.
Yes.
Would you agree that's how it works for you too?
Yes.
All right. And so when you say, I remember seeing something, part of it might be what you actually saw, and part of it might be what somebody else said they saw, because it's all mixed up in there over the 10 years. Is that fair?
Well, I think the truth ain't but one. So what I actually think is that once I thought about what was going on and what happened, then I started thinking more, but some things I could remember because I I actually saw it.
Okay.
And so that's what I pretty much I guess gave my testimony on.
And part of
what I could remember.
Part of what you saw is what you saw that day, right?
Yes.
And part of what you saw is the news reports in the coming days and years, right?
Yes.
Now, you do recall that at the very beginning of it, there's only two officers there, right?
Yes.
All right. And that was Mr. Seiberling and the bald-headed man, right?
Right.
And the bald-headed man is not somebody you see here today, right?
Right.
Okay. And you said at the beginning they had some sort of interaction, and then you saw the pepper spray come out.
Yes.
Right? And could you see the bald-headed man motioning with his hands when he had the pepper spray out?
No, I just saw him spray it.
Okay. You didn't see what he was doing before he sprayed it?
No.
Okay. And when he did spray it, the bald-headed man, and Mr. Seiberling then tried to restrain
Yes.
Mr. Cochran. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
All right. And those were the only two security officers there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Cochran was fighting them back, right?
Yes.
Right. And he was yelling, "Get up off him!" Remember it?
I don't know what he was saying.
Remember
He
saying
was-
that he was fighting them back. He like, "Get up off him!" Right?
Did I say that?
I'm asking you.
Yes.
Oh
asking you.
no!
You remember saying
I don't
that?
know what I don't
All right,
know what he
I'll
was
quote-
saying.
Could I
All
quote
I
that
know
from
he was
President
he was just trying to get back up,
All right.
get him off. Yeah.
I'm not trying to confuse you. I promise.
Okay.
That also part of what you said when you met with the Attorney General?
So he was.
You specified.
I'm sorry, so that you guys know. I'm giving her page 16 and her answers from line 16 to 23.
What page?
16. Was it C?
Yeah.
Yes.
16.
You know what? My memory's- my memory-
Okay.
Right? That's what he was fighting him and saying, "Hey, get up off me."
Mhm.
Right? He didn't want to be restrained by him. Correct?
Right.
All right. He didn't want to get on the ground, right?
No.
No, that's correct?
Yes.
All right, gotcha. And what it looked like to you is they were just trying to put the handcuffs on him, right? That's how it appeared to you?
When they got him on the ground.
Yes.
Yes.
Right? Nobody looked, at least to you, it didn't look like anybody was trying to hurt him, right?
No.
Take it, no problem. Take it.
Now, when you say that was fighting back, he being
I object, Judge. That's not what she said. She said fighting back.
was fighting,
Fight.
when he was fighting. Did you see Mackenzie Cochran punching?
No.
Did you see him kicking?
No.
Did you see him throwing any of the security guards which way or forward?
No.
Now, I believe when Mr. Blake was asking you some questions about Mr. Murray, I believe in response to one of his questions, you said that Mr. Murray's weight was on Mackenzie.
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury what you mean by Mr. Murray's weight was on Mackenzie.
like his body weight. He had, what would you explain it? He had his body weight.
He being whom?
Maury
Okay.
had his body weight on Mackenzie. He was at the top of Mackenzie, right here. So I don't know how you could explain that. You just put your body weight like towards the person. And so that's.
And you never saw Mackenzie get after?
Actually,
Okay. When Mackenzie was on the ground, did he get back up?
No.
Was he face down the entire time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I believe Mr. Kuja asked you when he was showing a portion of the video, and then there's a portion of the video where you're no longer can be seen. Remember just saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Had you head back to your salon at that time?
No.
Okay. So you were still in the area?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see everything that was going on as to where you were standing when you moved out of view?
I'm sorry.
Okay. When we can't see you in the video, were you still in the area where you saw the incident?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, I believe there's been some questions about what you remember and what you don't remember.
Yes.
Okay. Did this happen 10 years ago?
Yes.
Are there things that you remember?
Yes.
Are there things that you don't remember?
Yes.
Okay. Is seeing Mackenzie, one of the things that you remember, let me ask this. Had you seen Mackenzie Cochran in the store, in Northland Mall prior to January 28th?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
No question.
I have a brief follow-up, Judge. If you have the video on this little waste time disconnect, you put it at 2:58. The Matthew Clark video that she was watching. 2:58. We're gonna focus on 2:50. Yeah, about 3 minutes. At about 3 minutes. Whatever. Same thing. 2:58, 3 minutes. Quick disconnect and from my computer. So that was time. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Man, could you take a look at that on the video there? On the
Yes.
TV? You see where the bench is?
Yes.
All right, and for the record, you were wearing black and you had blonde hair back then, right?
Yes.
All right. Can you hit play? You see you get up off the bench?
Yes.
All right. You see which direction you go?
Yes.
All right. You're going away from the incident, correct?
I'm going right here. Right here is Kids Foot Locker. I'm going right here. I'm going just like this. It's right there.
All right. Thank you, Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Kenny. Oh. The door opens up. Right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to release you to go to lunch. Really good. So 12:85. I want to be back at 1:45, and we'll be ready to take the testimony. I do caution you not to discuss cases going on, given by yourself. Thank you. All right, security.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry?
I think we're good. I'm so familiar with Bill. Not.
I heard 145.
145?
That's what I-
145. Right?
Let me verify, because it's heard 135, but
Oh,
it makes sense, 45. Give me a
Um,
second, I just want to make.
Maybe we just all heard the same,
we wanted.
the wrong thing together.
Our memories.
Cause yeah, I heard 145.
Yeah. 145. 84857.
Ready for the opinion this afternoon?
Yeah.
I believe mine, yeah.
All rise to the jury.
Your Honor, during this time, the people called Labib Ansara.
Mr. Football? President Sparky? The main stand.
Break her right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to the testimony of perjury, the testimony you're about to give in court is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes. You may be seated, sir. And we are reporting the full agreement with your voice. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. You gotta be louder than that. Judge Anderson, Judge Reinders, you gotta keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
You gotta be louder. I can't even hear you, so I don't even believe they can hear you.
You got it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, can you please say and spell your name for the record?
Labib Ansara, Labibansara.
Mr. Ansara, what do you do for a living?
I'm a jeweler.
Okay. And do you own a jewelry store?
Yes.
And did you own a jewelry store back in 2014?
Yes.
And what was the name of that jewelry store?
LA Diamonds,
And where was it located?
Northland Mall.
And is that in the city of Southfield?
Yes.
Oakland County?
Yes.
I'm going to show you people's admitted exhibit number 53, along with people's proposed exhibit number 52. Your Honor, if I may approach. Let's start with people's proposed exhibit number 52. Mr. Ansara, do you recognize what is pictured in this photograph?
Yes.
And what is that?
My store.
Okay, and is that how your store looked back in 2014?
Yes.
Right, this time I move to my people's proposed exhibit number 52.
No objection.
Thank you. And exhibit number 53, are you familiar with this photograph?
Yes.
And what is it that I am showing you here?
My store again.
Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. And just so the jury can see what it is that I showed you. This is 53 and 52. And Mr. Ansari, do you recognize your store in those photographs?
Yes.
Okay, and that's at the Northland Mall?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ansari, did an incident happen back on January 28, 2014 that brings you to testify here this afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before we talk about what happened on January 28th, were you open the day before on January 27th?
Yes.
Okay. And did anything occur on January 27th, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened on January 27th?
2 different males came into the store and looked around at separate times, about 20 or 30 minutes apart. So first gentleman came, I asked if he needed any help, no response, he left.
Okay.
Same thing with the second person. Came in, looked, I asked if he needed any help, and he left.
Okay. And
A few hours later, the same 2 gentlemen came back. I was helping a lady with some earrings I sold her. They stood at the front and just had a death stare right at me. And they just stared. And I asked them, do you guys need something? They looked at each other and laughed and walked away. So I called security and said, keep your eye on these guys. They could be trouble.
okay. Now, let's fast forward to January 28th. This will be the next day.
Correct.
Okay. And did you see one of the individuals that you saw on the 27th on the 28th?
Yes.
Okay. And the individual you saw from the 27th to the 28th, do you remember what he looked like?
Yes, from reviewing the videos.
Okay. All right. And what did he look like?
He was about 6'2", 6'3". He was wearing a big jacket, so he's probably about 230 pounds, I'm going to assume.
And where did you see him?
I was sitting up at the front of the store. He was walking up, said he wanted to kill someone, and came right directly and started staring.
Now, when he was walking up saying he wanted to kill someone, was he in the hallway or like the corridor of the mall?
Correct.
Okay. Was there anyone around him when he was walking up making that statement he wanted to kill someone?
No.
And when he says those words, again, where are you?
Sitting at the front of the store.
Okay. And then what happens next?
He turned and came right at the front of the showcase and stared right at me.
Okay. Did he have his hands inside his pockets or out of his pockets, if you remember?
I do not recall.
Okay. Did he have a weapon of any sort that you could see?
No.
Okay. So when he's at the counter, what is he doing? When he's at the counter?
He was staring at me. So then I realized something is wrong. I went to the back, called security, and I had a revolver and I put it in my pocket in case he pulled a weapon out.
Okay. Now, do you remember what time of day this was?
About 5:30 in the evening.
Okay. And you said you had a revolver. Are you a licensed a CCW holder?
Yes.
Okay. Did you end up using your weapon that day?
No.
Okay. And so you called security?
I called security.
Okay. And how long, if you can remember, did it take for security to come to your store? Was it hours? Was it minutes?
Maybe 1 minute.
Okay. And does security in fact show up?
Yes.
Okay. And was how many security guys show up at first?
2.
Okay. And how long was your store at Northland Mall?
From 2007 to closing of 2015.
And those 2 security guards that you first saw, had you seen them in the mall before working as security guards?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what the two security guards look like?
Yes.
Okay, and what did they look like?
The one gentleman was bald. And the other one is John. He wears glasses.
Okay. John, do you see John in the courtroom this afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And you say he wears glasses. Can you describe something else that he's wearing?
What do you mean?
You say he wears glasses.
Yeah.
Okay, you see him in the courtroom. Okay.
He's
Can
wearing a suit.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not standing up, so would you like me to stand up and
I'll get out
describe
of your
him?
way so you can sit.
He's wearing a black suit with a blue tie and a white shirt with black socks and black shoes.
Thank you. That directly reflects that Mr. Ansari has identified defendant Seaverly. Thank you. So you said there's Mr. Seaverling and another security guard show up. You gotta say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And when they show up, what happens?
The older gentleman that's not here ended up macing him and taking him to the ground.
The older gentleman, does he say anything to the individual before he maces him?
Yes, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay. Now, before the older gentleman maces the individual, do you see the black male? Do you see him move for or move toward the bald-headed security guard?
He looked like it was going to be confrontational.
I'm not asking you what it looked like. I'm asking you, did you see McKenzie move forward or take a step toward the older security guard?
I don't recall.
Okay. Mr. Seaverling, at this time, do you see him do anything?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, you say that the older security guard took him, being McKenzie? You gotta say yes or no?
Yes.
And what happens?
After he maced him, he, natural response was like this. He
Like
grabbed
what?
him
You gotta
and
describe what this is.
he
for the
covered his face
Okay.
after he was maced.
Okay. And then what happens?
He grabbed him and put him on the ground.
The older security guard grabbed who? Could you say him?
Mackenzie.
Okay. All right. And put him on the ground.
How do you want me to address him so I can?
Let me back up. Did you later learn that his name was Mackenzie Cochran?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So Mr. Cochran was grabbed by the older gentleman, the bald guy, and put on the ground.
Okay. All right. Now, before the older gentleman grabs and put Mackenzie on the ground, did you see Mackenzie punch the older security guard?
No.
Did you see him kick the older security guard?
No.
Okay. So the older security guard grabs and puts Mackenzie on the ground. What happens next?
I don't recall. It was just a big struggle. I think 2 or 3 more security guards showed up to help restrain him. He was a big guy, and it wouldn't take much to hold me down to restrain me. He was very strong.
Okay. Now, when you said more security guards showed up, do you see any of those security guards that eventually showed up on January 28th in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. And who else do you see in the courtroom that was there on January 28th?
Mr. Gavin and Aaron.
Okay.
There was another gentleman. I don't know if he's not here, I think.
Let's start with Mr. Gavin. Can you describe just what he looks like and what he's wearing today?
Red hair, blue shirt, blue tie, gray suit.
Okay, thank you. And you said Mr. Aaron, what is he wearing today?
He's wearing glasses, a beaded necklace,
Okay.
and a sweatshirt.
Okay.
Or a nice sweater.
Okay. And now you said that eventually they show up?
Correct.
Okay. And when they show up, where is Mackenzie Cochran? Is he standing up or is he down on the ground?
He's on the ground.
Okay. Is he face up or is he face down?
Face down.
Is he punching while he's on the ground?
No.
Is he kicking while he's on the ground?
Yes.
Is he kicking at the officers, at the security guards?
No.
Did you call 911?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you call 911 when all this happened?
I don't know how long after.
All right.
Probably within 3 minutes or so, 2 minutes.
3 minutes as to when the first two security guards showed up?
Probably.
Okay. And did you listen to that 911 call before your testimony here this afternoon?
Yes.
And what you listened to, was that a fair and accurate recording as to, did you recognize your voice in that 911 call?
Yes.
Okay. And was that an accurate recording of the 911 call that you placed on January 20th, 2014?
Yes.
You're right this time. I will move, and that is referred to as People's Proposed Exhibit number 44. And 44, Your Honor, and I will move for admission.
On 8, 2014, 17, 38, 14.
But now, his house, they got a guy in front of my breaks down. If they're over there, they're trying to restrain them. But I needed that help. So, come straight down the next to me, she's on the left. Okay, thanks.
Now, Mr. Ansari, let me ask you a couple questions. You indicated that Mackenzie Cochran was staring at you. You gotta say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Did he say anything to you directly?
Never.
Okay. Did he come towards you in any way?
Just when he walked up to the showcase.
Okay.
So there was a barrier.
Okay. He never came around the showcase into
No.
your store. Okay. Now on the call, you said that you told 911 that we got a crazy guy.
Yes.
Okay. And why did you say that?
Because it's not normal for a human to just walk up and stare at you with a death stare and come do it again the second day. People walk up, hi, how are you? I'm looking for this. They don't walk up and just stare at you with an emptiness in their eyes.
Okay. But even the day before, he didn't say anything to you, just stared.
Correct.
Okay.
Even when they were in the store, they never said a word.
Okay.
Even when I offered for help, there was no response.
Okay. Now, let's stay focused on the 28th. So you call 911. When you call 911, were all 5 security guards, were they all there at that time?
I can't recall.
Okay. When all 5 security guards were there and Mackenzie Cochran is on the ground, is he face up or is he face down?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember seeing Mackenzie throw any punches while he was on the ground?
No.
Okay. Is Mackenzie saying anything?
He said he couldn't breathe.
Do you remember how many times he says that?
I don't.
Okay. After Mackenzie is saying that he can't breathe, did you see any of the security guards get off of Mackenzie?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember if any of the defendants or any of the security guards said anything to Mackenzie as he's on the ground?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you see any handcuffs?
No. I don't remember, so if he was handcuffed, I don't remember.
Okay. Did you, hold on one second. At some point in time, do the security guards get off of Mackenzie, or do they stand up?
Yes.
Okay. And does Mackenzie Cochran get off the ground?
No.
Okay.
He was sitting up against, there's a tiled pillar on the corner of the store. He was sitting up against that.
Okay. When he was sitting up against the pillar, was his eyes open or closed?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't know because you didn't see it, or you don't remember?
I didn't see it because I was behind the whole situation.
Okay. You were in the store?
Correct.
Okay. As the security guards were dealing with Mackenzie, is your store still open? Are you still conducting business?
Yes.
Okay.
One of the security guards asked me to get him some water.
Okay.
So I went and got some water for Mr. Cochran.
All right. And did you see that security guard give Mr. Cochran the water?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. Now, at some point, do you remember if Southfield Police Department came to the mall?
They did.
Okay. And what about EMS? Did you see them?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see EMS interacting with Mackenzie Cochran?
So all I remember is they had him laying down and they were putting air in his lungs with one of those, looked like a big, like a 2-liter bottle of air or something. It was something to compress air into someone's lungs, I suppose.
Now, when EMS arrived, was Mackenzie Cochran, was he moving?
No.
Okay. Was he responsive?
I don't know.
Okay. Did your store, did it have surveillance video on January 20th, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And the cameras, were they working?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did Southfield Police Department, did they collect surveillance video from your store?
Yes.
Okay. And were you present at the store when they collected that footage?
Yes.
And did you review that footage prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see yourself in that footage?
Yes.
Okay. And that would have been, for the record, Your Honor, that's People's Proposed Exhibit 28 through 31. And right at this time, I will move for admission of People's Proposed Exhibits 28 through 31.
No objection. No objection. No objection.
Okay. And Mr. Ansar, these are the photographs. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes. I'm going to show you People's Proposed Exhibits. This would be 32 through 43. If you could just tell for the record what it is that I've handed you.
A picture of me at the front of the store with Mackenzie Cochran walking up.
Okay, let me be more clear. Are these a stack of photographs?
Yes.
And did you review these photographs before your testimony?
Yeah.
Okay, and did these photographs come from the surveillance footage at your store?
Yes.
All right, this time I move to admit People's Proposed Exhibits 32 to 43.
No objection. No objection. No objection.
Anyway, Your Honor, if we could, I would like to play this time, just camera for number 28 and 29. This is 28? No. Yeah, 28, 29, 31 is All right, we're gonna play, and we're playing it from, for the record, this is at 23 minutes and 24 minutes. And Mr. Ansari, is that you?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the Mackenzie Cochran, that's who you saw? I'm asking you.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Ansari, where are you at this particular time? We see you no longer in the
At the
front.
back of the store.
Okay.
I kept I was watching him the whole time.
And for the next, just for the record, this is 29. Let me show you 29. This is People's Exhibit number 29.
He's getting more and more agitated as time goes on here.
I just want you to, there's no question before you, okay? So let me ask him, he said he's getting more and more agitated. He's not, he didn't come into your store.
Objection, leading.
Did he come into your store?
Nope.
Did he say anything to you?
No, but does that look normal?
I mean, that wasn't the question. Yeah. And Mr. Ansari, why did you move the signs out of the way?
Probably they were all, probably because they were all hitting the sign and so no one gets tangled up in it or something.
Okay.
Trying to make a clearance for everybody.
And is this the point where the security guards had Mackenzie Cochran down?
What was that?
Is this the point where they had the security guards have Mackenzie Cochran down?
Yeah, he's been down.
Okay. And if you remember, can you tell the jury how the security guards had Mackenzie Cochran down? Like, were their hands on him?
Yeah, I mean, there's typical police work of trying to restrain somebody.
Okay.
Exactly do I remember what was happening? I don't. There was no punching, there was no kicking on the security guard side.
Now, Mr. I'm sorry, you said police work. Are these security guards? The police
Security-
hadn't showed up, right?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Ansar, I believe you testified earlier that there was a fifth guy. There was a fifth guy that was involved.
I think so.
Okay, do you remember his name?
No.
Okay. Mr. Anzai, at this point, is Mackenzie Cochran, he's still on the ground?
I don't recall. He might be sitting up against the pillar at this moment, but I don't know that 100% from looking at this.
Just one question, please. I believe you testified earlier that you thought Mackenzie Cochran had a gun. You remember saying that just a few minutes ago?
No.
You don't remember just saying a few minutes ago that?
What if he had a gun?
What if he had it? Okay.
Yes.
Did you ever see a gun?
No gun. I never saw a gun, never saw a weapon.
Oh, thank you. I have no further.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ansara.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm good. This is the first time me and you've ever met, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you're in the jewelry business, is that fair?
Correct.
And a store that you owned was in Northland Mall. You still own jewelry stores and malls, or
No.
you're not in that same business anymore?
Same business, not in the
It's
mall.
not in a mall. Okay. At the time, were you familiar with these security officers at the mall?
Yes.
Just from your day-to-day interaction with them?
Of course.
Okay. And the man we've been referring to as the bald-headed man, did you know him to be a sergeant?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember they, again, call him Sarge, or you don't recall that now?
I don't recall. It's been 10 years.
I understand. You knew some of these guys by name. You knew Gavin King with the red hair, right? Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. You remember him as being kind of one of the younger guys there?
Yes.
Is that fair? Now, you would call security from time to time for incidents that took place at the mall. Is that fair?
Very rarely.
There were often incidents at that mall, correct? At Northland?
The mall was a very rough mall. Lots of fights, lots of shootings. Security guard almost got killed once during a shooting. So there was they dealt with a lot in that mall.
Okay. And you said a security guard got shot?
Almost got shot. Went right by his head.
Okay. There was
You
a
could
shooting
hear
with
it.
other individuals.
Yes, correct.
And was that an incident that took place before this incident involving Mackenzie Cochran, if you recall?
Yes.
And sometimes people would fight the security? Is that fair?
I never witnessed fights between security and customers, but I can't answer that. I never.
That's what you've
witnessed
seen. You've seen security try to restrain individuals until the police arrive?
Yes.
You've seen that happen plenty of times?
Few times.
Okay. Now, the day before, you said you saw Mackenzie Cochran and he was with another individual, and he kind of freaked you out.
Correct.
Is that fair? You saw the two of them staring, and you said they didn't seem normal.
Correct.
You tried to help them. You asked
I
them-
just asked if they needed help because I was busy with a customer at that point.
Okay.
And she looked over and said, "That's very strange." And then when I asked for help, they walked off.
Okay. You recall they also went into a store. There was a clothing store where a young girl was working by herself?
This is what I heard.
Objection, Your Honor.
Just answer the question.
Yeah, I'll.
Remember them going into that store, that's all the question is.
Do you remember? Do you remember
Yes,
that?
they went to another clothing store and the girl got scared
Objection.
and ran out of the store.
Where's the strike?
On the 27th.
Sir, please, stop.
I don't know that he said anything here.
Thank you.
Exactly.
I asked him if he saw it. Did you see what he said?
Well, how could he, unless he was physically present there and this young lady and her demeanor, then I'm not going to allow.
Okay.
So he wants-
That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, yeah, but
I'll get to it. He kind of jumped ahead. I'll try to backtrack a little bit. There's a clothing store in the mall. Yes?
There was quite a few.
Right. And is there one that's near your store where a young girl was working by herself? Is that yes?
Yes.
Oh. And
Is this the day before?
yes.
This is on the 27th.
Let's take it clear for the record for Mississippi.
On the 27th, when these two individuals spooked you at your store, you said they then went into a clothing store where a young girl is working by herself. Is that right?
Your Honor.
That's what I heard, yeah.
I'm not going to check as to relevant. I don't understand this line of questioning is relevant as to what happened on the 28th.
Hold on a second, everybody. He said that's what he,
I know.
all right?
Yes.
Like that.
Okay.
And the testimony about them going into another store. Let the observed and follow them into that store to see what happened. Everything else.
Understood. Is this something you saw? I don't want you to tell me what other people told you.
I didn't see that because I was busy at my store working.
All right. Fair enough. You were made aware of an incident. Fair?
What incident?
There's the incident at your store on the 27th, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And then the next day, this individual, Mr. Cochran, comes back by himself now, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you knew that the day before, not only was he at your store, but he had scared another young girl in her store.
And I'm going to object as to foundation.
Judge.
He testified that's what he heard. He didn't testify that he saw it. He has no firsthand knowledge of this whatsoever.
Judge, it's not for the truth of the matter. It's for the effect on the listener. And it goes to his state of mind and the way he's going to react. Having that information, having that information is going to change how he reacts when he sees this individual again. Whether he observed it or not, it's not for the truth of whether it happened. But in his mind, he has more reason to be scared of this individual. That's the reason for its admission. It's not for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor, my objection isn't based on hearsay. My objection is lack of foundation. He doesn't have any knowledge, firsthand knowledge of what happened at that clothing store because he didn't witness it. The only thing he knows about it is what he heard about it. So my objection isn't hearsay, it's lack of foundation. He can't testify to something that he doesn't know about or he didn't see or he didn't witness.
Judge, okay, can I respond?
Yeah.
Okay. Whether he has firsthand knowledge or not, having that information is going to affect how he reacts and whether he's scared or not of this individual. It's not for the truth of whether it actually happened, but whether he believes that information is going to affect and dictate how he reacts and what steps he takes. And that's the only purpose for which I'm asking that it be admitted.
Go ahead.
Thank you. When Mr. Cochran arrived at your store on the 28th, you knew that after he left your store, the information you had, that what you believe was that he was at another store and scared that young girl as well, correct?
You got the dates mixed up. He didn't leave on the 28th. The 28th is the day of this incident that we just watched.
You're right.
So on the 27th, he came through the store, like I said earlier, 20 minutes, 30 minutes apart. There was another gentleman. Then they came back later and just stared at me.
Okay.
With an empty, death stare.
Okay. And then when the incident that you said you knew about involving a young girl.
That was on the 27th.
Okay. So you knew about it when you saw him reappear at your store on the 28th. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you said when he walked up, he also said he wanted to kill someone that day. Is that right?
Yes.
Objection, that's mischaracterization. He didn't think he wanted to kill someone that day. Mischaracterization.
So this is cross-examination. I can
Your Honor,
make.
this doesn't characterize as to what the witness said.
So we didn't question. Oh, I'm not saying that is part of what he said. He said as he walked up to you that day, he said he wanted to kill someone.
As he was walking up to the, in the video, you can see a wall that I was sitting by. I heard someone say, I'm going to kill someone, and I looked up, and it was him, and he turned and came right to me.
Okay. When you heard that and you looked up and you saw the same individual that you interacted with the day before, what did you take that to mean? I'm going to kill someone.
You gotta take that serious when someone's just staring at you.
Did you believe he meant he was going to do it then and there? That day?
I didn't know what to think.
You didn't think he was talking about some possible day in the future, maybe, right?
No.
Right. You were scared. Fair?
Of course.
Right. Fear for your life.
Of course.
And in fact, you went back and you grabbed your revolver, right?
I called security and I put the revolver and put it in my pocket where it's discreet and no one can see it.
Oh.
Just
Now,
in case
right.
someone, in case he pulled out a weapon. He was wearing a large jacket. You could have hid any kind of weapon there. It could have been a shotgun.
You didn't know.
You don't know.
But based on what you knew happened the day before and his statement to you that day, you thought it's very possible he was armed with a weapon. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, the way he said he was staring at you, and it was a death stare. That's what you called it, right?
An emptiness.
Did he look angry to you?
No.
You said he was agitated. He was getting more and more agitated.
So after I went to the back of the store, he was staring at me. His eyes never left me personally. And he just kept getting agitated. You could see him slowly just doing this. This is not normal behavior. I've been around for 30, 40 years just doing this.
Okay. And
So
so
more agitated as the time went by.
when you say, for the record, he's doing this, you're moving back and
He's
forth.
just
in your
touching the showcase and moving back and forth.
Okay.
But you could see on his face something was wrong.
Now, you said the two police officers walked up to him, correct?
Security.
Security officer. Sorry. That was who initially walked up, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you said one of them ended up macing him,
Yeah.
right? Was that the bald-headed man?
Yes.
All right. Now, he didn't just pull out the mace and start macing him as soon as you walked up, did he?
No.
Okay. Did you hear him warn him?
I believe that's what he did.
Okay.
Told him to leave.
How many times do you remember him?
I can't recall.
All right. Do you recall sitting down at the Attorney General's office and answering some questions from the Attorney General's or Assistant Attorney General? I think maybe Ms. Liddell was there and another Assistant Attorney General. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right.
I was on a computer.
Oh, was it
Zoom
over
call.
Zoom?
I went down. They asked me to go downtown. This was in 2021, and that's where we did it. There's like 3 or 4 people online.
Okay, so they had you sit in a room at the Attorney General's office, but you were by yourself, and then they were asking questions from another room. Is that what I'm getting?
I don't recall if I was by myself, but everybody was on a Zoom call.
Okay.
They gave me the computer.
They give you a computer, you sat in a room by yourself, and they ask you questions over Zoom.
If I was by myself, I don't recall.
The people asking you the questions were not in the room.
No, correct.
All right. You say you don't recall how many times they told them to leave. Would it refresh your memory to see part of the transcript of what you said that day?
Sure.
All right. I'm gonna quote them on page 22. We quoted the line 19 to 22. The bottom of page 19.
19 through 22, you said? Okay.
Does that refresh your memory about how many times they told them to leave?
Yes.
All right. How many times did they tell them to leave?
3 or 4 times.
Now, before anybody applied any mace?
Correct.
Now, before he was made, he didn't leave, and you recall that he went towards one of the officers as if he's about to hit him. You recall that?
I don't recall.
All right.
Unless it was written down at the time.
Okay.
It's been 10 years.
I understand. Do you remember making a statement to Southfield Police that day on January 28th of 2014 when they came to the mall?
I had written something down.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to look at that statement that you wrote down for the police that day?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to approach you. Yeah, may I approach the witness?
Yeah.
And I'm approaching with this statement dated January 28th, 2014. Big mistake.
What would you like me to do?
Read it yourself and tell me when your memory's been refreshed.
Yes.
Have your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
Is that fair? Thank you, sir. You remember saying that you went towards the officers like you wanted to hit one of them?
Yeah.
You remember saying you wanted to hit one of the officers?
He didn't say that. He didn't.
No.
He never said anything the
I
whole
understand
time.
that. My question is different. Do you remember saying that it looked to you like you wanted to hit one of the officers?
Yes.
All right. And was that based on him going towards the officer?
Your Honor, again, this calls for speculation, objection.
I'm asking his observation, Judge.
Well, then ask him what he and what he observed led him to make that statement.
What did you observe that led you to believe he wanted to hit one of the officers?
His stance.
Okay.
The whole situation.
Were his hands clenched in a fist?
I don't recall.
How far was he from one of the officers, if you recall?
3-4 feet.
Close enough to be able to hit him?
Yes.
Now, initially, there's only 2 security officers there, and they try to take him down to the ground, correct? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. Now, does it look to you like he's getting the better of them at that point? If you can tell.
They were struggling with him a lot.
Okay. Now, initially, you were the first one to call security about this, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you called them once, and they weren't coming quick enough. You called a second time. Is that right?
I believe so.
All right. And do you remember after you told the officers that he said he wanted to kill someone on the first call, you called a second time for them to hurry up and told them to get here or you're going to shoot him yourself? Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
All right. And was that because
If he furnished a weapon, yes.
you were in fear of your life at that point?
Correct.
And you said it only took him a minute to get there, right?
Maybe.
But in your mind, it seemed like it was taking forever.
Yes.
That you called a second time was
Situation was tense.
right. Now, after the 2 officers were eventually able to get him on the ground and they were still struggling, did you see other officer or security officers arrive?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember if the 3rd officer was black or white? If you recall.
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember a 4th officer arriving?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember seeing security officer Gavin King?
Yes.
Right? And you saw him on the video as well?
Yes.
Right. You never see Mr. King on top of him, correct?
I think he was just holding his arm down. Whatever was in the video.
Oh. You had the best vantage point to see what's taking place, correct? Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. And from what you remember seeing, was Gavin King on the ground?
Yes.
All right. And when he was on the ground, were his knees on the floor or on anybody?
I don't recall.
You recall him, you said you recall him just grabbing it at his arms. Is that right?
He was grabbing some part of his body parts.
Now, what you saw happening, you didn't think anybody was going to lose their life that day, right?
Not at all.
It seemed to you like they were going to be able to restrain him, and then the police were going to come and deal with this individual who just said, I'm going to kill someone.
Correct.
Right? Now, in fact, another customer comes into your store and he kind of walks around what's going on in security and looks at some of the jewelry in the store as it's taking place, right?
Correct.
And you helped this customer, correct?
Yes.
Because nothing that was taking place that day led you to believe it was going to get as serious as it ultimately did, right?
Correct.
At the beginning of this, you said he was getting the best of the security officers. Did you describe it as you believed it looked like he had superhuman strength?
He was very strong.
Right. In fact, he used those words,
Yes.
superhuman strength. Right. Thank you. No other question.
Good afternoon, Ms. Pansera.
Good afternoon.
May I ask you a series of questions? If you don't understand or you don't hear me, just indicate so, and I'll try to correct it. Is that fair?
Sure.
And you look very uncomfortable, and it's understandable.
I'm not uncomfortable.
You don't want to be here, though, do you?
No, of course not.
Okay. And this matter, when it took place in 2018, you had been a shopkeeper. Sorry. Oh, 2014. You had been, I think, a owner of that particular building or establishment for some time. Is that correct?
7 years.
You'd been in Northland for 7 years?
Up
Prior.
until that time.
And you were familiar with the security company as well, is that correct?
The security guards.
Okay, and during the course of that 7 years, security guards would come and go. They would change uniforms, change companies, right?
I think, I don't recall. It happened once, maybe once or twice. Different companies.
Okay, but you got to know the individuals involved.
There was a lot of individuals at that time that worked there for a lot of years.
And in fact, you mentioned my client's name. You knew Aaron, correct?
Correct.
The young man sitting to the right with the beads on, as you said, and the sweater. And how long did you know him prior to 2014?
I believe the whole time. I think he was one of the security guards that was there a long time as well.
Now, I imagine because of the nature of your business, you wanted to make sure you knew the security system there and the security guards.
There's security guards, all the mall owners, all the employees. We all talk to them. We all know them. So it's just natural. Any mall you go to, you're going to know the security guards because they're working.
And you didn't have your own security guard, is that correct?
No.
When you said you would get to know them, did you ever see them doing any drills or reenactments during your stay there?
What do you mean?
Like we're coming to do an arrest or, for any scenario or situation, active.
Are you asking are they practicing or actually doing it?
Have you seen the practice?
No.
Now, not to be funny, but your business is named LA Diamonds, right?
Yes.
And I take it you had real diamonds in there?
Yes.
You had real gold, precious metal. So you had a lot at stake in protecting those items at your business, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've testified that this individual came in with another person the day before, Mr. Cochran, I believe.
Yes, but they came in at separate times, as I stated before.
When you say they came in at separate times, they came in together or separate?
Separately.
Okay. And
About 20, 30 minutes apart. And then I didn't know that they were even together until they came back and just stood there and stared at.
How do you know that was Mr. Cochran on the 27th?
Because he was just in my store that few hours, within an hour probably.
Okay, so same clothing, same deal?
Yes, of course.
But you had hardly any conversation with him on the 27th?
Just asked him if he needed any help or if he wanted to see something, he can just let me know.
Okay, and his response?
None.
There was no response. He just, like you said, a blank look, right?
He was actually just looking in the showcase. He went through the store, looked in the showcase. I asked him if he wanted any help. No response, and he left.
So on the second time you saw him, which would have been on the next day, the 28th, he had on the same clothing?
So the second time I saw him was on the 27th. After they were in my store, they came back together with the other gentleman, and he was standing at the front just staring at me.
Once again, no communication, didn't say anything to you?
No, I asked them if they were okay, and they looked at each other, laughed, and walked away. And that's when I called security on the 27th.
Okay. Now, did you prohibit Mr. Cochran from entering your establishment on the 27th?
No.
Did you do so on the 28th?
No,
Did you ever tell him he was trespassing?
no.
So your business was open to him as far
It's
as,
open to anybody that wants to come in.
okay. So the third time you saw him, he's by himself, correct?
On the 28th,
Did you notice, other than this blank stare, could you smell any intoxicants on him, any marijuana?
Objection, Your Honor. As to relevance,
Well, Judge, the relevance is we know that marijuana is in his system, so I just wanted to get a corroboration whether or not he smelled it. We don't know the extent of how much, you know, as compared to a heavy scent, mild scent, no scent.
Your Honor, if I may, there's been no testimony from any of the witnesses that Mr. Cochran had marijuana in his system.
Well, we anticipate that it will come from the autopsy, Judge.
We'll deal with it.
Well, it's cross-examination. I can ask, did he smell marijuana? Right.
I suppose you just asked if there were any odors or smells emanating from the
Thank you, Judge. Were there any odors or smell of marijuana coming from Mr. Cochran? That you know?
no.
What's the objection? I'm sorry.
Relevance.
I'll just ask that question later, Judge. Thank you.
Let's move on.
So, when Mr. Cochran is at the front of your store, does he ever enter inside of the store?
On what day?
The last time you saw him?
The 28th?
Yes.
No, he stayed at the front.
And once again, he didn't say anything to you initially, correct?
No.
And it's your testimony that he made a threat, or he said he wanted to kill somebody?
Yes.
And that's when you went and grabbed your pistol or gun?
That's when I went to the back of the store, called security, and put my pistol in my pocket.
Okay. And you said, I believe you told Brother Counsel you called security twice that day, correct?
I don't recall that, but
So you made the initial call, and 10 minutes later you called again?
I don't remember.
Did you ever call Southfield Police then?
Yes, I called 9.
When did you call 911?
I don't remember how long after the whole ordeal started. That should be on the timestamp.
Okay. And once again, why did you call 911?
Because they were struggling with them.
Now, during the course of this struggling, you said there were some signs from your store that had been kicked over or pushed over. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I had one sign I had to move, or a couple.
And you were able to remove those signs, and you
The one big one you saw me in the video move.
Okay, why did you move the signs?
To give clearance for this whole situation.
Okay.
And maybe no one can get hurt any more than needed.
Now, during the course of this whole situation, you were trying to conduct business as normal.
I was alone that day. The last week of January is extremely slow in the mall. So I was working alone that day.
Right, I appreciate that, but you didn't just stop what you were doing and close up shop. You were trying to conduct business as the security and Mr. Cochran were on the ground.
Correct.
Now, in fact, several people even came into your store and walked right past this situation.
I don't recall how many people. I remember just the gentleman on the video because of the video.
All right. Now, you've been asked many, many times about the interaction between security and Mr. Cochran. You didn't see any weapons used, batons, clubs.
No.
You didn't see anything unusual such as like WWE headlock kicking of this individual?
No.
Once that individual was on the ground, how many security officers were around him at first?
The first 2 initially, and then another 2 came.
All right. So eventually, did you see Mr. Marie arrive at the scene?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that he was one of the last ones, if not the very last one who arrived?
Probably third or fourth.
Did you ever see him place his hands on the upper body of Mr. Cochran?
I don't recall.
Did you ever see him place his hands on any part of Mr. Cochran's body?
Yes.
What part?
I don't know what part. He was just trying to hold him down.
Would you agree also that Mr. Marie was at the scene with Mr. Cochran for a very short period of time?
I think so.
And for the benefit of the jury, what's a short period of time?
I don't know. I can't.
Seconds, couple minutes?
I can't give you that answer.
Isn't it true that Mr. Marie asked for some water to give to Mr. Cochran from you?
And I went and got water for Mr. Cochran and gave it to Murray.
Okay. And after you gave the water to Mr. Marie, how long did it take for Southfield Police to arrive? Or had they arrived yet?
I don't think they arrived.
Now, wasn't there a Southfield Police Department annex in the parking lot of North?
So there was, it was in the parking lot, but I don't know what it was used for.
Okay, so you don't know if the police were coming from that location as compared to anywhere else in Southfield,
No,
right?
I can't answer.
But it didn't take a long period of time before they arrived, would you agree?
It felt like a long time, but how long from the phone call, from the 911 call to when they arrived, I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I only have a couple of questions to ask you. Earlier you said that there were other crimes that were committed in the mall. Had you ever experienced any crimes in your store?
In my store? No.
Okay. But you were just aware that this person was acting abnormal on that day?
Correct.
So you also stated that you went to go get your gun. I'm going to ask you, basically, you went to get your gun because you were afraid that he was going to harm you or rob you?
I wasn't worried about the robbery part, but I thought possibly he could harm me because the threat of killing someone, a big guy wearing a big, large jacket, any kind of weapon can be hidden in that.
Have you ever thrown anyone out of your store?
What was that?
Have you ever thrown anyone out of your store or asked people to leave?
I tell people leave if I have to.
Okay. Would you have approached this man to physically remove him from your store?
No.
Because of his size?
Size, and he could have a weapon on him.
When the security guards were there, when they were trying to, after they sprayed him, do you think that they were trying to harm him?
No.
That causes speculation, but he thought.
Excuse me. What did you think they were trying to do?
Objectively, he causes speculation.
Did you see them kicking or stomping?
They never stomped on him. They never kicked him. They didn't do anything out of the ordinary like that. Kicking, stomping, punching, none of that. Headlocks, no.
Okay.
They were just trying to restrain him.
All right. Thank you. That's what I want. Appreciate it.
Now, I believe Mr. Blake asked you whether or not the security guards were doing any type of like WWE wrestling moves on Mackenzie Cochran. If you recall him asking that question, Mr. Blake, the attorney on the end. He just asked you that question of cross-examination. You remember that? Okay. All right. Did you see Mackenzie Cochran doing any type of like WWE moves on any of the security guards?
No one did any fancy moves on them.
Okay. All right. So did you see Mackenzie Cochran toss the security guards or throw them or anything like that?
He was moving around a lot. Yeah, he was moving around. They were holding up, trying to subdue him to get him to calm down.
Okay, all right. Now, can you describe for the record what you just did with your shoulders? What Mackenzie Cochran was doing? You said he was moving his shoulders?
I mean, he's moving around. He wasn't.
I can see.
He
with the
wasn't.
record.
He wasn't cooperating.
Okay. Now you testified that you went to go get your gun. You went
Yes.
to go get your gun? Okay. Did you show your gun?
Nope. It was in the back room. I had a little small back room.
Okay.
I grabbed it, put it in my pocket. No need for anyone to know I have a gun.
Okay. All right. I've never.
So it's for release or witness, let me just double check one thing. I'm sorry.
No, we did it. We just didn't publish
Okay. All right. We're good, guys. No.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Very good, Judge.
Yeah, call me a Western. What do you think?
Would y'all need to like a brief recess? Yes, no? No.
Yes. Do you solemnly swear or affirm over the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give before this court is the whole truth and nothing but?
I do.
Good afternoon, sir. If you could please say and spell your name for the record.
Neil Webster, Neilwebster.
And Mr. Webster, are you currently employed?
Yes.
And where do you work?
I work for RPS Protection.
And what do you do for RPS Protect?
I'm the Director of Administration.
And the Director of Administration, what is that?
I handle all the administrative duties of the security company, payroll, HR, invoicing.
And how long have you worked for RPS?
Since May of 2015.
And prior to working for RPS, were you employed?
Yes.
And sir, where were you employed?
I was employed by PSC at Northland Mall,
And PSC, what is that?
a security company.
Okay. And what was your position at PSC at the Northland Mall?
At the time I left, I was the Director of Security
Okay. And when did you leave Northland Mall?
in May of 2015.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. It's been a long day. My apologies. Okay. And how long were you employed by a security company at Northland Mall?
Overall, since 1996.
And in 1996, were you a security guard and just worked your way up between then and 2014?
Correct.
Okay. Now, on January 28, 2014, the security at Northland, was it in-house security or a contract to a private company?
Contracted to a private company.
Okay. And what was the name of that company?
It was UPS, Universal Protective Services.
Okay. And were there several different companies that kind of handled the security for Northland Mall?
Over the years, yes.
Okay. And did you remain a direct employee of all those security companies that provided security to Northland Mall?
Yes.
Okay. Until you left for your current position in 2015?
Correct.
Okay. And in the various roles during the course of your employment, did you have firsthand knowledge of just all the policies and procedures as it pertains to each one of those security companies that provided security at the mall?
Yes.
And the policies, would they be kept on site at Northland Mall?
Yes.
And what about procedures? Would those also be kept on site?
Yes.
Okay. And any training materials, would they be kept on site?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Webster, are you familiar with Public Act 3030?
Public Act 3030?
Yes, 330.
Yes,
Yeah.
Public Act 330 I'm familiar with.
Yes, my apologies. It is almost 330. Okay. And how are you familiar with that?
Public Act 330 is the Security Guard Act of 1968, which regulates the security industry in the state of Michigan.
Okay. And at the date of this incident, that being January 28, 2014, did you have firsthand knowledge as to whether or not the security guards in Northland Mall were PA 330 certified?
No, they were not.
Okay, all right. And without that PA 330 certification, what are the arrest powers of the security guards at the mall?
That of an ordinary citizen.
Okay, and what is that?
A felony committed in your presence when directed to do so by a police officer or knowledge of a felony, though not committed in your presence.
And Mr. Webster, how many security guards were working under your supervision in January of 2014?
Roughly 25.
Okay. And did you supervise John Sieberling?
Yes.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you just point to him and identify him?
Directly behind the table here.
Okay. There's a couple individuals.
In the black suit, white shirt.
Okay. All right. Let the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Sieberling. Yes. Thank you. Gavin King, did you supervise him?
I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay. And can you just point to him?
Right next to Mr. Seiberling in the blue shirt and gray suit.
Let the record reflect identification of Mr. King.
Yes.
Okay. Aaron Murray, did you supervise him?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Okay. And can you point to him?
Gentleman on the end of that row in the white and brown sweater.
Okay. Lucius Hamilton, are you familiar with that name?
Yes.
And did you supervise him?
I did.
Okay. And Gary Chapin, are you familiar with him?
Yes.
And did you supervise him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as the assistant director, did you directly supervise the security guards? Or was there just a chain of command? I guess is my question.
Overall, there was a chain of command.
Okay. And describe that chain of command for the jury.
So the overall supervisor of the department would be the director of security. Directly under him was the assistant director, which at the time of this incident is my role.
Okay.
Then under the assistant director of security were the sergeants, and then below them would be the officers and dispatchers.
And January 20th, 2014, who was the sergeant at the time?
Gary Chapin.
Oh, all right. Now, Mr. Webster, once a new security guard is hired, was there some sort of like new hire orientation or something to that effect?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Webster, what did that look like or consist of?
The first day, typically 8 hours, was familiarizing them with the policies and procedures of the security department as well as the mall, giving them a tour, introducing them to a senior officer, sitting them down with the policy book and having them read through that.
And did you oversee the training program for the new hires at Northland Mall?
I did.
Okay. And were new hires, were they required to complete this training before in order for them to continue their employment?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know if you mentioned this already, was there some sort of employment or employee manual as well that new hires were given upon there?
Yes.
Okay. And were the new hires, were they responsible for the contents and the materials within that employee manual?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as people's proposed exhibit. This will be number 45. Is that okay? Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Mr. Webster,
Are you familiar with the item handed to you?
Yes.
And what is it?
It appears to be the training manual for the security department.
Okay. And was this manual kept in Northland Mall during the course of your employment?
Yes.
Okay. And did you keep it on site, and did you maintain its contents and its materials as well as associated with that?
Yes.
Okay. And was that manual kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And at this time, I move to admit people's exhibit number 45.
No objection.
No objection.
Yeah. Can I actually take that back? One second. One moment, just let me look where I am. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Webster, do you know what is observe and report? Do you know what that term means?
Yes, that term is a phrase that is commonly used to describe the basic duties of a security guard.
Okay. And what are the basic duties of a security guard?
To observe any unusual or criminal activity and to report it to the appropriate department or authorities.
Okay. Now I'm going to refer you to page 2 of the manual. And this is the third paragraph. I believe it's in bold. If you could read that sentence.
A public safety officer for the center is not a police officer and has no police authority.
Thank you. And so the duty of a security guard is just to observe and report. What is the duty of a security guard again?
Duty of a security officer is to protect the client's personnel, employees, and property of their client.
Okay. And if a security guard, if they are to witness any type of criminal activity, what are they supposed to do?
Depending on the activity, they either handle the situation themselves or report it to the local police department.
Yeah. Okay. Are security guards, are they expected to use good judgment and common sense in dealing with individuals in the mall?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Now, Mr. Webster, was there a continuing type of education component?
Yes.
Okay. And how often would continuing education occur?
At the time of the incident, it was quarterly.
Okay. And how would that happen?
As the training coordinator, I would choose a topic.
Okay.
I would then give the topic as well as the supporting materials and a checklist to the supervisors, who would then train the officers throughout the quarter. It took the entire quarter to get everybody.
And how would you keep track of the topics? What topics were covered? Which security guard completed it as such? Just keep your records.
I created a spreadsheet that had a list of all the topics as well as all the officers, and then I input the dates that they were trained according to the checklist that I provided the supervisors.
And what kind of topics were covered in the continuing education component?
There were several that were required to be done every year, and then a variety of optional topics. Some of the topics that were required were report writing, policy and procedure manual review, use of force, handcuffing, a couple others.
I want to focus on the handcuffing. I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit. Thank you. Number 46. Right, do you recognize this document?
I do. It is the training material for the handcuffing procedures.
And was this part of the continuing education materials on or about January of 2014?
Yes, it was.
And was this document kept at Northland Mall during the course of your employment?
Yes.
And was it kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
At this time, I move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit number 46.
We see it, please.
The handcuff. You want to see it? This is 46. I got it. What's his size? 5. Samantha. What's wrong with that? Yeah. Any objections?
No.
No, yeah, no.
Now, Mr. Baker, before a security guard was given a set of handcuffs, did they have to be, were they trained on how to properly use it?
Yes.
The lack of foundation unless he has personal knowledge
Well, Your
of
Honor,
each individual being trained.
I do believe, Your Honor, he already had previously testified that as the assistant director, he was the one who assigned the continuing education topics. He was the one that kept track and kept records of them, Your Honor. And so my question is general. And it's, as part of as part of a security guard even receiving the handcuffs, were they trained? It's not as specific as to these defendants. I just want to know in general. I don't think that that's a lack of foundation.
You can have it in general, but
Yes.
it doesn't specifically apply. to
Right.
the defendants or the shooter.
Yes.
Lay a foundation. and
Right.
everything.
Right. So I'm just asking in general, did a security guard have to complete the continuing education component as it pertains to handcuffing before they received the pair of handcuffs?
Yes, in general.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now, I want to refer you to page 18 of the manual. And if you could read the second sentence of the first paragraph.
The second sentence of the first paragraph?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Once you have placed
Okay, just read. Well, it's a business record, so it's been admitted, and it's a business record.
Once you have placed handcuffs on someone, you have assumed the legal and moral responsibility for protecting them from harm.
And so, was it the policy of the security company in January of 2014 that the handcuffed person was also to be protected from potential harm?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of harm?
Any type of harm, physical harm mainly,
Okay. And why was that important?
because being in handcuffs, they are not free to move, and therefore they are at a greater risk of harm from the environment or from other people.
And if you could continue reading, and this will be the last bullet point on page 18.
Avoid leaving people lying face down or hunched over in a way or in any way that could restrict the flow of air through their lungs.
Okay. And why was that important for security guards to be trained on that?
Because that's a condition that leads to positional asphyxiation, which is the inability to breathe, which typically can result in death.
Now, according to a manual, putting an individual face down on the floor, could that inhibit a person's breathing?
Judge, it calls.
I don't think, if you know.
Judge, it calls for an expert opinion. He's not an expert in medical business.
I don't think it calls for an expert opinion, Your Honor, at all.
I think it does.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Now I want to talk a little bit more about the, I guess like the training records that you kept. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 47. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you just.
Yes. Mr. Webster, are you familiar with this document?
Yes,
And you created it?
I did.
What is it?
This is a spreadsheet of the training records that I created.
And was that, you said you created that document?
Yes,
Okay, when that, was that created at the time that you, this is on or about, I say like, do you recall when you created this document? I guess that's the better question.
I do not want to
Okay.
recall.
All right, was it at the time that these trainings occurred?
Yes,
Okay. And did you keep this document during the course of your employment?
yes,
Okay, and was this document kept in the ordinary course of business?
yes.
Yeah, this time I moved to admit, I think this is People's Proposed Exhibit number 47? Yes.
Judge, we'd object that while it's a business record, also contains hearsay that he doesn't have personal knowledge of. He's relying on other individuals telling him things were completed, and then he puts into the spreadsheet, not necessarily something that he observed take place himself and then put into the spreadsheet. So it's hearsay of whatever somebody else told him is hearsay. Just because you put it on a spreadsheet doesn't mean it's no longer hearsay.
The way of foundation is.
As the assistant director, were you in charge of the continuing education program?
I was.
Okay. And as a part of that continuing education program, did you direct others to complete trainings?
Yes.
Okay. And who would complete these trainings under your direction?
A supervisor, usually one of the sergeants, or possibly a senior officer.
Okay. And when the supervisor or senior officer would complete these trainings, would you create a spreadsheet?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of creating that spreadsheet?
To track the dates that the training occurred, each individual officer.
Okay. And after you, and upon the completion of the trainings, would the training officer fill out the dates or that sort of thing after the trainings occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And then would that spreadsheet come back to you?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I do believe I laid a proper foundation.
Judge, I still maintain that it's hearsay. If proper person would be the supervisor who actually observed the individuals complete the training. For all we know, the supervisor's telling them, yeah, everybody completed the training. We don't know that that's true or not. And so it's hearsay that came from a supervisor making it towards Mr. Webster. The supervisor who actually observed individuals complete the training, that person would have personal knowledge, not Mr. Webster. He's getting secondhand information.
Well, Your Honor, I don't believe he's getting secondhand information. He indicated that he is the one who creates the spreadsheet. He is the one that ensures that the senior officer or the sergeant makes sure that these trainings are completed. Your Honor, and he's the one that keeps track of that spreadsheet. So I don't believe it's secondhand information or secondhand knowledge just because he didn't personally observe it, Your Honor. I mean, I think it goes to the weight of the evidence and not necessarily the admissibility of it.
And what exactly does that document show?
The document shows, Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
How would you know who is the person that keep it up? I mean, that's not it. Right?
Can I lay more? Can I ask this question? Oh, the individuals who are receiving the training, the security guards who receive the training, do they have to sign or acknowledge that they have received the training?
I don't recall. I know I filled, or as part of the training, I gave out a checklist, listed everybody's names, and I had whoever was conducting the training sign off, or at least initial, or write the date next to the person's name that they trained. But I don't recall if the officer actually signed off on that or not. It might have been just the sergeant or whoever was conducting it just wrote in a date.
But the sergeant, that person would acknowledge that the security guard, let me back up. The sergeant, that person would acknowledge that that training was conducted at that particular time.
Yes.
Okay.
My objection is yours.
There were notes down there who that individual was that actually did the training and observed it.
And Your Honor, again, I would say that the purpose of this document is that Mr. Webster is the one who created the document. The purpose that Mr. Webster created the document was to keep track, to make sure that the trainings have been conducted and the trainings have been performed. I don't think they'll actually need to have that person here that actually did the training. The purpose of this spreadsheet is just, it is a business record. It is a record kept by Mr. Webster that keeps track of all of the individuals as to when they received this training and when the training was conducted. He kept track of it. He has personal knowledge of this particular spreadsheet. I don't believe I need to have the person here who actually did the training. I just need to have him here to say, yes, I created the document and these are the dates that these trainings were conducted. And Your Honor, it goes to
the dates that were provided to him by someone else, and he just made the spreadsheet.
I agree, Your Honor, but
all right, for that purpose and that purpose only, I'll admit it, but for nothing else. I mean, that doesn't prove that those trainings were actually done. He's just performing his job based upon information he's received from someone. Okay?
Yes.
But Judge, if the document's admitted, then the hearsays come in, right? And it's come in for essentially the truth of the matter that.
All it comes in for is the fact that he was provided information, a third party, that those things were done on those dates. But other than that, the jury can decide what weight to give to that document, but there's been no testimony that somebody actually knew any of these that training on those.
Thank you, Judge.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Move for admission of it, Your Honor. This is the number 47. Thank you. 47. Permission to publish, Your Honor. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I could barely see it. Say. Now, Mr. Webster, can you see the document that's on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And that's the same document that's in your hand?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And the first name on there, that is who?
Gary Chapin.
Okay. And who was that at the time?
He was a sergeant.
Okay. And the next name is, who is that?
Lucius Hamilton.
Okay. And the next name is?
Gavin King.
Okay. And I believe there is a third kind of section that says handcuff procedures or CCTV procedures.
Yes.
What are CCTV procedures?
Closed caption television.
Okay, and what is that?
That was training that was given to dispatchers since they didn't carry handcuffs. We gave them the CCTV training.
Okay. And as it pertains to Gavin King, the date of the training that is in this document for Gavin King as it pertains to the handcuff procedures and the CCTV procedures.
Initial training was 3/28 of 2013 with a follow-up on 11/16 of 20. Or I'm sorry, initial was 11/16 of 2012 with the follow-up on March 28th of 2013.
Okay, all right. And there is if you move over a little bit, if you could, Ms. Loden. Okay. There is a OCAT.
Yes.
What is that?
It's a OCAT, is oleoresin capsicum training for pepper spray.
Okay. All right. And as it pertains to Gavin King, just the date that is entered for that training?
Is June 29th of 2012.
Okay, all right. And let's move on to Mr. Mari. The date that is entered for the handcuff procedures and or the CCTV?
Initial training was 7/14 of 2011, follow-ups on 11/26/2012 and 3/26/2013.
Okay, and the date of the OCAT or the pepper spray training?
Was 10/10 of 2011.
Okay, and Mr. Sieberling?
Initial training for handcuffing was 8/15 of 2009, follow-ups on 5/20/2010, 7/14/2011, and 11/14 of 2012.
Okay, and then I believe there's a second chart, and that's policies and procedures review. If you could explain for the jury what that is.
That was where they just reviewed the policy and procedure manual.
Okay, and is that the policy and procedure manual that we've discussed this afternoon?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And as it pertains to Mr. King, the date that's entered in the chart for the policies and procedures review of the manual?
Was 3/28 of 2013.
Okay, and Mr. Mari?
Initial on 3/14 of 2011 with follow-ups on 3/19 of 2012 and 3/26 of 2013.
Okay, and Mr. Sieberling?
Looks like initial was 2/21 of 2009 with follow-ups on 1/25/2010, 3/14/2011, and 3/8/2012.
Okay, all right. And what is and as it pertains to Mr. Sieberling, what is January 7, 2013? What
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that would be the last follow was
Okay.
January 7th of 2013.
And there are a couple other boxes if you can scroll over. Use of force, is that one of the topics?
Yes.
Okay. And stance and relative positioning, what does that mean?
That's to train people or train officers on how to stand in relative position to a subject that they're dealing with.
Okay. And then the last box is verbal communication tactics.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Basically, how to talk to people when you are handling a situation.
Okay. Now I want to ask you a couple of questions about, I guess the OCAT, the pepper spray. In your position as assistant director, and even as your role as security guard, are you familiar with pepper spray?
Yes.
Okay. And under what circumstances is it to be used and not to be used?
It can be used on any.
Look, I'm not objecting to relevance, but the individual who used the pepper spray is not here.
That's true.
Well, Your Honor, I still do believe it's relevant because it is the reason as to, why all of this occurred. Just because that person isn't up here does not mean that it's not relevant. It's been plenty of video as well as testimony about the pepper spray.
Yes, but you know the benefit. Pepper spray. Mr. Cochran.
I'll try the question, Your Honor. Mr. Webster, what is a 10-100?
10-100 is a code that is used over the radio to warn the officer of a potentially emotionally disturbed person.
Okay. And how are the security guards, or how were the security guards instructed to respond to a 10-100?
Jeff must he laid the foundation that they had personal knowledge in which security guards. He knows.
I'm asking in general, Your Honor. I'm not asking as it pertains to any specifics. I'm just asking questions in general as his role.
What they were supposed to
Correct, as to what they were supposed to do.
do in general.
Yes.
Not specifically to any of these things.
Yes, in general.
Generally, an officer should respond to a 10-100 as if they could be volatile or you really don't know how that they're going to react. So you have to use utmost care in dealing with anybody that has that potential.
Okay, and when you say care, what do you mean by that?
Basically, you're trying to protect yourself from any type of physical threat that they may pose, because a emotionally disturbed person could turn very quickly, depending on their mood or depending on how they perceive you responding to them.
Now, Mr. Webster, were you working on January 28, 2014, on the day of this incident?
I was attending training that day.
Okay, so you were off-site?
Correct.
Okay, and when the incident happened, were you notified?
Yes.
And how were you notified?
By telephone.
Okay. By whom?
By Sergeant Chapin.
Okay. And as a result of that conversation with Sergeant Chapin, did you come back to Lamont?
Yes. After speaking with Sergeant Chapin, I called Mark Coffin, who was the director. We made arrangements to meet and drove to the site.
Okay. And what was your role or action upon arriving at Northland Mall?
I went to the camera system and downloaded the camera footage to a disk and provided it to the Suffolk Police Department.
I have nothing further.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. You?
I'm okay. I only have a couple of questions. I'm going over the continuing education series. Did she take it back, or do you still have it?
I have my spreadsheet.
Okay, this is spreadsheet. I have a couple of the continuing education for the handcuff procedure. It's the same one that you had. I'm just going to go from a couple of pages. It's written on the pages 4, 5. And 7. May I approach, Your Honor? On page 4, that is the document that I gave you, the continuing education for handcuffing procedure, page 4, 5, and 7.
Yes.
The first initial one, PowerPoint, that I have checked on here. Could you read it for us?
The second paragraph?
The first paragraph, the one that's checked.
First and foremost, we must revisit IPC international policy and procedure relating to the use of force and handcuffs as strictly a defensive restraint tool. In Unit 2, we will review specific sections from the IPC policy manual to ensure that we all completely understand the policies.
Okay, then the next check mark.
We must use all other options, including nonverbal and verbal communication and direction, to attempt to gain compliance before we use handcuffs.
And the next one.
Handcuffs will never be used as a tool or weapon to gain control of a subject. Handcuffs must only be used as restraint tools after you gain control of the subject and they can no longer physically resist.
Okay, basically let me have you define that when they're saying it can't be used as a weapon. Basically, you can't hit someone who they're trying to get under control with, correct?
Correct.
All right, but they do want you to use it as restraint once the person is under control.
Correct.
Okay. Is there one more checked on there?
Once the subject is handcuffed, the cuffs should not be removed until a police officer is on site to authorize and assist in the release of the individual or take them into police custody.
So it's basically saying that until an officer is there, someone else is in charge, or somebody else is in charge, that those handcuffs should be removed because that person may be a danger?
Correct.
Okay, should be the next page, correct? First check mark.
The three situations in which PSOs may detain individuals are intentional damage or vandalism to center or IPC international property, assault to anyone, robbery, assault during the commission of a theft.
Have you ever been trained as in the definition of what those things are? Personally?
Yes.
So you know what the definition, could you explain the definition of each one?
Intentional damage or vandalism would be damage that was caused to some type of property that was done intentionally. You intended to damage that property rather versus accidental.
Would it be tenant or mall property?
Correct.
Okay, next one.
Assault to anyone. Assault is a threat of violence or harm to a person. And then robbery, which is the theft by force from a person.
Could you more define assault? Do you have more of a definition of assault, or is that about it?
It's the threat or the attempt to harm somebody. You could, like, for instance, if I were to tell you I'm going to hit you, that's technically assault because I am threatening to hit you, threatening to cause you harm. That is an assault. It's a verbal assault as long as I have the ability to do so.
Okay.
Then that would be the assault.
Okay, that should be the last one on that page, correct? Or is there another one I have checked?
The assault was the second one. Robbery was the third one.
Okay. Is there anything else I have checked on it? No.
I do not see anything.
Right, let's go to the next page. All right, could you read the one that's checked there?
Providing assistance to tenants. As a courtesy to tenants, mall public safety officers may provide limited assistance to stores at their specific request.
All right, that's fine. All right, so assistance would be coming if there's a person there that might be causing trouble or might be a threat.
That would be one form of assistance they would request, yes.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lester.
Hello?
So, Mr. Lester, you're still in the same line of work, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with all these young men who are in back of me,
Yep.
correct? Specifically, Aaron Marie, correct?
Yes.
What was his date of hire with your company?
According to my spreadsheet, he was hired on 10/2 of 2010.
10/2 of 2010. And when was his exit date?
That I do not recall.
That's not on your spreadsheet?
No.
What's the latest date you have for training or some kind of activity as an employee with him?
3/26 of 2013.
Could I see those exhibits?
Mhm.
So on exhibit 47 under OCAT, there's a date of 10/10/2014. What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that one. That would be the day he was trained on pepper spray. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's the expiration date. So the training date was 10/10 of 2011, and his certification on pepper spray ends on 10/10 of 2014.
Okay, so that means he's still employed.
Not necessarily. It'd be a certification card he would receive that says that he is authorized to carry pepper spray and use it. That certification ends on that expiration date.
So if he's no longer an employee on that date, why would it be in the records?
Because I tracked the expiration dates. That way, if they expired during their employment, I would know to go back and retrain them.
So you don't have any knowledge as to when he or if he ever left your company?
I do not recall the date that he left.
Let me ask you this. Did you terminate him on January 29th, 2014?
I did not know.
Did you terminate him February of that year?
I did not terminate anyone.
Okay. You were the assistant administrator?
Assistant director.
Okay. And who was the director again?
Mark Coffin.
And with regards to the training books or handcuffs, you use the same handbook every year. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
And that was started in 2006, correct?
I believe
It was
2008.
And that consisted of what? A couple of pages?
The training manual?
Yes.
It was a rather lengthy book.
Okay. And you mentioned something about, we'll strike that. When you say it was a rather lengthy book or handbook, how many pages was it?
I do not know.
And you never took part in the personal training of these individuals, correct?
It's possible, but I do not recall.
Okay. What about with Mr. Marie? Did you ever train him in any form, any way, with any apparatus or device?
The OCAT training, I was the only one certified to train people in. So I conducted all the OCAT training. The rest of the training was up to any supervisor who was on duty at the time.
When you say OCAT training, what's that again?
The pepper spray training.
So you trained Mr. Marie on pepper spray?
I trained everybody that was trained at that
I'm
department.
only focusing on Mr. Marie.
Yes, I trained Mr. Marie on the OCAT.
And on the pepper spray, how often do you train these individuals on the pepper spray?
Once every 3 years.
Okay. Now, with respect to this case, you had intel that pepper spray was.
Objection, Your Honor, as to relevance to the pepper spray.
I wasn't really finished, but.
Let her finish your question and then.
Well, let me put it this way. Did you do any investigation or follow up on this incident that occurred on the 28th of January, 2014 with your employees?
No official investigation. I followed up with some of the officers just to get their
So the answer would be no?
Yes, no.
Did you immediately terminate any of your officers as a result of this incident on January 28, 2014? Yes, or
I did
no?
not terminate anyone.
Okay, getting back to the training of the handcuffs, I take it these are standard handcuffs from the same company, right? Nothing,
It'd either be Smith & Wesson Model 100s or Peerless handcuffs.
Okay. And when you said that they were trained and you didn't take place in, or you didn't partake in the actual training of the placing of these handcuffs and locking them and unlocking them, right?
I did conduct some of the training. I can't specifically say I trained any of these individuals.
Did you ever see any live reenactments of applying handcuffs or trying to put them on any individual?
As far as for the department?
For training.
I've seen the live reenactments of.
Did your company do that? At
Yes.
this time in 2014?
Yes, we conducted training where we actually placed handcuffs on people and had the officers place handcuffs on people.
Okay, what about on 100 people? Did you have them reenact that, placing handcuffs on them?
I can't specifically say that was the scenario.
When you're training, you want to try to cover every possible angle that may develop. Would you agree with that?
Every possible angle would be impossible. There's so many variables in any type of situation.
Well, let's start with someone who's suspected of having a weapon or a handgun. You would want to train for that, would you not? That's the most dangerous one.
Yes.
And did you do so in these training sessions?
I believe we did, yes.
Okay, when you said you believe, that means
well,
you're uncertain.
As an unarmed security officer, our training for dealing with armed individuals is to seek safety and to call the police.
Right, but if that person is staring at you with a weapon and a handgun, you're not going to have time to say, why don't you take a time out and let me call the police, right?
If you're referring to actual disarming techniques, we did not teach disarming techniques under IPC or UPS. That was usually handled by a certified PPCT instructor, which we did not have on staff at the time. So
if someone has a handgun secreted on them, are you saying that you didn't train none of your employees to... Can I finish the question? And it's...
Yes, I'm not gonna warn you again. Person finish the question, then Jack. And don't answer anything until we get to rule. Thank you, go ahead.
Thank you. Now I got interrupted. I don't remember what it was.
It happens to me a lot.
I know it does. Now, you've testified about these training manuals and the positional asphyxiation. You said that's in one of your manuals, correct?
Yes.
And if they're handcuffed a certain way, correct?
Yes.
Now, you remember testifying about that particular term back at the preliminary examination on (2021), 2021, specifically October 28th, 2022?
Yes.
And do you remember being asked questions from me about whether or not you had even heard of that term?
I remember being asked that question. Can't say it was from you, but yes.
Okay.
Question.
And when you were asked that question, you didn't even know what that term was at that time and point, correct?
Positional asphyxiation?
Yes.
No, I knew what that term was.
Did you say whether or not it was in your training manual, or did you deny that it was in your training manual?
I couldn't specifically say it was in the training manual because I couldn't recall having read that in that particular training manual.
I want to direct your attention to page 65. when you were being asked about that particular term. And it doesn't have the number of the line, but at the end of page 65, in the training manuals, you indicated it wasn't even in the training manuals. Would you agree with that? Answer, yes, I would agree with that. Question, and again, once again, you had not even heard of that term when you were testifying up under oath.
I'm sorry, where are we on
Page 65. Continuing on page 66. Answer, no, actually, I believe I was referring to, we didn't use that specific term for that type of position. I was familiar with the term at that time. So you weren't even, we'll strike that. I'm sorry. This is on page 66. You, at the exam,
What line? What?
it's not here on the line. I don't have the line. It's just page 6. What's on the position? Well, you want my copy?
Yeah.
So, Mr. Webster, when it came to this prone position and everything, you took place in the telling them how to place the individual who was handcuffed, stand them on the ground, or have them sit up. Correct?
Yes.
And did you do so with Mr. Mari? Did you train him on what position a person should be in after the handcuffs are on them?
Yes.
Okay. What about trying to get handcuffs on an individual who is resistant and is trying to shield their wrists from your security officers? Did you have any type of training on how they could circumvent that and put the handcuffs on them?
Did I have any training in that?
Yes, or what was your specific training for that incident?
So my training is, I've been trained in a variety of techniques through PPCT through my career. As far as training other individuals, I can't say specifically if I trained them in those techniques because I was not a certified instructor in handcuffing in the PPC techniques.
Now, after this incident on the 28th of January, did you obtain a written statement about what happened from Mr. Aaron Mari?
I don't recall that I received a written statement from him, no.
You didn't. What about your super or your immediate director? Did he request a written statement from him?
I don't recall if he did.
Would that be in your business record? Because I showed you a copy, but that be in your business record?
It possibly would be.
So you never had Mr. Mari give a statement to the Southfield Police that day?
I personally did not request the statement. The Southfield Police may have requested an oral
Okay,
statement.
I'm sorry, because you weren't even there, right?
Correct.
And did you ever interview the store owner, Mr. Ansaro?
I spoke to him. I did not interview him, no.
Did you look at the in-store video or any video that may have shown this incident?
I've seen the in-store video, yes.
When did you make those observations of the videos?
Best recollection is when it was shown to me as part of the civil suit.
Did you ever personally go to the police with your information about what happened?
Not that I recall, no.
You didn't think it was important to tell your side of the story, or at least your agency's side of the story as to what happened?
I was not a witness to the incident, and as far as I'm aware, the police would be more focused on what the incident occurred.
So you didn't even reach out to the police to see whether or not your agency was going to be liable in this case?
Objection, Your Honor, after relevant.
Well, did you reach out to the police on January 29th to see if they wanted any cooperation from your employees?
I don't recall reaching out to them, no.
surely if you had felt your employees had violated the policy of their training and done something illegal, you would have called the police on the 28th of January, correct?
We had a very good relationship with the Suffolk Police Department.
And I appreciate that, but you
and-
would have called the police if you felt that your client or your employees had done something illegal, yes or no?
Yes. If we
Thank
had
you,
felt that they'd
sir.
done something illegal, we would have called the police.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Sir, have you worked for law enforcement before you started working for security?
Yes.
And who did you work for?
I work for the Oakland County Sheriff's Department and the Macomb County Sheriff's Department.
All right. So you have the security guards have a responsibility in that law, correct?
Yes.
And they have a responsibility to one another, correct?
Yes.
And part of the responsibility is to keep the mall secure, prevent hostile individuals. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to address aggressive behavior, correct?
Yes.
And to deal with situations that are instant, correct?
Correct.
So basically, if you call them on your sheet, it says PSO.
Yes.
That stands for what?
Public Safety Officer.
Right. And if a public safety officer is walking in the mall and he sees someone pummeling someone else, they're not going to say, hold on, I have to stop and observe, to call law enforcement. They have to jump into action, correct?
Correct.
And if you were making a round and you were a 22-year-old kid named Gavin King, as a public safety officer, if a public safety officer sees a sergeant struggling with an individual, you'd expect him to do what they can to assist, correct?
Correct.
And so by grabbing someone's hand, trying to assist a sergeant, that's part of his duty, correct?
Correct.
And sir, isn't it? Would you agree that there's a line of hierarchy within? I think you said it. It's your boss, you, a sergeant, and then you have the officers and dispatchers are at the low end, correct?
Correct. It's chain of command.
And that's where the 22-year-old Gavin King was at the time, correct? He was the low level.
Correct.
And he had a supervisor by the name of, I may say it wrong, Chapin?
Yes.
He's a bald-headed guy, correct?
Correct.
All right. So when you're in a situation where, is it policy that the first officer on the scene is in command?
Objection, Your Honor, as to relevance.
Situation. Part of the manual, part of your manual, part of the training is that they talk about training, Judge.
Yes, no, I know.
Yeah. Part of the training is that if the officer that the first at the scene, that officer is in command, correct?
Correct.
However, if a sergeant if a sergeant shows up, then the sergeant becomes the command, correct?
Correct.
However, if the sergeant's the first on the scene, that person is in charge.
Correct.
In this situation, it was Chafin that was first on the scene, correct?
Correct.
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object as to the relevance. He wasn't there. He doesn't have any first-hand knowledge of what happened. He was off-site. I don't understand the relevance of this line of questioning.
Well, why don't I will give him a bit more leeway to
You watched the video as part of your job, correct?
Correct.
And in that video, you learned who was first on the scene.
Correct.
And that was Sergeant Chafin, correct?
Correct.
And Sergeant Chafin would call the shots, correct?
Correct.
He would give instructions.
Yes.
And the other individuals will have to adhere to his command, correct?
Correct.
So that's because that's part of the requirement, correct?
Yes.
And sir, you were at Northland Mall for quite some time, is that right?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say, sir, that a lot of crazy things have occurred there?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, it got so bad, we wanted to shut down, right?
Yes.
And sir, there's been shootings there, correct?
Yes.
There's been assaults there.
Yes.
That is, to say the least. And if you had to call Southfield Police Department for every little thing, you overwhelm them. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
Sir, do you remember watching the videos?
Yes,
And do you remember Gavin King being the fourth person there?
I'd have to review the videos again. I remember him showing up. I can't say if it was the fourth.
Oh. Do you remember him showing up when there was already a melee in the ground?
I believe so, yes.
Sir, can you tell me the effects? Since you're the you train individuals with the pepper spray thing, you call it, what do you call it? OCE or like that?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, you call it okay. That's so. What effect does pepper spray have on an individual?
Typically, it has an immediate burning sensation as well as affecting the mucous membranes of the eyes and nose. People generally, unless they're really used to it, their eyes will shut closed, and they can have some erratic behavior. It feels like they're starting to panic, possibly.
Because it has the effect of a person potentially not being able to breathe, correct?
Possibly, yes.
Sure, the sergeant had that pepper spray, correct?
I
Shaken?
can't say for sure.
Well, you watched the video. He's the one that used it, correct?
As far as from the video, he was the only one who sprayed him.
Okay. Sir, part of the procedure is when the person's handcuffed, you indicate that you turn them over on their side, correct?
Correct.
Did you see that in the video where they turned him on his side, Mr. Cochran?
I don't recall.
And did you see in the video how they tried to give him water?
I don't recall.
Well, if they give him water, turn him aside as part of the process, correct?
Yes.
And you assisted law enforcement in this investigation, correct?
I believe I did.
And law enforcement decided nothing illegal happened, correct, at the time?
Objection, Your Honor, that's irrelevant. He's not law enforcement. He can't make that
Well,
determination,
Judge-
and it's hearsay.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you hire people with criminal records?
No.
Were they charged with a crime that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of, no.
Matter of fact, sir, isn't it true that 10-100 means that, hey man, you walk in a sticky situation?
It can be classified as such, yes.
That the person, it doesn't mean that they have mental health issues, it just means that they're angry.
There's the potential for the mental health issues or the anger, correct?
Okay, so can you tell if I started yelling and being violent now, without seeing me today, you would not know whether I'm angry or I'm mental, right?
Correct.
So 10-100 just says, hey, you're coming into a sticky situation. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Police were called by the security, correct?
Yes.
Part of their job is also to protect one another, correct?
Correct.
Security guards?
Yes.
Sir, you were asked earlier by Freddie Wright Blake whether or not you fired it, correct?
Correct.
You didn't fire anybody, right?
Correct.
Your company didn't fire anybody at all, correct?
I don't believe they did, no.
None of these individuals were fired, correct?
I believe that's the case.
Because it's determined that no wrongdoing occurred, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Matter of fact, sir, do you remember calling Gavin King when you went to your new place of employment offering him a job?
Objection, Your Honor, as to relevance.
What is the relevance of that? Thank you. No question.
Yeah. Mr. Webster, you indicated that on cross-exam that there is a responsibility to keep the mall safe.
Yes.
Is there responsibility to keep handcuffed individuals safe?
Yes.
Okay. And you asked whether or not you reviewed the videos in this matter?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the portion of the video where Mr. Cochran was face down?
Vaguely.
Okay. Is that pursuant to training of the manual? To have an individual face down?
No.
Judge, I'm going to object and ask for clarification because the manual talks about after they're handcuffed.
Is it after an individual is handcuffed? Is it pursuant to policy to have them face down?
Once they're handcuffed and under control, they're to be placed into a position of comfort or safety.
Face down, that's a position of comfort? Is that a position?
Right.
Is that?
That's what he said. And he said, after the pin, be placed in a position of.
Let me ask you this. Would you consider 5 security guards on an individual a position of comfort?
Objection, it was not 5 individuals on him after he was handcuffed.
After he was handcuffed? You're right. I do believe that the video shows that there was individuals on him after he was handcuffed.
All right. The video speaks for itself. So it would be up to the jury to determine, based upon the video, what they saw, what they do, and then it's their job. Okay. Move on.
No, I believe Mr. Webster, when I think it was Mr. Braxton, was asking you questions about the handcuffing procedures and the continuing education materials. Do you recall those questions?
I believe so.
Okay, and in the manual, there are 3 situations in which a PSO may detain an individual, that being intentional damage, assault to anyone, or robbery.
Yes.
Okay, and what if those 3 things do not exist? What is a PSO's responsibility, or what are they to do?
What's the relevance?
Well, Your Honor.
What's the relevance in asking if they don't exist in the manual?
Well, Your Honor, it's because I do think it's relevant. It's relevant because if these things exist, then this is what happens. You know, if these 3 things exist, then the PSO officers are to do certain things. If they don't exist, I want to know what are they supposed to do if those things don't exist. I do think it's relevant.
Well, you didn't ask that. You asked about the thing.
Right.
If you want to ask them,
If those 3 things do not exist, if there's no intentional damage, if there's no assault to anyone, if there's no robbery, then may a PSO officer detain an individual?
Depending on the circumstances, yes.
And what circumstances would those be?
There's a wide variety of circumstances, safety to others or to themselves, any number of laws that may have been broken.
What about a person that's just standing there?
Just standing there?
Yes.
If they're just standing there, then I don't see a reason why they would be handcuffed.
Okay, what about a person who's just staring?
Again, I don't see that reason.
I have nothing further.
Sir. If a person says I'm going to kill someone, that's a reason, correct? That's a valid reason.
Yes.
If a person's rolling on the ground with your sergeant and they're struggling, that's another reason, correct?
Correct.
If a person is fighting with not the sergeant but another officer, that's a reason, correct?
Correct.
Then a third, correct?
Correct.
Then a fourth, correct?
Correct.
And you saw that video, did you not?
I did.
Over and over again, didn't you?
Yes.
And there was an assault that took place, didn't you? Wasn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. That constitutes.
She asked the judge.
stop. What is your objection?
Your Honor, that's a mischaracterization of the testimony. You never indicated that you saw an assault on the video, and Your Honor, you just ruled that the video speaks for itself.
Judge, she asked him for his hypothetical opinion. I'm asking her hypothetical opinion based on what he saw in the video.
Yeah, as I said, the video speaks for itself.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
No question.
Remedy, yeah, can we cross? Yes. Thank you, sir. You cut that. Wow. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, I believe these two for today, caution you, to discuss the case, any first, any article. Turn at 9:30. Well, at the time, what we do is taking a cut.
Said 9:30 tomorrow?
Well, this is fine. Yes, right. You have to have the fine, but
Yeah.
together, we have 5 more witnesses. Yeah. We will have them again.